Part 2, Chapter 13 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. Part 2, Chapter 13. Shall I sit alone in my chamber, and set the chairs by the wall, while you sit with lords and princes, yet have not a thought at all? Shall I sit alone in my chamber, and duly the table lay, whilst you stand up in the diet, and have not a word to say? Old Danish Ballad. "Oh, Norman, are you come already?" exclaimed Margaret, as her brother opened the door, bringing in with him the crisp breath of December. "Yes, I came away directly after collections. How are you, Margaret?" "Pretty brave, thank you." But the brother and sister both read on each other's features that the additional 3 months of suspense had told. There were traces of toil and study on Norman's brow. The sunken look about his eyes and the dejected outline of his cheek, Margaret knew, betokened discouragement. And though her mild serenity was not changed, she was almost transparently thin and pale. They had long ago left off asking whether there were tidings, and seldom was the subject adverted to, though the whole family seemed to be living beneath a dark shadow. "How is Flora?" he next asked. "Going on beautifully, except that Papa thinks she does too much in every way. She declares that she shall bring the baby to show me in another week, but I don't think it will be allowed." "And the little lady prospers?" "Capitally, though I get rather contradictory reports of her. First Papa declared her something surpassing exactly like Flora, and so I suppose she is. But Ethel and Maida will say nothing for her beauty, and Blanche calls her a fright. But Papa is her devoted admirer. He does so enjoy having a sort of property again in a baby." "And George Rivers?" said Norman, smiling. "Poor George! He is very proud of her in his own way. He has just been here with a note from Flora, and actually talked. Between her and the election he is wonderfully brilliant." "The election? Has Mr. Estill resigned?" "Have you not heard? He intends it, and George himself is going to stand. The only danger is that Sir Henry Walsingham should think of it." "Rivers in Parliament! Well, sound men are wanted. Fancy Flora, our member's wife. How well she will become her position. How soon is it likely to be?" "Quickly, I fancy. Dr. Spencer, who knows all kinds of news Papa says he makes a scientific study of gossip, as a new branch of comparative anatomy, found out from the Clevelands that Mr. Estill meant to retire, and happened to mention it the last time that Flora came to see me. It was like firing a train. You would have wondered to see how it excited her, who usually shows her feelings so little. She has been so much occupied with it, and so anxious that George should be ready to take the field at once, that Papa was afraid of its hurting her, and Ethel comes home declaring that the election is more to her than her baby. Ethel is apt to be a little hard on Flora. They are too unlike to understand each other. Ethel is to be godmother, though, and Flora means to ask Mr. Ogilvy to come and stand. I think he will be gone abroad, or I should have asked him to fulfill his old promise of coming to us. I believe he must be lodged here, if he should come. Flora will have her house full, for Lady Leonora is coming. The baby is to be called after her." "Indeed!" exclaimed Norman. "Yes, I thought it unnecessary, as she is not George's aunt, but Flora is grateful to her for much kindness, and she is coming to see Maida. I am afraid Papa is a little hurt that any name but one should have been chosen. Has Maida been comfortable?" "Dear little thing! Everyone says how beautifully she has behaved. She brought all her housekeeping books to Flora at once, and only begged to be made helpful in whatever way might be most convenient. She explained, what we never knew before, how she had the young maids in to read with her, and asked leave to go on. Very few could have been set aside so simply and sweetly in their own house." "Flora was sensible of it, I hope." "Oh, yes, she took the management, of course. But Maida is charmed with her having the girls in from the village, in turn, to help in the scullery. They have begun family prayers, too, and George makes the stableman go to church, a matter which has been past Meta, as you may guess, though she had been a wonderful little manager, and Flora owned herself quite astonished. I wonder only at her being astonished. Maida owned to Ethel that what had been worst of all to her was the heart-sinking at finding herself able to choose her occupations with no one to accommodate them to. But she would not give way. She set up more work for herself at the school, and has been talking of giving singing lessons at Coxmore, and she forced herself to read, though it was an effort. She has been very happy lately in nursing Flora. Is Ethel there? No, she is, as usual, at Coxmore. There are great councils about sending Cherry to be trained for her new school. Would Flora be able to see me if I were to ride over to the Grange? You may try, and if Papa is not there, I dare say she will. At least I shall see Maida, and she may judge. I want to see Rivers, too, so I will ask if the bay is to be had. Ah, you have the Claude, I see. Yes, it is too large for this room, but Papa put it here that I might enjoy it, and it is almost a companion. The sky improves so in the sunset light. Norman was soon at Abbottstoke, and, as he drew his rein, Maida's bright face nodded to him from Flora's sitting-room window, and, as he passed the conservatory, the little person met him with a summons, at once, to his sister. He found Flora on the sofa, with the table beside her, covered with notes and papers. She was sitting up writing, and, though somewhat pale, was very smiling and animated. Norman, how kind to come to me the first thing! Margaret encouraged me to try whether you would be visible. They want to make a regular prisoner of me, said Flora, laughing. Papa is as bad as the old nurse, but he has not been here today, so I have had my own way. Did you meet George? No, but Margaret said he had been with her. I wish you would come. We expect the second post to bring the news that Mr. Esdale has accepted the Chiltern Hundreds. If he found it so, he meant to go and talk to Mr. Bramshaw, for, though he is so dull, we must make him agent. Is there any danger of opposition? None at all, if we are soon enough in the field. Papa's name will secure us, and there is no one else on the right side to come forward, so that it is an absolute rescue of the seat. It is the very moment when men of principle are most wanted, said Norman. The questions of the day are no light matters, and it is an immense point to save Stoneborough from being represented by one of the Tompkins set. Exactly so, said Flora. I should feel it a crime to say one word to deter George, at a time when every effort must be made to support the right cause. One must make sacrifices when the highest interests are at stake. Flora seemed to thrive upon her sacrifice. She had never appeared more brilliant and joyous. Her brother saw, in her, a Roman matron, and the ambition that was inherent in his nature began to find compensation for being crushed, as far as regarded himself, by soaring for another. He eagerly answered that he fully agreed with her, and that she would never repent urging her husband to take on himself the duties incumbent on all who had the power. Highly gratified, she asked him to look at a copy of George's intended address, which was lying on the table. He approved of the tenor, but saw a few phrases susceptible of a better point. Give it, she said, putting a pen into his hand, and he began to interline and erase her fair manuscript, talking earnestly and working up himself and the address at the same time, till it had grown into a composition far superior to the merely sensible affair it had been. Eloquence and thought were now in the language, and substance, and Flora was delighted. I have been very disrespectful to my niece all this time, said Norman, descending from the clouds of patriotism. I do not mean to inflict her mercilessly on her relations, said Flora, but I should like you to see her. She is so like Blanche. The little girl was brought in, and Flora made a very pretty young mother, as she held her in her arms with so much graceful pride. Norman was perfectly entranced. He had never seen his sister so charming or so admirable, between her delight in her infant and her self-devotion to the good of her husband and her country, acting so wisely and speaking so considerately and praising her dear Meta with so much warmth. He would never have torn himself away, had not the nurse hinted that Mrs. Rivers had had too much excitement and fatigue already today, and besides, he suspected that he might find Meta in the drawing room, where he might discuss the whole with her, and judge for himself of her state of spirits. Flora's next visitor was her father, who came as the twilight was enhancing the comfortable red brightness of the fire. He was very happy in these visits. Mother and child had both prospered so well, and it was quite a treat to be able to expend his tenderness on Flora. His little grandchild seemed to renew his own happy days, and he delighted to take her from her mother and fondle her. No sooner was the baby in his arms than Flora's hands were busy among the papers, and she begged him to ring for lights. "Not yet," he said. "Why can't you sit in the dark and give yourself a little rest?" "I want you to hear George's address. Norman has been looking at it, and I hope you will not think it too strong," and she turned so that the light might fall on the paper. "Let me see," said Dr. May, holding out his hand for it. "This is a rough copy, too much scratched for you to make out." She read it accordingly, and her father admired it exceedingly, Norman's touches above all, and Flora's reading had dovetailed all so neatly together that no one knew where the joins were. "I will copy it fairly," she said, "if you will show it to Dr. Spencer and ask whether he thinks it too strong. Mr. Dodsley, too. He would be more gratified if he saw it first, in private, and thought himself consulted." Dr. May was dismayed at seeing her take up her pen and make a desk of her blotting book and begin her copy by firelight. "Flora, my dear," he said, "this must not be. Have I not told you that you must be content to rest? I did not get up till 10 o'clock and have been lying here ever since." "But what has this head of yours been doing? Has it been resting for 10 minutes together? Now I know what I am saying, Flora. I warn you that if you will not give yourself needful quiet now, you will suffer for it by and by." Flora smiled and said, "I thought I had been very good. But what is to be done when one's wits will work, and there is work for them to do?" "Is not there work enough for them here?" said Dr. May, looking at the babe. "Your mother used to value such a retirement from care." Flora was silent for a minute, then said, "Mr. Esdale should have put off his resignation to suit me. It is an unfortunate time for the election." "And you can't let the election alone?" She shook her head and smiled a negative, as if she would, but that she was under a necessity. "My dear, if the election cannot go on without you, it had better not go on at all." She looked very much hurt and turned away her head. Her father was grieved. "My dear," he added, "I know you desire to be of use, especially to George, but do you not believe that he would rather fail than that you or his child should suffer?" No answer. "Does he stand by his own wish or yours, Flora?" "He wishes it. It is his duty," said Flora, collecting her dignity. "I can say no more, except to beg him not to let you exert yourself." Accordingly, when George came home, the doctor read him a lecture on his wife's over-busy brain, and was listened to, as usual, with gratitude and deference. He professed that he only wished to do what was best for her, but she never would spare herself, and, going to her side, with his heavy, fond solicitude, he made her promise not to hurt herself, and she laughed and consented. The promise was easily given, for she did not believe she was hurting herself, and, as to giving up the election or ceasing secretly to prompt George, that was absolutely out of the question. What could be a greater duty than to incite her husband to usefulness? Moreover, it was but proper to invite Meta's aunt and cousin to see her, and to project a few select dinners for their amusement and the gratification of her neighbors. It was only grateful and cousinly likewise to ask the Master of Glenbrocken, and as she saw the thrill of color on Ethel's cheeks at the sight of the address to the Honorable Norman Ogilvy, she thought herself the best of sisters. She even talked of Ogilvy as a second Christian name, but Meta observed that old Aunt Dorothy would call it Leonora Ogilvy Rivers, and thus averted it, somewhat to Ethel's satisfaction. Ethel scolded herself many times for wondering whether Mr. Ogilvy would come. What was it to her? Suppose he should. Suppose the rest. What a predicament! How unreasonable and conceited even to think of such a thing when her mind was made up. What could result, save tossings to and fro, a passing gratification set against infinite pain, and strife with her own heart and with her father's unselfishness? Had he but come before Flora's marriage! No, Ethel hated herself for the wish that arose for the moment. Far better he should keep away, if, perhaps, without the slightest inclination towards her, his mere name could stir up such a tumult. All, it might be, founded in vanity. Rebellious feelings and sense of tedium had once been subdued. Why should they be roused again? The answer came. Norman Ogilvy was setting off for Italy, and regretted that he could not take Abbotstoke on his way. He desired his kind remembrances and warm Christmas wishes to all his cousins. If Ethel breathed more freely, there was a sense that tranquillity is uninteresting. It was, it must be confessed, a flat end to a romance, that all the permanent present effect was a certain softening and a degree more attention to her appearance. And after all, this might, as Flora averred, be ascribed to the Paris outfit having taught her to wear clothes, as well as to that which had awakened the feminine element and removed that sense of not being like other women, which sometimes hangs painfully about girls who have learned to think themselves plain or awkward. There were other causes why it should be a dreary winter to Ethel, under the anxiety that strengthened by duration and the strain of acting cheerfulness for Margaret's sake. Even Mary was a care. Her round, rosy childhood had worn into height and sallowness, and her languor and indifference fretted Miss Bracy, and was hunted down by Ethel, till Margaret convinced her that it was a case for patience and tenderness, which, thenceforth, she hardly gave, even encountering a scene with Miss Bracy, who was much injured by the suggestion that Mary was oppressed by perspective. Poor Mary, no one guessed the tears nightly shed over Harry's photograph. Nor could Ethel quite fathom Norman. He wore the dispirited, burdened expression that she knew too well, but he would not, as formerly, seek relief and confidence to her, shunning the being alone with her, and far too much occupied to offer to walk to Coxmore. When the intelligence came that good old Mr. Wilmot of Settlesham had peacefully gone to his rest, after a short and painless illness, Tom was a good deal affected, in his peculiar silence and ungracious fashion. But Norman did not seek to talk over the event, and the feelings he had entertained 2 years ago. He avoided the subject, and threw himself into the election matters with an excitement foreign to his nature. He was almost always at Abbotstoke, or attending George Rivers at the committee room at the Swan, talking, writing, or consulting, concocting swibs, and perpetrating bon mots that were the delight of friends and the confusion of foes. Flora was delighted. George adored him, made his eyes dance whenever he came near. Dr. Spencer admired him, and Dr. Hoxton prophesied great things of him. But Ethel did not feel as if he were the veritable Norman, and had an undefined sensation of discomfort when she heard his brilliant repartees and the laughter with which he accompanied them, so unlike his natural, rare, and noiseless laugh. She knew it was false excitement, to drive away the suspense that none dared to avow, but which did not press on them, the less heavily for being endured in silence. Indeed, Dr. May could not help now and then giving way to outbursts of despondency, of which his friend, Dr. Spencer, who made it his special charge to try to lighten his troubles, was usually the kind recipient. And though the bustle of the election was incongruous and seemed to make the leaden weight the more heavy, there was a compensation in the tone of feeling that it elicited, which gave real and heartfelt pleasure. Dr. May had undergone numerous fluctuations of popularity. He had always been the same man, excellent in intention, though hasty in action, and heeding neither praise nor censure, and while the main tenor of his course never varied, making many deviations by flying to the reverse of the wrong, most immediately before him, still his personal character gained esteem every year. And though sometimes his merits and sometimes his failings gave violent umbrage, he had steadily risen in the estimation of his fellow townsmen, as much as his own inconsistencies and theirs would allow, and every now and then was the favorite with all, save with the few who abused him for tyranny because he prevented them from tyrannizing. He was just now on the top of the wave, and his son-in-law had nothing to do but to float in on the tide of his favor. The opposite faction attempted a contest, but only rendered the triumph more complete and gave the gentleman the pleasure of canvassing and hearing, times without number, that the constituents only wished the candidate were Dr. May himself. His sons and daughters were full of exultation. Dr. Spencer, much struck, rallied Dick on his influence, and Dr. May, the drops of warm emotion trembling on his eyelashes, smiled and bade his friends see him making a church rate. The addresses and letters that came from the Grange were so admirable that Dr. May often embraced Norman's steady opinion that George was a very wise man. If Norman was unconscious how much he contributed to these compositions, he knew far less how much was Flora's. In his ardor he crammed them both and conducted George when Flora could not be at his side. George himself was a personable man, wrote a good, bold hand, would do as he was desired, and was not easily put out of countenance. He seldom committed himself by talking, and when a speech was required, was brief and to the purpose. He made a very good figure, and in the glory of victory, Ethel herself began to grow proud of him, and the children's great object in life was to make the jackdaws cry, "Rivers forever!" Flora had always declared that she would be at Stoneborough for the nomination. No one believed her until 3 days before she presented herself and her daughter before the astonished Margaret, who was too much delighted to be able to scold. She had come away on her own responsibility and was full of triumph. To come home in this manner, after having read "Rivers forever" on all the dead walls, might be called that for which she had lived. She made no stay. She had only come to show her child, and established a precedent for driving out, and Margaret had begun to believe the apparition a dream, when the others came in, some from Coxmore, others from the committee room at the Swan. "So she brought the baby!" exclaimed Ethel. "I should have thought she would not have taken her out before her christening." "Ethel," said Dr. Spencer, "permit me to make a suggestion. When relations live in the same neighborhood, there is no phrase to be more avoided than 'I should have thought.'" The nomination day brought Flora, Maida, baby and all, to be very quiet, as was said. But how could that be, when every boy in the house was frantic, and the men scarcely less so? Aubrey and Gertrude, and the 2 jackdaws, each had a huge blue and orange rosette, and the 2 former went about roaring, "Rivers forever!" without the least consideration for the baby, who would have been decked in the same manner, if Ethel would have heard of it without indignation at her wearing any color before a christening white. As to Jack and Jill, though they could say their lessons, they were too much distressed by their ornaments to do aught but lurk in corners and strive to peck them off. Flora comported herself in her usual quiet way, and tried to talk of other things, though a carnation spot in each cheek showed her anxiety and excitement. She went with her sisters to look out from Dr. Spencer's windows towards the town hall. Her husband gave her his arm as they went down the garden, and Ethel saw her talking earnestly to him, and pressing his arm with her other hand to enforce her words, but if she did tutor him, it was hardly visible, and he was very glad of whatever counsel she gave. She spoke not a word after the ladies were left with Aubrey, who was in despair at not being allowed to follow Hector and Tom, but was left, as his prematurely classical mind expressed it, like the Gaulish woman with the impedimenta in the marshes, whereas Tom had had it insult to injury by a farewell to Jack among the maidens. Maida tried to console him by persuading him that he was their protector, and he began to think there was need of a guard, when a mighty cheer caused him to take refuge behind Ethel. Even when assured that it was anything but terrific, he gravely declared that he thought Margaret would want him, but he could not cross the garden without Maida to protect him. She would not allow anyone else to relieve her from the doughty champion, and thereby she missed the spectacle. It might be that she did not regret it, for though it would have been unkind to refuse to come in with her brother and sister, her wound was still too fresh for crowds, turmoil, and noisy rejoicing to be congenial. She did not withdraw her hand, which Aubrey squeezed harder at each resounding shout, nor object to his conducting her to see his museum in the dark corner of the attics, most remote from the tumult. The loss was not great. The others could hear nothing distinctly, and see only a wilderness of heads. But the triumph was complete. Dr. May had been cheered enough to satisfy even Hector. George Rivers had made very fair speech, and hurrahs had covered all deficiencies. Hector had shouted till he was as hoarse as a jackdaw's. The opposite candidate had never come forward at all. Tompkins was hiding his diminished head, and the gentlemen had nothing to report but success, and were in the highest spirits. By and by Blanche was missing, and Ethel, going in quest of her, spied a hem of blue merino peeping out under all the cloaks in the hall cupboard, and found the poor little girl sobbing in such distress that it was long before any explanation could be extracted, but at last it was revealed. When the door had been shut, and they stood in the dark, half stifled among the cloaks, that George's spirit had taken his old facetious style with Blanche, and in the very hearing of Hector. The misery of such jokes to a sensitive child, conscious of not comprehending their scope, is incalculable, and Blanche, having been a baby coquette, was the more susceptible. She hid her face again from the very sound of her own confession, and resisted Ethel's attempts to draw her out of the musty cupboard, declaring that she could never see either of them again. Ethel, in vain, assured her that George was gone to the dinner at the Swan. Nothing was effectual but being told that for her to notice what had passed was a sure way to call Hector's attention thereto, when she bridled, emerged, and begged to know whether she looked as if she had been crying. Poor child, she could never again be unconscious, but, at least, she was rendered peculiarly afraid of a style of notice that might otherwise have been a temptation. Ethel privately begged Flora to hint to George to alter his style of wit, and the suggestion was received better than the blundering manner deserved. Flora was too exulting to take offense, and her patronage of all the world was as full-blown as her ladylike nature allowed. Ethel she did not attempt to patronize, but she promised all the sights in London to the children, and masters to Mary and Blanche, and she perfectly overwhelmed Miss Bracy with orphan asylums for her sisters. She would have liked nothing better than dispersing cards, with Mrs. Rivers prominent among the recommenders of the case. "A fine coming out for you, little lady," said she to her baby, when taking leave that evening. "If it was good luck for you to make your first step in life upwards, what is this?" "Excelsior?" said Ethel, and Flora smiled, well pleased, but she had not caught half the meaning. "May it be the right Excelsior," added Ethel, in a low voice that no one heard, and she was glad they did not. They were all triumphant, and she could not tell why she had a sense of sadness, and thought of Flora's story long ago of the girl who ascended Mont Blanc. And for what? All she had to do at present was to listen to Miss Bracy, who was sure that Mrs. Rivers thought Mary and Blanche were not improved, and was afraid she was ungrateful for all the intended kindness to her sister. Ethel had more sympathy here, for she had thought that Flora was giving herself airs, and she laughed and said her sister was pleased to be in a position to help her friends, and tried to turn it off, but ended by stumbling into allowing that prosperity was apt to make people over-lavish of offers of kindness. "Dear Miss Ethel, you understand so perfectly. There is no one like you," cried Miss Bracy, attempting to kiss her hand. If Ethel had not spoken rightly of her sister, she was sufficiently punished. What she did was to burst into a laugh and exclaim, "Miss Bracy! Miss Bracy! I can't have you so sentimental. I am the worst person in the world for it." "I have offended. You cannot feel with me." "Yes, I can, when it is sense. But please don't treat me like a heroine. I am sure there is quite enough in the world that is worrying, without picking shades of manner to pieces. It is the sure way to make an old crab of me, and so I am going off. Only one parting piece of advice, Miss Bracy. Read Frank Fairleigh, and put everybody out of your head." And, thinking she had been savage about her hand, Ethel turned back and kissed the little governess's forehead, wished her good night, and ran away. She had learned that, to be rough and merry, was the best way of doing Miss Bracy good in the end, and so she often gave herself the present pain of knowing that she was being supposed careless and hard-hearted. But the violent affection for her proved that the feeling did not last. Ethel was glad to sit by the fire at bedtime and think over the day, outwardly so gay, inwardly so fretting and perplexing. It was the first time that she had seen much of her little niece. She was no great baby handler, nor had she any of the phrases adapted to the infant mind, but that pretty little serene blue-eyed girl had been her chief thought all day, and she was abashed by recollecting how little she had dwelt on her own duties as her sponsor, in the agitations excited by the doubts about her coadjutor. She took out her prayer book and read the service for baptism, recollecting the thoughts that had accompanied her youngest sister's orphan christening. The vain pomp and glory of the world, and all covetous desires of the same. They seemed far enough off then, and now, poor little Leonora! Ethel knew that she had judged her sister hardly, yet she could not help picturing to herself the future, a young lady, trained for fashionable life, serious teaching not omitted, but right made the means of rising in the world, taught to strive secretly, but not openly, for admiration, a scheming for her marriage, a career like Flora's own. Ethel could scarcely feel that it would not be a mockery to declare, on her behalf, that she renounced the world. But alas, where was not the world? Ethel blushed at having censured others when, so lately, she had herself been oblivious of the higher duty. She thought of the prayer, including every Christian in holy and loving intercession. I pray not that thou wouldest take them out of the world, but that thou wouldest keep them from the evil. Keep her from the evil. That shall be my prayer for my poor little Leonora. His grace can save her, were the surrounding evil far worse than ever it is likely to be. The intermixture with good is the trial, and is it not so everywhere, ever since the world and the church have seemed fused together? But she will soon be the child of a father who guards his own, and, at least, I can pray for her, and her dear mother. May I only live better, that so I may pray better, and act better, if ever I should have to act. There was a happy family gathering on New Year's Day, and Flora, who had kindly felt her way with Meta, finding her not yet ready to enjoy a public festivity for the village, added a supplement to the Christmas beef, that a second dinner might be eaten at home in honor of Miss Leonora Rivers. Lady Leonora was highly satisfied with her visit, which impressed her far more in favor of the Abbotstoke neighborhood than in the days of poor old Mr. Rivers. Flora knew everyone and gave little select dinner parties, which, by her good management, even George, at the bottom of the table, could not make heavy. Dr. Spencer enjoyed them greatly and was an unfailing resource for conversation, and as to the Hoxtons, Flora felt herself amply repaying the kindness she had received in her young lady days when she walked down to the dining room with the portly headmaster, or saw his good lady sit serenely admiring the handsome rooms. A very superior person, extremely pleasing and agreeable, was the universal verdict on Mrs. Rivers. Lady Leonora struck up a great friendship with her, and was delighted that she meant to take Meta to London. The only fault that could be found with her was that she had so many brothers, and Flora, recollecting that her ladyship mistrusted those brothers, avoided encouraging their presence at the Grange, and took every precaution against any opening for the suspicion that she threw them in the way of her little sister-in-law. Nor had Flora forgotten the ladies' committee or Coxmore. As to the Muses, they gave no trouble at all. Exemplary civilities about the chair passed between the members' ladies and Mrs. Ledwich, ending in Flora's insisting that priority in office should prevail, feeling that she could well afford to yield the post of honor, since anywhere she was the leader. She did not know how much more conformable the ladies had been ever since they had known Dr. Spencer's opinion, and yet he only believed that they were grateful for good advice, and went about among them, easy, good-natured, and utterly unconscious that for him sparkled Mrs. Ledwich's bugles, and for him waved every spinster's ribbon, from Miss Rich down to Miss Boulder. The point carried by their united influence was Charity Elwood's being sent for 6 months finishing at the diocesan training school, while a favorite pupil teacher from Abbotstoke took her place at Coxmore. Dr. Spencer looked at the training school and talked Mrs. Ledwidge into magnanimous forgiveness of Mrs. Elwood. Cherry dreaded the ordeal, but she was willing to do anything that was thought right and likely to make her fitter for her office. End of Part 2, Chapter 13, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Part 2, Chapter 14 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young, Part 2, Chapter 14. 'Twas a long doubt. We never heard exactly how the ship went down. Archer Gurney. The tidings came at last, came when the heart-sickness of hope deferred had faded into the worst heart-sickness of fear deferred, and when spirits had been fain to rebel, and declare that they would be almost glad to part with the hope that but kept alive despair. The Christmas holidays had come to an end, and the home party were again alone, when early in the forenoon there was a tap at the drawing-room door, and Dr. Spencer called, "Ethel, can you come and speak to me?" Margaret started as if those gentle tones had been a thunderclap. "Go, go, Ethel," she said. "Don't keep me waiting." Dr. Spencer stood in the hall with a newspaper in his hand. Ethel said, "Is it?" And he made a sorrowful gesture. "Both?" she asked. "Both," he repeated. "The ship burned, the boat lost." "Ethel, come!" hoarsely called Margaret. "Take it," said Dr. Spencer, putting the paper into her hand. "I will wait." She obeyed. She could not speak, but kneeling down by her sister, they read the paragraph together. Ethel with one eye on the words, the other on Margaret. No doubt was left. Captain Gordon had returned, and this was his official report. The names of the missing stood below, and the list began thus: Lieutenant A.H. Earnscliffe, Mr. Charles Owen, mate, Mr. Harry May, midshipman. The Alcestis had taken fire on the 12th of April of the former year. There had been much admirable conduct, and the intrepid coolness of Mr. Earnscliffe was especially recorded. The boats had been put off without loss, but they were scantily provisioned, and the nearest land was far distant. For 5 days the boats kept together, then followed a night of storms, and, when morning dawned, the second cutter, under command of Mr. Earnscliffe, had disappeared. There could be no doubt that she had sunk, and the captain could only record his regrets for the loss the service had experienced in the 3 brave young officers and their gallant seamen. After infinite toil and suffering, the captain, with the other boat's crews, had reached Tahiti, whence they had made their way home. "Oh, Margaret, Margaret!" cried Ethel. Margaret raised herself, and the color came into her face. "I did not write the letter," she said. "What letter?" said Ethel, alarmed. "Richard prevented me. The letter that would have parted us. Now all is well." "All is well, I know, if we could but feel it. He never had the pain. It is unbroken," continued Margaret, her eyes brightening, but her breath in long-drawn gasps that terrified Ethel into calling Dr. Spencer. Mary was standing before him, with bloodless face and dilated eyes, but as Ethel approached, she turned and rushed upstairs. Dr. Spencer entered the drawing-room with Ethel, who tried to read his face as he saw Margaret, restored, as it seemed, to all her girlish bloom, and her eyes sparkling as they were lifted up, far beyond the present scene. Ethel had a moment's sense that his expression was as if he had seen a death-blow struck, but it was gone in a moment, as he gently shook Margaret by the hand and spoke a word of greeting, as though to recall her. "Thank you," she said, with her own grateful smile. "Where is your father?" he asked of Ethel. "Either at the hospital or at Mr. Ramsden's," said Ethel, with a ghastly suspicion that he thought Margaret in a state to require him. "Papa," said Margaret, "if he were but here! But, I had forgotten." She turned aside her head and hid her face. Dr. Spencer signed Ethel nearer to him. "This is a more natural state," he said. "Don't be afraid for her. I will find your father and bring him home." Pressing her hand, he departed. Margaret was weeping tranquilly. Ethel knelt down beside her, without daring at first to speak, but sending up intense mental prayers to Him who alone could bear her or her dear father through their affliction. Then she ventured to take her hand, and Margaret returned the caress, but began to blame herself for the momentary selfishness that had allowed her brother's loss and her father's grief to have been forgotten in her own. Ethel's "Oh, no, no!" did not console her for this which seemed the most present sorrow, but the flow of tears was so gentle that Ethel trusted that they were a relief. Ethel herself seemed only able to watch her, and to fear for her father, not to be able to think for herself. The front door opened, and they heard Dr. May's step hesitating in the hall, as if he could not bear to come in. "Go to him!" cried Margaret, wiping off her tears. Ethel stood a moment in the doorway, then sprang to him and was clasped in his arms. "You know it?" he whispered. "Dr. Spencer told us. Did not you meet him?" "No. I read it at Bramshaw's office. How—" He could not say the words, but he looked towards the room and wrung the hand he held. Quiet, like herself. "Come." He threw one arm around Ethel and laid his hand on her head. "How much there is to be thankful for," he said. Then advancing, he hung over Margaret, calling her his own poor darling. "Papa, you must forgive me. You said sending him to sea was giving him up." "Did I? Well, Margaret, he did his duty. That is all we have to live for. Our yellow-haired laddie made a gallant sailor, and—" Tears choked his utterance. Margaret gently stroked his hand. "It falls hard on you, my poor girl," he said. "No, papa," said Margaret. "I am content and thankful. He has spared pain and perplexity." "You are right, I believe," said Dr. May. "He would have been grieved not to find you better." "I ought to grieve for my own selfishness," said Margaret. "I cannot help it. I cannot be sorry the link is unbroken, and that he had not to turn to any one else." "He never would!" cried Dr. May, almost angrily. "I tried to think he ought," said Margaret. "His life would have been too dreary, but it is best as it is." "It must be," said the doctor. "Where are the rest, Ethel? Call them all down." Poor Mary! Ethel felt as if she had neglected her. She found her hanging over the nursery fire, alternating with old nurse in fond reminiscences of Harry's old days, sometimes almost laughing at his pranks, then crying again, while Aubrey sat between them, drinking in each word. Blanche and Gertrude came from the schoolroom, where Miss Bracy seemed to have been occupying them, with much kindness and judgment. She came to the door to ask Ethel anxiously for the doctor and Miss May, and looked so affectionate and sympathizing that Ethel gave her a hearty kiss. "Dear Miss Ethel, if you can only let me help you." "Thank you," said Ethel, with all her heart, and hurried away. Nothing was more in favor of Miss Bracy than that there should be a hurry. Then she could be warm and not morbid. Dr. May gathered his children round him and took out the great prayer book. He read a psalm and a prayer from the burial service and the sentence for funerals at sea. Then he touched each of their heads and, in short broken sentences, gave thanks for those still left to him, and for the blessed hope they could feel for those who were gone, and he prayed that they might so follow in their footsteps as to come to the same holy place, and in the meantime realize the communion of saints. Then they said the Lord's Prayer, he blessed them, and they arose. "Mary, my dear," he said, "you have a photograph." She put the case into his hands and ran away. He went to the study, where he found Dr. Spencer awaiting him. "I am only come to know where I shall go for you." "Thank you, Spencer. Thank you for taking care of my poor girls." "They took care of themselves. They have the secret of strength. They have—" He turned aside and burst out, "Oh, Spencer, you have been spared a great deal. If you missed a great deal of joy, you have missed almost as much sorrow." And covering his face, he let his grief have a free course. "Dick! Dear old Dick, you must bear up. Think what treasures you have left." "I do. I try to do so," said poor Dr. May. "But, Spencer, you never saw my yellow-haired laddie with his lion look. He was the flower of them all. Not one of these other boys came near him in manliness, and with such a loving heart. An hour ago I thought any certainty would be gain, but now I would give a lifetime to have back the hope that I might see my boy's face again. Oh, Spencer, this is the first time I could rejoice that his mother is not here." "She would have been your comforter," sighed his friend, as he felt his inability to contend with such grief. "There, I can be thankful," Dr. May said, and he looked so. "She has had her brave, loving boy with her all this time, while we little thought but there are others. My poor Margaret." "Her patients must be blessed," said Dr. Spencer. "I think she will be better. Now that the suspense no longer preys on her, there will be more rest." "Rest," repeated Dr. May, supporting his head on his hand, and, looking up dreamily, "there remaineth a rest." The large Bible lay beside him on the table, and Dr. Spencer thought that he would find more rest there than in his words. Leaving him, therefore, his friend went to undertake his day's work and learn, once more, in the anxious inquiries and saddened countenances of the patients and their friends, how great an amount of love and sympathy that Dr. May had won by his own warmth of heart. The patients seemed to forget their complaints in sighs for their kind doctor's troubles, and the gouty mayor of Stoneborough kept Dr. Spencer half an hour to listen to his recollections of the bright-faced boy's droll tricks, and then to the praises of the whole May family, and especially of the mother. Poor Dr. Spencer! He heard her accident described so many times in the course of the day that his visits were one course of shrinking and suffering, and his only satisfaction was in knowing how his friend would be cheered by hearing of the universal feeling for him and his children. Ethel wrote letters to her brothers, and Dr. May added a few lines, begging Richard to come home, if only for a few days. Margaret would not be denied writing to Hector Earnscliffe, though she cried over her letters so much that her father could almost have taken her pen away, but she said it did her good. When Flora came in the afternoon, Ethel was able to leave Margaret to her and attend to Mary, with whom Miss Bracy's kindness had been inefficacious. If she was cheered for a few minutes, some association, either with the past or the vanished future, soon set her off sobbing again. "If I only knew where dear, dear Harry is lying," she sobbed, "and that it had not been very bad indeed, I could bear it better." The ghastly uncertainty was too terrible for Ethel to have borne to contemplate it. She knew that it would haunt their pillows, and she was trying to nerve herself by faith. "Mary," she said, "that is the worst. But, after all, God willed that we should not know. We must bear like His good children. It makes no differences to them now." "I know," said Mary, trying to check her sobs. "And, you know, we are all in the same keeping. The sea is a glorious, great, pure thing, you know, that man cannot hurt or defile. It seems to me," said Ethel, looking up, "as if resting there was like being buried in our baptism tide over again, till the great new birth. It must be the next best place to a churchyard. Anywhere, they are as safe as among the daisies in our own cluster." "Say it again, what you said about the sea," said Mary, more comforted than if Ethel had been talking down to her. By and by Ethel discovered that the sharpest trouble to the fond, simple girl was the deprivation of her precious photograph. It was like losing Harry over again, to go to bed without it, though she would not, for the world, seem to grudge it to her father. Ethel found an opportunity of telling him of this distress, and it almost made him smile. "Poor Mary," he said. "Is she so fond of it? It is rather a libel than a likeness." "Don't say so to her, pray, Papa. It is all the world to her. 3 strokes on paper would have been the same, if they had been called by his name. Yes, a loving heart has eyes of its own, and she is a dear girl." He did not forget to restore the treasure with gratitude proportionate to what the loan had cost Mary. With a trembling voice she proffered it to him for the whole day, and every day, if she might only have it at night, and she even looked black when he did not accept the proposal. "It is exactly like," said she. "It can't help being so, in a certain sense," he answered kindly. "But after all, Mary dear, he did not pout out his chin in that way." Mary was somewhat mortified, but she valued her photograph more than ever, because no one else would admire it except Daisy, whom she had taught to regard it with unrivaled veneration. A letter soon arrived from Captain Gorgen, giving a fuller account of the loss of his ship, and of the conduct of his officers, speaking in the highest terms of Alan Earnscliff, for whom he said he mourned as for his own son, and, with scarcely less warmth, of Harry, mentioning the high esteem all had felt for the boy, and the good effect which the influence of his high and truthful spirit had produced on the other youngsters who keenly regretted him. Captain Gorgen added that the will of the late Captain Earnscliff had made him guardian of his sons, and that he believed poor Alan had died intestate. He should therefore take upon himself the charge of young Hector, and he warmly thanked Dr. May and his family for all the kindness that the lad had received. Though the loss of poor Hector's visits was regretted, it was, on the whole, a comforting letter, and would give still more comfort in future time. Richard contrived to come home through Oxford and see Norman, whom he found calm and almost relieved by the cessation from suspense, not inclined, as his father had feared, to drown sorrow in labor, but regarding his grief as an additional call to devote himself to ministerial work. In fact, the blow had fallen when he first heard the rumor of danger, and could not recur with the same force. Richard was surprised to find that Margaret was less cast down than he could have dared to hope. It did not seem like an affliction to her. Her countenance wore the same gentle smile, and she was as ready to participate in all that passed, finding sympathy for the little pleasures of Aubrey and Gertrude, and delighting in Flora's baby, as well as going over Coxmore politics with a clearness and accuracy that astonished him, and asking questions about his parish and occupations, so as fully to enjoy his short visit, which she truly called the greatest possible treat. If it had not been for the momentary consternation that she had seen upon Dr. Spencer's face, Ethel would have been perfectly satisfied, but she could not help sometimes entertaining a dim fancy that this composure came from a sense that she was too near Alan to mourn for him. Could it be true that her frame was more wasted, that there was less capability of exertion, that her hours became later in the morning, and that her nights were more wakeful? Would she fade away? Ethel longed to know what her father thought, but she could neither bear to inspire him with the apprehension, nor to ask Dr. Spencer's opinion, lest she should be confirmed in her own. The present affliction altered Dr. May more visibly than the death of his wife, perhaps because there was not the same need of exertion. If he often rose high in faith and resignation, he would also sink very low under the sense of bereavement and disappointment. Though Richard was his stay, and Norman his pride, there was something in Harry more congenial to his own temper, and he could not but be bowed down by the ruin of such bright hopes. With all his real submission, he was weak and gave way to outbursts of grief, for which he blamed himself as unthankful, and his whole demeanor was so saddened and depressed that Ethel and Dr. Spencer consulted mournfully over him whenever they walked to Coxmore together. This was not as often as usual, though the walls of the school were rising, for Dr. Spencer had taken a large share of his friend's work for the present, and both physicians were much occupied by the condition of Mr. Ramsden, who was fast sinking, and, for some weeks, seemed only kept alive by their skill. The struggle ended at last, and his 40 years' cure of Stoneborough was closed. It made Dr. May very sad. His affections had tendrils for anything that he had known from boyhood, and though he had often spoken strong words of the vicar, he now sat sorrowfully moralizing and making excuses. People in former times had not so high an estimate of pastoral duty. Poor Mr. Ramsden had not much education. He was already old when better times came in. He might have done better in a less difficult parish with better laity to support him, etc. Yet, after all, he exclaimed with one of his impatient gestures, better have my Harry 17 years than his 67. Better improve a talent than lay it by, said Ethel. Hush! Ethel! How do you know what he may have done? If he acted up to his own standard, he did more than most of us." "Which is best?" said Ethel. "A high standard, not acted up to, or a lower one, fulfilled?" "I think it depends on the will," said Margaret. "Some people are angry with those whose example would show that there is a higher standard," said Ethel. "And," said Margaret, "some who have the high one set before them content themselves with knowing that it cannot be fully attained, and will not try." "The standard is the effect of early impression," said Dr. May. "I should be very sorry to think it could not be raised." "Faithful in a little," said Ethel. "I suppose all good people's standard is always going higher." "As they comprehend more of absolute perfection," said Margaret. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Part 2, Chapter 15 of the Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. The city's golden spire it was, when hope and health were strongest, but now it is the churchyard grass we look upon the longest. E. B. Browning. A disinclination for exertion or going into public hung upon Dr. May, but he was obliged to rouse himself to attend the town council meeting, which was held a few days after the vicar's funeral, to decide on the next appointment. If it had depended on himself alone, his choice would have been Dr. Edward Wilmot, whom the death of his good old father had uprooted from Settlesham, and the girls had much hope, but he was too much out of spirits to be sanguine. He said that he should only hear a great deal of offensive stuff from Tompkins the brewer, and that, in the desire to displease nobody, the votes should settle down on some nonentity, was the best which was likely to happen. Thus, grumbling, he set off, and his daughters watched anxiously for his return. They saw him come through the garden with a quick, light step that made them augur well, and he entered the room with the corners of his mouth turning up. "I see," said Ethel. "It is all right." They were going to have made a very absurd choice. "But you prevented it? Who was it?" "Ah, I told you Master Ritchie was turning out a popular preacher." "You don't mean that they chose Richard?" cried Margaret breathlessly. "As sure as my name is Dick May, they did, every man of them, except Tompkins, and even he held his tongue. I did not think it of them," said the doctor, almost overcome. "But there is much more goodness of heart in the world than one gives it credit for." And good Dr. May was not one to give the least credit for all that was like himself. "But it was Richard's own doing," he continued. "Those sermons made a great impression, and they love the boy, because he has grown up among them. The old mayor waddled up to me, as I came in, telling me that they had been talking it over, and they were unanimously agreed that they could not have a parson they should like better than Mr. Richard." "Good old Mr. Doddesley! I can see him!" cried Ethel. "I expected it so little that I thought he meant some Richards. But no, he said Mr. Richard May, if he had nothing better in view. They liked him and knew he was a very steady, good young gentleman, and if he took after his fathers that went before him, and they thought we might like to have him settled near." "How very kind!" said Margaret, as the tears came. "We shall love our own townsfolk better than ever." "I always told you so, if you would but believe it. They have warm, sound hearts, every one of them. I declare, I did not know which way to look. I was so sorry to disappoint them." "Disappoint them?" cried Margaret, in consternation. "I was thinking," said Ethel. "I do not believe Richard would think himself equal to this place in such a state as it is. He is so diffident." "Yes," said Dr. May. "If he were 10 or 12 years older, it would be another thing. But here, where everything is to be done, he would not bring weight or force enough. He would only work himself to death, for individuals, without going to the root. Margaret, my darling, I am very sorry to have disappointed you so much. It would have been as great a pleasure as we could have had in this world to have the lad here." "And Coxmore," sighed Ethel. I shall be grateful all my life to those good people for thinking of it, continued the doctor. But look you here, it was my business to get the best man chosen in my power and, though as to goodness, I believe the dear Richard has not many equals, I don't think we can conscientiously say he would be, at present, the best vicar for Stoneborough. Ethel would not say no, for fear she should pain Margaret. Besides, continued Dr. May, after having staved off the sale of the presentation as a sin, it would hardly have been handsome to have let my own son profit by it. It would have seemed as if we had our private ends when Richard helped poor old Mr. Ramsden. Margaret owned this, and Ethel said Richard would be glad to be spared the refusal. I was sure of it. The poor fellow would have been perplexed between the right and consideration for us. A vicar here ought to carry things with a high hand, and that is hardest to do at a man's own home, especially for a quiet lad like him. Yes, Papa, it was quite right, said Margaret, recovering herself. It has spared Richard a great deal. But are we to have Mr. Wilmot? Said Ethel. Think of our not having heard. Aye, if they would not have had Wilmot, or a man of his caliber, perhaps I might have let them offer it to Richard. I almost wish I had. With help, and Ethel. No, no, Papa, said Margaret. You are making me angry with myself for my folly. It is much better for Richard himself, and for us all, as well as the town. Think how long we have wished for Mr. Wilmot. He will be in time for the opening of Coxmore School, cried Ethel. How did you manage it? I did not manage it all, said the doctor. I told them exactly my mind, that Richard was not old enough for such arduous work, and though no words could tell how obliged I was, if they asked me who was the best man for it I knew, I should say Edward Wilmot, and I thought he deserved something from us, for the work he did gratis, when he was second master. Tompkins growled a little, but fortunately no one was prepared with another proposal, so they all came round, and the Mary is to write by this evening's post, and so shall I. If we could only have given Richard a dozen more years. Margaret was somewhat comforted to find that the sacrifice had cost her father a good deal. She was always slightly jealous for Richard, and now that Allan was gone, she clung to him more than ever. His soft, calm manner supported her more than any other human comforter, and she always yearned after him when absent, more than for all the other brothers. But her father's decision had been too high-minded for her to dare to wish it recalled, and she could not but own that Richard would have had to undergo more toil and annoyance than perhaps his health would have endured. Flora had discontinued comments to her sisters on her father's proceedings, finding that observations mortified Margaret and did not tend to peace with Ethel. But she told her husband that she did not regret it much, for Richard would have exhausted his own income, and his father's likewise, in paying curates and raising funds for charities. She scarcely expected Mr. Edward Wilmot to accept the offer, aware as he was of the many disadvantages he should have to contend with, and unsuccessful as he had been in dealing with the ladies' committee. However, Mr. Wilmot signified his thankful acceptance, and, in due time, his familiar tap was heard at the drawing-room door, at tea-time, as if he had just returned after the holidays. He was most gladly welcomed, and soon was installed in his own place, with his goddaughter, Mary, blushing with pleasure at pouring out his coffee. "Well, Ethel, how is Coxmore? How like old times!" "Oh," cried Ethel, "we are so glad you will see the beginning of the school. I hear you are finishing Cherry Elwood, too." "Much against Ethel's will," said Margaret, "but we thought Cherry not easily spoiled. And Woodford School seems to be in very good order. Dr. Spencer went and had an inspection of it, and conferred with all the authorities." "Ah, we have a jewel of a parishioner for you," said Dr. May. "I have some hopes of Stoneborough now." Mr. Wilmot did not look too hopeful, but he smiled, and asked after Granny Hall and the children. "Polly grew up quite civilized," said Ethel. "She lives at Woodford, with some very respectable people, and sends Granny presents, which make her merrier than ever. Last time it was a bonnet, and Jenny persuaded her to go to church in it, though, she said, what she called the mood of it was too small." "How do the people go on?" I cannot say much for them. It is disheartening. We really have done nothing. So very few go to church regularly." "None at all went in my time," said Mr. Wilmot. "Elwood always goes," said Mary, "and Taylor. Yes, and Sam Hall very often, and many of the women in the evening, because they like to walk home with the children." "The children? The Sunday scholars?" "Oh, everyone that is big enough comes to school now, here, on Sunday. If only the teaching were better." "Have you sent out any more pupils to service?" "Not many. There is Willie Brown, trying to be Dr. Spencer's little groom," said Ethel. "But I am afraid it will take a great deal of the doctor's patience to train him," added Margaret. "It is hard," said Dr. May. "He did it purely to oblige Ethel, and I tell her when he lames the pony, I shall expect her to buy another for him out of the Coxmore funds." Ethel and Mary broke out in a chorus of defense of Willie Brown. "There was Ben Wheeler," said Mary, "who went to work at the quarries, and the men could not teach him to say bad words, because the young ladies told him not." "The young ladies have not quite done nothing," said Dr. May, smiling. "These are only little stray things, and Jerry has done the chief of them," said Ethel. "Oh, it is grievously bad still," she added, sighing. "Such want of truth, such ungoverned tongues and tempers, such godlessness altogether! It is only surface work, taming the children at school, while they have such homes, and their parents, even if they do come where they might learn better, are always liable to be upset, as they call it, turned out of their places in church, and they will not run the chance." "The church must come to them," said Mr. Wilmot. "Could the school be made fit to be licensed for service?" "Ask our architect," said Dr. May. "There can be little doubt." "I have been settling that I must have a curate specially for Coxmore," said Mr. Wilmot. "Can you tell me of one, Ethel? Or perhaps Margaret could?" Margaret could only smile faintly, for her heart was beating. "Seriously," said Mr. Wilmot, turning to Dr. May, "do you think Richard would come and help us here?" "This seems to be his destiny," said the doctor, smiling. "Only it would not be fair to tell you, lest you should be jealous, that the town council had a great mind for him." The matter was explained, and Mr. Wilmot was a great deal more struck by Dr. May's conduct than the good doctor thought it deserved. Every one was only too glad that Richard should come as Coxmore curate, and though the stipend was very small, since Mr. Wilmot meant to have other assistants, yet, by living at home, it might be feasible. Margaret's last words that night to Ethel were, "The last wish I had dared to make is granted." Mr. Wilmot wrote to Richard, who joyfully accepted his proposal, and engaged to come home as soon as his present rector could find a substitute. Dr. Spencer was delighted, and, it appeared, had already had a view to such possibilities in designing the plan of the school. The first good effect of Mr. Wilmot's coming was, that Dr. Spencer was cured of the vagrant habits of going to church at Abbotstoke or Fordholm that had greatly concerned his friend. Dr. May, who could never get any answer from him except that he was not a town councillor, and, as to example, it was no way to set that to sleep through the sermon. To say that Dr. May never slept under the new dynasty would be an overstatement, but slumber certainly prevailed in the minster to a far less degree than formerly. One cause might be that it was not shut up unaired from one Sunday to another, but that the chime of the bells was no longer an extraordinary sound on a weekday. It was at first pronounced that time could not be found for going to church on weekdays without neglecting other things, but Mary, who had lately sat very loose to the schoolroom, began gradually to slip down to church whenever the service was neither too early nor too late, and Gertrude was often found trotting by her side, going to Mamma, as the little Daisy called it, from some confusion between the church and the cloister, which Ethel was in no hurry to disturb. Lectures and Lent filled the church a good deal, as much perhaps from the novelty as from better motives, and altogether there was a renewal of energy in parish work. The poor had become so little accustomed to pastoral care that the doctors and the district visitors were obliged to report cases of sickness to the clergy, and vainly tried to rouse the people to send of their own accord. However, the better leaven began to work, and, of course, there was a ferment, though less violent than Ethel had expected. Mr. Wilmot set more cautiously to work than he had done in his younger days, and did not attack prejudices so openly, and he had an admirable assistant in Dr. Spencer. Everyone respected the opinion of the travel doctor, and he had a courteous, clever process of the reduction to the absurd, which seldom failed to tell, while it never gave offense. As to the ladies' committee, though there had been expressions of dismay when the tidings of the appointment first went abroad, not one of the whole Ionian choir liked the dissent from Dr. Spencer, and he talked them over, individually, into a most comfortable state, merely by taking their compliance for granted, and showing that he deemed it only the natural state of things that the vicar should reign over the charities of the place. The committee was not dissolved, that would have been an act of violence, but it was henceforth subject to Mr. Wilmot, and he and his curates undertook the religious instruction in the week, and chose the books, a state of affairs brought about with so much quietness that Ethel knew not whether Flora, Dr. Spencer, or Mr. Wilmot had been the chief mover. Mrs. Ledwich was made treasurer of a new coal club, and Miss Rich keeper of the lending library, occupations which delighted them greatly, and Ethel was surprised to find how much unity of action was springing up, now that the period was over, of each doing right in her own eyes. In fact, said Dr. Spencer, when women have enough to do, they are perfectly tractable. The Coxmore accounts were Ethel's chief anxiety. It seemed as if now there might be a schoolhouse, but with little income to depend upon, since poor Alan Earnscliffe's annual £10 was at an end. However, Dr. May leaned over her as she was puzzling over her pounds, shillings, and pence, and laid a cheque upon her desk. She looked up in his face. "We must make Coxmore Harry's heir," he said. By and by it appeared that Coxmore was not out of Hector Earnscliffe's mind. The boy's letters to Margaret had been brief, matter-of-fact, and discouraging, as long as the half-year lasted, and there was not much to be gathered about him from Tom on his return for the Easter holidays, but soon poor Hector wrote a long, dismal letter to Margaret. Captain Gorgen had taken him to Maplewood, where the recollection of his brother and the happy hopes with which they had taken possession came thronging upon him. The house was forlorn, and the corner that had been unpacked for their reception was as dreary a contrast to the bright home at Stoneborough as was the dry, stern captain to the fatherly, warm-hearted doctor. Poor Hector had little or nothing to do, and the pleasure of possession had not come yet. He had no companion of his own age, and bashfulness made him shrink with dislike from introduction to his tenants and neighbors. There was not an entertaining book in the house, he declared, and the captain snubbed him if he bought anything he cared to read. The captain was always at him to read musty old improving books, and talking about the position he would occupy. The evenings were altogether unbearable, and if it were not for rabbit shooting now, and the half-year soon beginning again, Hector declared he should be ready to cut and run, and leave Captain Gorgen and Maplewood to each other, and very well matched, too. He was nearly in a state of mind to imitate that unprecedented boy who wrote a letter to The Times, complaining of extra weeks. As to Coxmore, Ethel must not think it forgotten. He had spoken to the captain about it, and the old wooden head had gone and answered that it was not incumbent on him, that Coxmore had no claims upon him, and he could not make it up out of his allowance, for the old fellow would not give him a farthing more than he had before, and had said that that was too much. There was a great blur over the words wooden-head, as if Hector had known that Margaret would disapprove, and had tried to scratch it out. She wrote all the consolation in her power, and exhorted him to patience, apparently without much effect. She would not show his subsequent letters, and the reading and answering them fatigued her so much that Hector's writing was an unwelcome sight at Stoneborough. Each letter, as Ethel said, seemed so much taken out of her, and she begged her not to think about them. "Nothing can do me much good or harm now," said Margaret, and seeing Ethel's anxious look, "it is not my greatest comfort that Hector can still treat me as a sister, or, if I can be of any use in keeping him patient. Only think of the danger of a boy, in his situation, being left without sympathy." There was nothing more to be said. They all felt it was good for them that the building at Coxmore gave full occupation to thoughts and conversation. Indeed, Tom declared they never walked in any other direction, nor talked of anything else, and that without Hector or George Rivers he had nobody to speak to. However, he was a good deal tranquilized by an introduction to Dr. Spencer's laboratory, where he compounded mixtures that Dr. Spencer promised should do no more harm than was reasonable to himself or anyone else. Ethel suspected that if Tom had chanced to singe his eyebrows, his friend would not have regretted a blight to his nascent coxcombry, but he was far too careful of his own beauty to do any such thing. Richard was set at liberty just before Easter, and came home to his new charge. He was aware of what had taken place, and heartily grateful for the part his father had taken. To work at Coxmore, under Mr. Wilmot, and to live at home, was felicity, and he fitted at once into his old place and resumed all the little home services for which he had been always famed. Ethel was certain that Margaret was content when she saw her brother bending over her, and the sense of reliance and security that the presence of the silent Richard imparted to the whole family was something very peculiar, especially as they were so much more active and demonstrative than he was. Mr. Wilmot put him at once in charge of the hamlet. The inhabitants were still a hard, rude, unpromising race, and there were many flagrant evils amongst them. But the last few years had not been without some effect. Some were less obdurate, a few really touched, and, almost all, glad of instruction for their children. If Ethel's perseverance had done nothing else, it had, at least, been a witness, and her immediate scholars showed the influence of her lessons. End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Part 2, Chapter 16 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Part 2, Chapter 16. Then out into the world my course I did determine, though to be rich was not my wish, yet to be great was charming. My talents they were not the worst, nor yet my education. Resolved was I, at least to try, to mend my situation. Burns. In the meantime, the session of Parliament had begun, and the Rivers party had, since February, inhabited Park Lane. Meta had looked pale and pensive as she bade her friends at Stoneborough good-bye, but only betrayed that she had rather have stayed at home by promising herself great enjoyment in meeting them again at Easter. Flora was, on the other hand, in the state of calm patronage that betokened perfect satisfaction. She promised wonders for Miss Brace's sisters, talked of inviting Mary and Blanche to see sights and take lessons, and undertook to send all the apparatus needed by Coxmore School. And she did, accordingly, send down so many wonderful articles that curate and schoolmistress were both frightened. Mrs. Taylor thought the easels were new-fashioned instruments of torture, and Ethel found herself in a condition to be liberal to Stoneborough National School. Flora was a capital correspondent, and made it her business to keep Margaret amused, so that the home party were well informed of the doings of each of her days, and very clever her descriptions were. She had given herself a dispensation from general society until after Easter, but, in the meantime, both she and Meta seemed to find great enjoyment in country rides and drives, and in quiet little dinners at home, to George's agreeable political friends. With the help of two such ladies as Mrs. and Miss Rivers, Ethel could imagine George's house pleasant enough to attract clever people, but she was surprised to find how full her sisters' letters were of political news. It was a period when great interests were in agitation, and the details of London talk and opinions were extremely welcome. Dr. Spencer used to come in to ask after Mrs. Rivers' intelligenza, and when he heard the lucid statements, would say she ought to have been a special correspondent. And her father declared that her news made him twice as welcome to his patients. But her cleverest sentences always were prefaced with George says, or George thinks, in a manner that made her appear merely the dutiful echo of his sentiments. In an early letter, Flora mentioned how she had been reminded of poor Harry by finding Miss Walkingham's card. That lady lived with her mother at Richmond, and, on returning the visit, Flora was warmly welcomed by the kind old Lady Walkingham, who insisted on her bringing her baby and spending a long day. The sisters-in-law had been enchanted with Miss Walkingham, whose manners, wrote Flora, certainly merited Papa's encomium. On the promised long day, they found an unexpected addition to the party, Sir Henry Walkingham, who had newly returned from the Continent. A fine-looking, agreeable man, about 35, Flora described him, very lively and entertaining. He talked a great deal of Dr. Spencer and of the life in the caves at Thebes, and he asked me whether that unfortunate place, Coxmore, did not owe a great deal to me or to one of my sisters. I left Meta to tell him that story, and they became very sociable over it. A day or two after, Sir Henry Walkingham has been dining with us. He has a very good voice, and we had some delightful music in the evening. By and by, Sir Henry was the second cavalier when they went to an oratorio, and Meta's letter overflowed with the descriptions she had heard from him of Italian church music. He always went to Rome for Easter, and had been going as usual this spring, but he lingered, and, for once, remained in England, where he had only intended to spend a few days on necessary business. The Easter recess was not spent at the Grange, but at Lady Leonora's pretty house in Surrey. She had invited the party in so pressing a manner that Flora did not think it right to decline. Meta expressed some disappointment at missing Easter among her school children, but she said a great deal about the primroses and the green cornfields and nightingales, all of which Ethel would have set down to her trick of universal content, if it had not appeared that Sir Henry was there too, and shared in all the delicious rides. What would Ethel say, wrote Flora, to have our little Meta as lady of the manor of Coxmore? He has begun to talk about Drydale, and there are various suspicious circumstances that Lady Leonora marks with the eyes of a discreet dowager. It was edifying to see how, from smiles, we came to looks, and by to confidential talks, which have made her entirely forgive me for having so many tall brothers. Poor dear old Mr. Rivers! Lady Leonora owns that it was the best thing possible for that sweet girl that he did not live any longer to keep her in seclusion. It is so delightful to see her appreciated as she deserves, and with her beauty and fortune she might make any choice she pleases. In fact, I believe Lady Leonora would like to look still higher for her, but this would be mere ambition, and we should be far better satisfied with such a connection as this, founded on mutual and increasing esteem, with a man so well suited to her, and fixing her so close to us. You must not, however, launch out into an ocean of possibilities, for the good aunt has only infected me with the castle-building propensities of chaperons, and Meta is perfectly unconscious, looking on him as too hopelessly middle-aged to entertain any such evil designs, avowing freely that she likes him, and treating him very nearly as she does Papa. It is my business to keep our aunt, who, between ourselves, has below the surface the vulgarity of nature that high breeding cannot eradicate, from startling the little humming-bird before the net has been properly twined round her bright little heart. As far as I can see, he is much smitten, but very cautious in his approaches, and he is wise. Margaret did not know what dismay she conveyed as she handed this letter to her sister. There was no rest for Ethel till she could be alone with her father. "Could nothing prevent it? Could not Flora be told of Mr. Rivers' wishes?" she asked. "His wishes would have lain this way." "I do not know that." "It is no concern of ours. There is nothing objectionable here, and though I can't say it is not a disappointment, it ought not to be. The long and short of it is that I never ought to have told you anything about it." "Poor Norman!" "Absurd! The lad is hardly 21. Very few marry a first love." "Ah, Ethel!" "Poor old Rivers only mentioned it as a refuge from fortune hunters, and it stands to reason that he would have preferred this. Anyway, it is awkward for a man with empty pockets to marry an heiress, and it is wholesomer for him to work for his living. Better that it should be out of his head at once, if it were there at all. I trust it was all our fancy. I would not have him grieved now for worlds, when his heart is sore." "Somehow," said Ethel, "though he is depressed and silent, I like it better than I did last Christmas." "Of course, when we were laughing out of the bitterness of our hearts," said Dr. May, sighing. "It is a luxury to let oneself alone to be sorrowful." Ethel did not know whether she desired a tete-a-tete with Norman or not. She was aware that he had seen Flora's letter, and she did not believe that he would ever mention the hopes that must have been dashed by it, or, if he should do so, how could she ever guard her father's secret? At least, she had the comfort of recognizing the accustomed Norman in his manner, low-spirited indeed, and more than ever dreamy and melancholy, but not in the unnatural and excited state that had made her unhappy about him. She could not help telling Dr. Spencer that this was much more the real brother. "I dare say," was the answer, not quite satisfactory in tone. "I thought you would like it better." "Truth is better than fiction, certainly, but I am afraid he has a tendency to morbid self-contemplation, and you ought to shake him out of it." "What is the difference between self-contemplation and self-examination?" "The difference between your brother and yourself." "Ah, you think that no answer." "Will you have a medical simile?" "Self-examination notes the symptoms and combats them. Self-contemplation does as I did when I was unstrung by that illness at Poonshednagore, and was always feeling my own pulse. It dwells on them and perpetually deplores itself. Oh dear, this is no better. What a wretch I am! It is always studying its deformities in a moral looking-glass." "Yes, I think poor Norman does that, but I thought it right and humble." "The humility of a self-conscious mind. It is the very reverse of your father, who is the most really humble man in existence." "Do you call self-consciousness a fault?" "No, I call it a misfortune. In the vain it leads to prudent vanity, in the good to a painful effort of humility." "I don't think I quite understand what it is." "No, and you have so much of your father in you that you never will. But take care of your brother, and don't let his brains work." How Ethel was to take care of him she did not know. She could only keep a heedful eye on him, and rejoice when he took Tom out for a long walk, a companion certainly not likely to promote the working of the brain. But though it was in the opposite direction to Coxmore, Tom came home desperately cross, snubbed Gertrude, and fagged Aubrey. But then, as Blanche observed, perhaps that was only because his trousers were splashed. In her next solitary walk to Coxmore, Norman joined Ethel. She was gratified, but she could not think of one safe word worth saying to him, and for a mile they preserved an absolute silence, until he first began, "Ethel, I've been thinking—" "That you have?" said she, between hope and dread, and the thrill of being again treated as his friend. "I want to consult you. Don't you think now that Richard is settled at home, and if Tom will study medicine, that I could be spared?" "Spared?" exclaimed Ethel. "You are not much at home." "I meant more than my present absences. It is my earnest wish—" He paused, and the continuation took her by surprise. "Do you think it would give my father too much pain to part with me as a missionary to New Zealand?" She could only gaze at him in mute amazement. "Do you think he could bear it?" said Norman hastily. "He would consent," she replied. "Oh, Norman, it is the most glorious thing man can do. How I wish I could go with you." "Your mission is here," said Norman affectionately. "I know it is. I am contented with it," said Ethel. "But oh, Norman, after all our talks about races and gifts, you have found the more excellent way." "Hush! Charity finds room at home, and mine are not such unmixed motives as yours." She made a sound of inquiry. "I cannot tell you all. Some you shall hear. I am weary of this feverish life of competition and controversy." "I thought you were so happy with your fellowship. I thought Oxford was your delight." "She will always be nearer my heart than any place, save this. It is not her fault that I am not like the simple and dutiful, who are not fretted or perplexed." "Perplexed?" repeated Ethel. "It is not so now," he replied. "God forbid! But where better men have been led astray, I have been bewildered, till, Ethel, I have felt as if the ground was slipping from beneath my feet, and I have only been able to hide my eyes and entreat that I might know the truth." "You knew it?" said Ethel, looking pale, and gazing searchingly at him. "I did. I do. But it was a time of misery when, for my presumption, I suppose, I was allowed to doubt whether it were the truth." Ethel recoiled, but came nearer, saying, very low, "It is past." "Yes, thank Him who is truth. You all saved me, though you did not know it." "When was this?" she asked timidly. "The worst time was before the long vacation. They told me I ought to read this book and that. Harvey Anderson used to come primed with arguments. I could always overthrow them, but when I came to glory in doing so, perhaps I prayed less. Anyway, they left a sting. It might be that I doubted my own sincerity from knowing that I had got to argue, chiefly because I liked to be looked on as a champion." Ethel saw the truth of what her friend had said of the morbid habit of self-contemplation. "I read, and I mystified myself. The better I talked, the more my own convictions failed me, and by the time you came up to Oxford, I knew how you would have shrunk from him who was your pride, if you could have seen into the secrets beneath." Ethel took hold of his hand. "You seemed bright," she said. "It melted like a bad dream before the humming-bird, and with my father. It was weeks ere I dared to face the subject again." "How could you? Was it safe?" "I could not have gone on as I was. Sometimes the sight of my father, or the mountains and lakes in Scotland, or things at the Grange, would bring peace back. But there were dark hours, and I knew that there could be no comfort till I had examined and fought it out." "I suppose examination was right," said Ethel, "for a man and defender of the faith. I should only have tried to pray the terrible thought away. But I can't tell how it feels." "Worse than you have power to imagine," said Norman, shuddering. "It is over now. I worked out their fallacies, and went over the reasoning on our side." "And prayed?" said Ethel. "Indeed I did, and the confidence returned, firmer, I hope, than ever. It had never gone for a whole day." Ethel breathed freely. "It was life or death," she said, "and we never knew it." "Perhaps not, but I know your prayers were angel wings ever round me, and far more than argument was the thought of my father's heart-whole Christian love and strength." "Norman, you believed all the time with your heart. This was only a bewilderment of your intellect." "I think you are right," said Norman, To me the doubt was cruel agony, not the amusement it seems to some. Because our dear home has made the truth our joy, our union, said Ethel. And you are sure the cloud is gone, and forever? She still asked anxiously. He stood still. Forever, I trust, he said. I hold the faith of my childhood in all its fullness as surely as ever I loved my mother and Harry. I know you do, said Ethel. It was only a bad dream. I hope I may be forgiven for it, said Norman. I do not know how far it was sin. It was gone so far as that my mind was convinced last Christmas, but the shame and sting remained. I was not at peace again till the news of this spring came, and brought, with the grief, this compensation, that I could cast behind me and forget the criticisms and doubts that those miserable debates had connected with sacred words. You will be the sounder for having fought the fight, said Ethel. I do not dread the like shocks, said her brother, but I long to leave this world of argument and discussion. It is right that there should be a constant defence and battle, but I am not fit for it. I argue for my own triumph, and, in heat and harassing, devotion is lost. Besides, the comparison of intellectual power has been my bane all my life. I thought praise was your penance here. I would fain render it so, but, in short, I must be away from it all, and go to the simplest, hardest work, beginning from the rudiments, and forgetting subtle arguments. Forgetting yourself, said Ethel. Right. I want to have no leisure to think about myself, said Norman. I am never so happy as at such times. And you want to find work so far away? I cannot help feeling drawn towards those southern seas. I am glad you can give me good speed. But what do you think about my father? Ethel thought and thought. I know he would not hinder you, she repeated. But you dread the pain for him? I had talked to Tom about taking his profession, but the poor boy thinks he dislikes it greatly, though, I believe, his real taste lies that way, and his aversion only arises of few grand notions he has picked up, out of which I could soon talk him. Tom will not stand in your place, said Ethel. He will be more equable and more to be depended upon, said Norman. None of you appreciate Tom. However, you must hear my alternative. If you think my going would be too much grief for papa, or if Tom be set against helping him in his practice, there is an evident leading of Providence, showing that I am unworthy of this work. In that case, I would go abroad and throw myself at once, with all my might, into the study of medicine, and get ready to give my father some rest. It is a shame that all his sons should turn away from his profession. I am more than ever amazed, cried Ethel. I thought you detested it. I thought papa never wished it for you. He said you had not nerve. He was always full of the tenderest consideration for me, said Norman. With heaven to help him, a man may have nerve for whatever is his duty. How he would like to have you to watch and help, but New Zealand would be so glorious. Glory is not for me, said Norman. Understand, Ethel, the choice is New Zealand, or going at once, mind, to study at Edinburgh or Paris. New Zealand at once, said Ethel. I suppose I must stay for divinity lectures, but my intention must be avowed, said Norman hastily. And now, will you sound my father? I cannot. I can't sound, said Ethel. I can only do things point blank. Do then, said Norman, any way you can. Only let me know which is best for him. You get all the disagreeable things to do, good old unready one, he added kindly. I believe you are the one who would be shoved in front if we were obliged to face a basilisk. The brightness that had come over Norman when he had discharged his cares upon her was encouragement enough for Ethel. She only asked how much she was to repeat of their conversation. "Whatever you think best. I do not want to grieve him, but he must not think it fine in me." Ethel privately thought that no power on earth could prevent him from doing that. It was not consistent with cautious sounding that Norman was always looking appealingly towards her, and, indeed, she could not wait long with such a question on her mind. She remained with her father in the drawing-room when the rest were gone upstairs, and, plunging at once into the matter, she said, "Papa, there is something that Norman cannot bear to say to you himself." "Hummingbirds, to wit?" said Dr. May. "No, indeed, but he wants to be doing something at once. What should you think of, there are two things. One is going out as a missionary." "Humming-birds in another shape," said the doctor, startled, but smiling, so as to pique her. "You mean to treat it as a boy's fancy?" said she. "It is rather suspicious," he said. "Well, what is the other of his two things?" "The other is to begin studying medicine at once, so as to help you." "Hey day!" cried Dr. May, drawing up his tall, vigorous figure. "Does he think me so very ancient and superannuated?" What could possess him to be so provoking and unsentimental tonight? Was it her own bad management? She longed to put an end to the conversation, and answered, "No, but he thinks it hard that none of your sons should be willing to relieve you." "It won't be Norman," said Dr. May. "He's not made of the stuff. If he survived the course of study, every patient he lost, he would bring himself in guilty of murder, and there would soon be an end of him." "He says that a man can force himself to anything that is his duty." "This is not going to be his duty, if I can make it otherwise. What is the meaning of all this? No, I need not ask, poor boy. It is what I was afraid of." "It is far deeper," said Ethel, and she related great part of what she had heard in the afternoon. It was not easy to make her father listen. His line was to be positively indignant rather than compassionate, when he heard of the doubts that had assailed poor Norman. Foolish boy! What business had he to meddle with those accursed books, when he knew what they were made of? It was tasting poison. It was running into temptation. He had no right to expect to come out safe. And then he grasped tightly hold of Ethel's hands, and, as if the terror had suddenly flashed on him, asked her, with dilated eye and trembling voice, whether she was sure that he was safe, and held the faith. Ethel repeated his asseveration, and her father covered his face with his hands in thanksgiving. After this, he seemed somewhat inclined to hold poor Oxford in horror, only, as he observed, it would be going out of the frying pan into the fire to take refuge at Paris, a recurrence to the notion of Norman's medical studies, that showed him rather enticed by the proposal. He sent Ethel to bed, saying he should talk to Norman and find out what was the meaning of it, and she walked upstairs, much ashamed of having so ill served her brother as almost to have made him ridiculous. Dr. May and Norman never failed to come to an understanding, and after they had had a long drive into the country together, Dr. May told Ethel that he was afraid of what he ought not to be afraid of, that she was right, that the lad was very much in earnest now at any rate, and if he should continue in the same mind, he hoped he should not be so weak as to hold him from a blessed work. From Norman, Ethel heard the warmest gratitude for his father's kindness. Nothing could be done yet. He must wait patiently for the present, but he was to write to his uncle, Mr. Arnott, in New Zealand, and, without pledging himself, to make inquiries as to the mission, and, in the meantime, return to Oxford, where, to his other studies, he was to add a course of medical lectures, which, as Dr. May said, would do him no harm, would occupy his mind, and might turn to use wherever he was. Ethel was surprised to find that Norman wrote to Flora an expression of his resolution that, if he found he could be spared from assisting his father as a physician, He would give himself up to the mission in New Zealand. Why should he tell anyone so unsympathetic as Flora, who would think him wasted in either case? End of Part 2, Chapter 16.
Part 2, Chapter 17 of the Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. Do not fear. Heaven is as near by water as by land. Longfellow. The 5th of May was poor Harry's 18th birthday, and, as usual, was a holiday. Ethelred privately thought his memory more likely to be respected if Blanche and Aubrey were employed than if they were left in idleness. But Mary would have been wretched had the celebration been omitted, and a leisure day was never unwelcome. Dr. Spencer carried off Blanche and Aubrey for a walk, and Ethel found Mary at her great resort, Harry's cupboard, dusting and arranging his books, and the array of birthday gifts to which, even today, she had not failed to add the marker that had been in hand at Christmas. Ethel entreated her to come down, and Mary promised, and presently appeared, looking so melancholy that, as a sedative, Ethel set her down to the basket of scraps to find materials for a tippet for someone at Coxmore, intending, as soon as Margaret should be dressed, to resign her mourning to the others, invite Miss Bracy to the drawing-room, and read aloud. Gertrude was waiting for her walk till nurse should have dressed Margaret, and was frisking about the lawn, sometimes looking in at the drawing-room window at her sisters, sometimes chattering to Adams at his work, or laughing to herself and the flowers, in that overflow of mirth that seemed always bubbling up within her. She was standing in rapt contemplation of a pear tree in full blossom, her hands tightly clasped behind the back, for greater safety from the temptation, when, hearing the shrubbery gate open, she turned expecting to see her papa, but was frightened at the sight of two strangers, and began to run off at full speed. "Stop! Blanche! Blanche! Don't you know me?" The voice was that tone of her brother's, and she stood and looked, but it came from a tall, ruddy youth in a shabby rough blue coat, followed by a grizzled old seaman. She was too much terrified and perplexed even to run. "What's the matter?" "Blanche, it is I." "Why, don't you know me? Harry?" "Poor brother Harry is drowned," she answered, and, with one bound, he was beside her, and, snatching her up, devoured her with kisses. Put me down, please," was all she could say. "It is not Blanche. What? The little Daisy, I do believe." "Yes, I am Gertrude, but please let me go." And, at the same time, Adams hurried up, as if he thought her being kidnapped, but his aspect changed at the glad cry. "Ha! Adams, how are you? Are they all well?" "'Tisn't never Master Harry! Bless me!" as Harry's hand gave him sensible proof, "when we had given you up for lost." "My father well?" Harry asked, hurrying the words one over the other. "Quite well, sir, but he never held up his head since he heard it, and poor Miss Mary has so moped about. If ever I thought to see the like. So they did not get my letter, but I can't stop. Jennings will tell you. Take care of him. Come, Daisy," for he had kept her unwilling hand all the time. "But what's that for?" pointing to the black ribbons, and stopping short, startled. "Because of poor Harry," said the bewildered child. "Oh, that's right," cried he, striding on, and dragging her in a breathless run, as he threw open the well-known doors, and, she escaping from him, hid her face in Mary's lap, screaming, "He says he is Harry! He says he is not drowned!" At the same moment Ethel was in his arms, and his voice was sobbing, "Ethel! Mary! Home! Where's Papa?" One moment's almost agonizing joy in the certainty of his identity. But ere she could look or think, he was crying, "Mary! Oh, Ethel! See!" Mary had not moved, but sat as if turned to stone, with breath suspended, wide-stretched eyes, and death-like cheeks. Ethel sprang to her. "Mary, Mary dear, it is Harry! It is himself! Don't you see? Speak to her, Harry." He seemed almost afraid to do so, but, recovering himself, exclaimed, "Mary, dear old Polly, here I am. Oh, won't you speak to me?" he added piteously, as he threw his arm round her and kissed her, startled at the cold touch of her cheek. The spell seemed broken, and, with a wild hoarse shriek that rang through the house, she struggled to regain her breath, but it would only come in painful, audible catches, as she held Harry's hand convulsively. "What have I done?" he exclaimed in distress. "What's this? Who is this frightening my dear?" was old nurse's exclamation, as she and James came at the outcry. "Oh, nurse, what have I done to her?" repeated Harry. "It is joy. It is sudden joy," said Ethel. "See, she is better now." "Master Harry! Well, I never!" And James, with one wring of the hand, retreated, while old nurse was nearly hugged to death, declaring all the time that he didn't ought to have come in such a way, terrifying everyone out of their senses. And as for poor Miss May— "Where is she?" cried Harry, starting at the sight of the vacant sofa. "Only upstairs," said Ethel. "But where's Alan? Is not he come?" "Oh, Ethel, don't you know?" His face told but too plainly. "Nurse! Nurse, how shall we tell her?" said Ethel. "Poor dear!" exclaimed nurse, sounding her tongue on the roof of her mouth. "She'll never bear it without her papa. Wait for him, I should say. But bless me, Miss Mary, to see you go on like that when Master Harry has come back such a bonny man." "I'm better now," said Mary, with an effort. "Oh, Harry, speak to me again." "But Margaret," said Ethel, while the brother was holding Mary in his embrace, and she lay tremulous with the new ecstasy upon his breast. "But Margaret—" "Nurse, you must go up, or she will suspect. I'll come when I can. Speak quietly. Oh, poor Margaret! If Richard would but come in!" Ethel walked up and down the room, divided between a tumult of joy, grief, dread, and perplexity. At that moment a little voice said at the door, "Please, Margaret wants Harry to come up directly." They looked one upon another in consternation. They had never thought of the child, who, of course, had flown up at once with the tidings. "Go up, Miss Ethel," said nurse. "Oh, nurse, I can't be the first." "Come, Harry, come." Hand in hand they silently ascended the stairs, and Ethel pushed open the door. Margaret was on her couch, her whole form and face in one throb of expectation. She looked into Harry's face, the eagerness flitted like sunshine on the hillside before a cloud, and without a word she held out her arms. He threw himself on his knees, and her fingers were clasped amongst his thick curls, while his frame heaved with suppressed sobs. Oh, if he could only have come back to you! "Thank God," she said. Then, slightly pushing him back, she lay holding his hand in one of hers, and resting the other on his shoulder, and gazing in silence into his face. Each was still. She was gathering strength. He dreaded word or look. "Tell me how and where," she said at last. "It was in the Loyalty Isles. It was fever, the exertions for us. His head was lying here," and he pointed to his own breast. "He sent his love to you. He bade me tell you there would be meeting by and by in the heaven where he would be. I laid his head in the grave, under the great palm. I said some of the prayers. There are Christians round it." He said this in short, disconnected phrases, often pausing to gather voice, but forced to resume by her inquiring looks and pressure of his hand. She asked no more. "Kiss me," she said, and when he had done so, "Thank you. Go down, please, all of you. You have brought great relief. Thank you. But I can't talk yet. You shall tell me the rest by and by." She sent them all away, even Ethel, who would have lingered. "Go to him, dearest. Let me be alone. Don't be uneasy. This is peace. But go." Ethel found Mary and Harry interlaced into one moving figure, and Harry greedily asking for his father and Norman, as if famishing for the sight of them. He wanted to set out to seek the former in the town, but his movements were too uncertain, and the girls clung to the newly found as if they could not trust him away from them. They wandered about, speaking, all three at random, without power of attending to the answers. It was enough to see him and touch him. They could not yet care where he had been. Dr. May was in the midst of them ere they were aware. One look, and he flung his arms round his son, but, suddenly letting him go, he burst away and banged his study door. Harry would have followed. "No, don't," said Ethel. Then, seeing him disappointed, she came nearer and murmured. He entered into his chamber and Harry silenced her with another embrace, but their father was with them again to verify that he had really seen his boy and asked, alas, whether Alan were with Margaret. The brief, sad answer sent him to see how it was with her. She would not let him stay. She said it was infinite comfort and joy was coming, but she would rather be still and not come down till evening. Perhaps others would fain have been still, could they have borne an instant's deprivation of the sight of their dear sailor, while greetings came thickly on him. The children burst in, having heard a report in the town, and Dr. Spencer waited at the door for the confirmation, but when Ethel would have flown out to him, he waved his hand, shut the door, and hurried away, as if a word to her would have been an intrusion. The brothers had been summoned by a headlong apparition of Will Adams in Coxmore School, shouting that Master Harry was come home, and Norman's long legs outspeeding Richard, had brought him back, flushed and too happy for one word, while, "Well, Harry," was Richard's utmost, and his care for Margaret seemed to overpower everything else as he went up and was not so soon sent away. Words were few downstairs. Blanche and Aubrey agreed that they thought people would have been much happier, but, in fact, the joy was oppressive from very newness. Ethel roamed about. She could not sit still without feeling giddy in the strangeness of the revulsion. Her father sat, as if a word would break the blessed illusion, and Harry stood before each of them in turn, as if about to speak, but turned his address into a sudden caress, or blow on the shoulder, and tried to laugh. Little Gertrude, not understanding the confusion, had taken up her station under the table and peeped out from beneath the cover. There was more composure as they sat at dinner, and yet there was very little talking or eating. Afterwards Dr. May and Norman exultingly walked away to show their Harry to Dr. Spencer and Mr. Wilmot, and Ethel would gladly have tried to calm herself and recover the balance of her mind by giving thanks where they were due, but she did not know what to do with her sisters. Blanche was wild, and Mary still in so shaky a state of excitement that she went off into mad laughing when Blanche discovered that they were in mourning for Harry. Nothing would satisfy Blanche but breaking in on Margaret and climbing to the top of the great wardrobe to disenter the colored raiment, beseeching that each favorite might be at once put on to do honor to Harry. Mary chimed in with her in begging for the wedding merinos. Would not Margaret wear her beautiful blue? "No, my dear, I cannot," said Margaret gently. Mary looked at her and was again in a flood of tears, incoherently protesting, together with Ethel, that they would not change. "No, dear," said Margaret, "I had rather you did so. You must not be unkind to Harry. He will not think I do not welcome him. I am only too glad that Richard would not let my impatience take away my right to wear this." Ethel knew that it was for life. Mary could not check her tears, and would go on making heroic protests against leaving off her black, sobbing the more at each. Margaret's gentle caresses seemed to make her worse, and Ethel, afraid that Margaret's own composure would be overthrown, exclaimed, "How can you be so silly? Come away!" and rather roughly pulled her out of the room, when she collapsed entirely at the top of the stairs and sat crying helplessly. "I can't think what's the use of Harry's coming home," Gertrude was heard saying to Richard. "It is very disagreeable," whereat Mary relapsed into a giggle, and Ethel felt frantic. "Richard, Richard, what is to be done with Mary? She can't help it, I believe, but this is not the way to treat the mercy that—" "Mary had better go and lie down in her own room," said Richard, tenderly and gravely. "Oh, please, please," began Mary. "I shall not see him when he comes back." "If you can't behave properly when he does come," said Richard, "there is no use in being there." "Remember, Richie," said Ethel, thinking him severe, "she has not been well this long time." Mary began to plead, but, with his own pretty persuasive manner, he took her by the hand and drew her into his room, and when he came down, after an interval, it was to check Blanche, who would have gone up to interrupt her with queries about the perpetual blue merino. He sat down with Blanche on the staircase window seat, and did not let her go till he had gently talked her out of flighty spirits into the soberness of thankfulness. Ethel, meanwhile, had still done nothing but stray about, long for loneliness, find herself too unsteady to finish her letters to Flora and Tom, and, while she tried to make Gertrude think Harry a pleasant acquisition, she hated her own wild heart that could not rejoice nor give thanks aright. By and by Mary came down, with her bonnet on, quite quiet now. "I'm going to church with Richie," she said. Ethel caught at the notion, and it spread through the house. Dr. May, who just then came in with his 2 sons, looked at Harry, saying, "What do you think of it? Shall we go, my boy?" And Harry, as soon as he understood, declared that he should like nothing better. It seemed what they all needed. Even Aubrey and Gertrude begged to come. And, when the solemn old minster was above their heads, and the haloed stillness around them, the tightened sense of half-realized joy began to find relief in the chant of glory. The voices of the sanctuary, ever uplifting notes of praise, seemed to gather together and soften their emotions. And agitation was soothed away, and all that was oppressive and tumultuous gave place to sweet peace and thankfulness. Ethel dimly remembered the like sense of relief when her mother had hushed her wild ecstasy while sympathizing with her joy. Richard could not trust his voice, but Mr. Wilmot offered the special thanksgiving. Harry was, indeed, at home, and his tears fell fast over his book as he heard his father's Amen, so fervent and so deep, and he gazed up and around with fond and earnest looks, as thoughts and resolutions, formed there of old, came gathering thick upon him. And there little Gertrude seemed first to accept him. She whispered to her papa, as they stood up to go away, that it was very good in God Almighty to have sent Harry home, and, as they left the cloister, she slipped into Harry's hand a daisy from the grave, such a gift as she had never carried to anyone else, save her father and Margaret, and she shrank no longer from being lifted up in his arms and carried home through the twilight street. He hurried into the drawing-room and was heard declaring that all was right, for Margaret was on the sofa, but he stopped short, grieved at her altered looks. She smiled as he stooped to kiss her, and then made him stand erect and measure himself against Norman, whose height he had almost reached. The little curly midshipman had come back, as nurse said, a fine growed young man, his rosy cheeks brown and ruddy, and his countenance— "You are much more like Papa and Norman than I thought you would be," said Margaret. "He has left his snub nose and yellow locks behind," said his father, "though the shaggy mane seems to remain. I believe lions grow darker with age. So there stand June and July together again." Dr. May walked backwards to look at them. It was good to see his face. "I shall see Flora and Tom tomorrow," said Harry, after nodding with satisfaction, as they all took their wonted places. "Going!" exclaimed Richard. "Why, don't you know?" said Ethel. "It is current in the nursery that he is going to be tried by court-martial for living with the king of the Cannibal Islands." "Aubrey says he had a desert island, with Jennings for his men Friday," said Blanche. "Harry," said little Gertrude, who had established herself on his knee, "did you really poke out the giant's eye with the top of a fir tree?" "Who told you so, Daisy?" was the general cry, but she became shy, and would not answer more than a whisper about Aubrey, who indignantly declared that he never said so, only Gertrude was so foolish that she did not know Harry from Ulysses. "After all," said Ethel, "I don't think our notions are much more defined. Papa and Norman may know more, but we have heard almost nothing. I have been waiting to hear more to close up my letters to Flora and Tom. What a shame that has not been done!" "I'll finish," said Mary, running to the side table. "And tell her I'll be there tomorrow," said Harry. "I must report myself. And what fun to see Flora a member of Parliament! Come with me, June. I'll be back next day. I wish you all would come." "Yes, I must come with you," said Norman. "I shall have to go to Oxford on Thursday, and very reluctant he looked. "Tell Flora I am coming, Mary." "How did you know that Flora was a married lady?" asked Blanche, in her would-be grown-up manner. "I heard that from Aunt Flora. A famous lot of news I picked up there." "Aunt Flora?" "Did you not know he had been at Auckland?" said Dr. May. "Aunt Flora had to nurse him well after all he had undergone. Did you not think her very like Mamma, Harry?" "Mamma never looked half so old!" cried Harry indignantly. "Flora was 5 years younger." "She has got her voice and way with her," said Harry, "but you will soon see. She is coming home soon." There was a great outcry of delight. "Yes, there is some money of Uncle Arnaud's that must be looked after, but he does not like the voyage and can't leave his office, so perhaps Aunt Flora may come alone. She had a great mind to come with me, but there was no good berth for her in the schooner, and I could not wait for another chance. I can't think what possessed the letters not to come. She would not write by the first packet, because I was so ill, but we both wrote by the next, and I made sure you had them, or I would have written before I came." The words were not out of his mouth before the second post was brought in, and there were 2 letters from New Zealand. What would they not have been yesterday? Harry would have burned his own, but the long, closely written sheets were eagerly seized as, affording the best hope of understanding his adventures, as it had been written at intervals from Auckland, and the papers, passing from one to the other, formed the text for interrogations on further details, though much more was gleaned incidentally in tête-à-têtes by Margaret, Norman, or his father, and no one person ever heard the whole connectedly from Harry himself. "What was the first you knew of the fire, Harry?" asked Dr. May, looking up from the letter. "Owen shaking me awake, and I thought it was a hoax," said Harry, "but it was true enough, and when we got on deck, there were clouds of smoke coming up the main hatchway." Margaret's eyes were upon him, and her lips formed the question, "And he?" "He met us, and told us to be steady, but there was little need for that. Every man there was as cool and collected as if it had been no more than the cook stove, and we should have scorned to be otherwise. He put his hand on my shoulder and said, 'Keep by me,' and I did." "Then there was never much hope of extinguishing the fire?" "No. If you looked down below the forecastle it was like a furnace, and though the pumps were at work, it was only to gain time while the boats were lowered. The first lieutenant told off the men, and they went down the side without one word, only shaking hands with those that were left." "Oh, Harry, what were you thinking of?" cried Blanche. "Of the powder," said Harry. Ethel thought there was more in that answer than met the ear, and that Harry, at least, had thought of the powder tonight at church. "Mr. Earnscliff had the command of the second cutter. He asked to take me with him. I was glad enough, and Owen, he is mate, you know, went with us." As to telling how he felt when he saw the good ship Alcestis blown to fragments, that was past Harry, and all but Blanche were wise enough not to ask. She had by way of answer, "Very glad to be safe out of her." Nor was Harry willing to dwell on the subsequent days, when the unclouded sun had been a cruel foe, and the inefficient stores of food and water did, indeed, sustain life, but a life of extreme suffering. What he told was of the kindness that strove to save him, as the youngest, from all that could be spared him. "If I dropped asleep at the bottom of the boat, I was sure to find someone shading me from the sun. If there was an extra drop of water, they wanted me to have it." "Tell me their names, Harry," cried Dr. May. "If ever I meet one of them—" "But the storm, Harry, the storm!" asked Blanche. "Was that not terrible?" "Very comfortable at first, Blanche," was the answer. "Oh, that rain!" "But when it grew so very bad?" "We did not reck much what happened to us," said Harry. "It could not be worse than starving. When we missed the others in the morning, most of us thought them the best off." Mary could not help coming round to kiss him, as if eyes alone were not enough to satisfy her that here he was. Dr. May shuddered and went on reading, and Margaret drew Harry down to her, and once more, by looks, craved for more minute tidings. "All that you can think," murmured Harry. "The very life and soul of us all. So kind, and yet discipline as perfect as on board. But don't now, Margaret." The tone of the don't, the reddening cheek, liquid eye, and heaving chest told enough of what the lieutenant had been to one, at least, of the desolate boat's crew. "Oh, Harry, Harry, I can't bear it!" exclaimed Mary. "How long did it last? How did it end?" 15 days, said Harry. "It was time it should end, for all the water we had caught in the storm was gone. We gave the last drop to Jones, for we thought him dying. One's tongue was like a dry sponge." "How did it end?" repeated Mary, in an agony. "Jennings saw us sail. We thought it all a fancy of weakness, but 'twas true enough, and they saw our signal of distress." The vessel proved to be an American whaler, which had just parted with her cargo to a homeward-bound ship, and was going to refit, and take in provisions and water at one of the Melanesian islands before returning for further captures. The master was a man of the shrewd, hard, money-making caste, but, at the price of Mr. Earnscliff's chronometer and of the services of the sailors, he undertook to convey them where they might fall in with packets bound for Australia. The distressed Alcestis at first thought themselves in paradise, but the vessel, built with no view, save to whales, and, with a considerable reminiscence of the blubber lately parted with, proved no wholesome abode when overcrowded and in the tropics. Mr. Earnscliff's science, resolution, and constancy had saved his men so far, but with the need for exertion his powers gave way, and he fell a prey to a return of the fever which had been his introduction to Dr. May. "There he was," said Harry, "laid up in a little bit of a stifling cabin, just like an oven, without the possibility of a breath of air. The skinflint skipper carried no medicine. The water, shocking stuff it was getting so low that there was only a pint a day served out to each, and though all of us Alcestis clubbed every drop we could spare for him, it was bad work. Owen and I never were more glad in our lives than when we heard we were to cast anchor at the Loyalty Isles. Such a place as it was! You little know what it was to see anything green. And there was this isle fringed down close to the sea with coconut trees, and the bay as clear. You could see every shell, and wonderful fishes swimming in it. Well, everyone was for going ashore, and some of the natives swam out to us and brought things in their canoes, but not many. It is not encouraged by the mission, nor by David, for those Yankee traders are not the most edifying society. And the crew vowed they were cannibals, and had eaten a man 3 years ago, so they all went ashore armed." "You stayed with him," said Margaret. It was my turn, and I was glad enough to have some fresh fruit and water for him, but he could not take any notice of it." "Did not I want you, Papa?" "Well, by and by Owen came back, in a perfect rapture with the place and the people, and said it was the only hope for Mr. Earnscliff, to take him on shore." "Then you really did go amongst the cannibals?" exclaimed Blanche. "That is all nonsense," said Harry. "Some of them may once have been, and I fancy the heathens might not mind a bit of long pig still, but these have been converted by the Samoans. The Samoans, it was further explained, are the inhabitants of the Navigator Islands, who, having been converted by the Church Missionary Society, have sent out great numbers of most active and admirable teachers among the scattered islands, braving martyrdom and disease, never shrinking from their work, and, by teaching and example, preparing the way for fuller doctrine than they can yet impart. A station of these devoted men had for some years been settled in this island, and had since been visited by the missions of Newcastle and New Zealand. The young chief, whom Harry called David, and another youth, had spent 2 summers under instruction at New Zealand, and had been baptized. They were spending the colder part of the year at home, and hoped shortly to be called for by the mission ship to return and resume their course of instruction. Owen had come to an understanding with the chief and the Samoans, and had decided on landing his lieutenant, and it was accordingly done, with very little consciousness on the patient's part. Black figures, with woolly mop heads, and sometimes decorated with whitewash of lime, crowded round to assist in the transport of the sick man through the surf, and David himself, in a white European garb, met his guests with dignified manners that would have suited a prince of any land, and conducted them through the grove of palms, interspersed with white huts, to a beautiful house consisting of a central room, with many others opening from it, floored with white coral line, and lined with soft, shining mass of Samoan manufacture. This, Harry learned, had been erected by them in hopes of an English missionary taking up his abode amongst them. They were a kindly people, and had shown hospitality to other Englishmen who had less appreciated it than these young officers could. They lavished every kindness in their power upon them, and Mr. Earnscliff, at first, revived so much that he seemed likely to recover. But the ship had completed her repairs and was ready to sail. The two midshipmen thought it would be certain death to their lieutenant to bring him back to such an atmosphere, and so, continued Harry's letter to his father, I thought there was nothing for it but for me to stay with him, and that you would say so. I got Owen to consent, after some trouble, as we were sure to be fetched off one time or another. We said not a word to Mr. Earnscliff, for he was only sensible now and then, so that Owen had the command. Owen made the skipper leave me a pistol and some powder, but I was ashamed David should know it, and stowed it away. As to the quartermaster, old Jennings, whose boy you remember we picked up at the Roman camp, he had not forgotten that, and when we were shaking hands and wishing good-bye, he leaped up and vowed he would never leave the young gentleman that had befriended his boy to be eaten up by them black savage niggers. If they made roast pork of Mr. May, he would be eaten first, though he reckoned they would find him a tougher morsel. I don't think Owen was sorry he volunteered, and no words can tell what a blessing the good old fellow was to us both. So there we stayed, and, at first, Mr. Earnscliff seemed mending. The delirium went off, he could talk quite clearly and comfortably, and he used to lie listening, when David and I had our odd sort of talks. I believe, if you had been there, or we could have strengthened him any way, he might have got over it, but he never thought he should, and he used to talk to me about all of you, and said Stoneborough had been the most blessed spot in his life. He had never had so much of a home, and that sharing our grief and knowing you had done him great good, just when he might have been getting elated. I cannot recollect it all, though I tried hard, for Margaret's sake, but he said Hector would have a great deal of temptation, and he hoped you would be a father to him, and Norman an elder brother. You would not think how much he talked of Coxmoor, about a church being built there, as Ethel wished, and little Daisy laying the first stone. I remember one night, I don't know whether he was quite himself, for he looked full at me with his eyes, that had grown so large, till I did not know what was coming, and he said, I have seen a ship built by a sailor's vow. The roof was like the timbers of a ship. That was right. Mind, it is so. That is the ship that bears through the waves. There is the anchor that enters within the veil. I believe that was what he said. I could not forget that. He looked at me so. But much more he said, that I dimly remember, and chiefly about poor dear Margaret. He bade me tell her, his own precious pearl, as he used to call her, that he was quite content, and believed it was best for her and him both, that all should be thus settled, for they did not part for ever, and he trusted. But I can't write all that. There was a great tear-blot just here. It is too good to recollect anywhere but at church. I have been there today, with my uncle and aunt, and I thought I could have told it when I came home, but I was too tired to write then, and now I don't seem as if it could be written anyhow. When I come home, I will try to tell Margaret. The most part was about her, only what was better seemed to swallow that up. The narrative broke off here, but had been subsequently resumed. For all Mr. Earnscliff talked as I told you, he was so quiet and happy that I made sure he was getting well, but Jennings did not. And there came an old heathen native once to see us, who asked why we did not bury him alive, because he got no better and gave trouble. At last, one night, it was the 3rd of August, he was very restless and could not breathe, nor lie easily. I lifted him up in my arms, for he was very light and thin, and tried to make him more comfortable. But presently he said, Is it you, Harry? God bless you. And, in a minute, I knew he was dead. You will tell Margaret all about it. I don't think she can love him more than I did, and she did not half know him, for she never saw him on board, nor in all that dreadful time, nor in his illness. She will never know, but she is lost. There was another break here, and the story was continued. We buried him the next day, where one could see the sea, close under the great palm, where David hopes to have a church one of these days. David helped us and said the Lord's Prayer and the Glory with us there. I little thought, when I used to grumble at my 2 verses of the Psalms every day, when I should want the 90th, or how glad I should be to know so many by heart, for they were such a comfort to Mr. Earnscliff. David got us a nice bit of wood, and Jennings carved the cross and his name and all about him. I should have liked to have done it, but I knocked up after that. Jennings thinks I had a sunstroke. I don't know, but my head was so bad, whenever I moved, that I thought only Jennings would ever have come to tell you about it. Jennings looked after me as if I had been his own son, and there was David, too, as kind as if he had been Richard himself, always sitting by to bathe my forehead, or, when I was a little better, to talk to me and ask me questions about his Christian teaching. You must not think of him like a savage, for he is my friend, and a far more perfect gentleman than I ever saw any one but you, Papa, holding the command over his people so easily and courteously, and then coming to me with little easy first questions about the belief, and such things, like what we used to ask Mamma. He liked nothing so well as for me to tell him about King David, and we had learned a good deal of each other's languages by that time. The notion of his heart, like Coxmore to Ethel, is to get a real English mission and have all his people Christians. Ethel talked of good kings being Davids to their line. I think that is what he will be, if he lives. But those islanders have been dying off since Europeans came among them. But Harry's letter could not tell what he confessed, one night, to his father, the next time he was out with him by starlight, how desolate he had been, and how he had yearned after his home. And, one evening, he had been utterly overcome by illness and loneliness, and had cried most bitterly and uncontrollably. And, though Jennings thought it was for his friend's death, it really was homesickness, and the thought of his father and Mary. Jennings had helped him out to the entrance of the hut, that the cool night air might refresh his burning brow. Orion shone clear and bright, and brought back the night when they had chosen the starry hunter as his friend. It seemed, he said, as if you all were looking at me and smiling to me in the stars. And there was the Southern Cross upright, which was like the minster to me, and I recollected it was Sunday morning at home, and knew you would be thinking about me. I was so glad you had let me be confirmed, and be with you that last Sunday, Papa, for it seemed to join me on so much the more, and when I thought of the words in church, they seemed somehow to float on me so much more than ever before, and it was like the minster, and your voice. I should not have minded dying so much after that. At last Harry's Black Prince had hurried into the hut with the tidings that his English father's ship was in the bay, and soon English voices again sounded in his ears, bringing the forlorn boy such warmth of kindness that he could hardly believe himself a mere stranger. If Allan could but have shared the joy with him! He was carried down to the boat in the cool of the evening, and paused on the way for a last farewell to the lonely grave under the palm tree, one of the many sailors' graves scattered from the tropics to the poles, and which might be the first seed in a God's acre to that island, becoming what the graves of holy men of old are to us. A short space more of kind care from his new friends and his Christian chief, and Harry awoke from a feverish doze at sounds that seemed so like a dream of home, that he was unwilling to break them by rousing himself. But they approved themselves as real, and he found himself in the embrace of his mother's sister. And here Mrs. Arnott's story began, of the note that reached her in the early morning with tidings that her nephew had been picked up by the mission ship, and how she and her husband had hastened at once on board. "They sent me below to see a hero," she wrote. "What I saw was a scarecrow sort of likeness of you, dear Richard, but, when he opened his eyes, there was our Maggie smiling at me. I suppose he would not forgive me for telling how he sobbed and cried, when he had his arms round my neck, and his poor aching head on my shoulder. Poor fellow, he was very weak, and I believe he felt, for the moment, as if he had found his mother. We brought him home with us, but when the next mail went, the fever was still so high that I thought it would be only alarm to you to write, and I had not half a story either, though you may guess how proud I was of my nephew. Harry's troubles were all over from that time. He had thenceforth to recover under his aunt's motherly care, while talking endlessly over the home that she loved almost as well as he did. He was well more quickly than she had ventured to hope, and nothing could check his impatience to reach his home, not even the hopes of having his aunt for a companion. The very happiness he enjoyed with her only made him long the more ardently to be with his own family, and he had taken his leave of her, and of his dear David, and sailed by the first packet leaving Auckland. "I never knew what the old Great Bear was to me till I saw him again," said Harry. It was late when the elders had finished all that was to be heard at present, and the clock reminded them that they must part. "And you go tomorrow?" sighed Margaret. "I must. Jennings has to go on to Portsmouth and see after his son." "Oh, let me see Jennings!" exclaimed Margaret. "May I not, Papa?" Richard, who had been making friends with Jennings whenever he had not been needed by his sisters that afternoon, went to fetch him from the kitchen, where all the servants, and all their particular friends, were listening to the yarn that made them hold their heads higher, as belonging to Master Harry. Harry stepped forward, met Jennings, and said, aside, "My sister, Jennings, my sister that you have heard of." Dr. May had already seen the sailor, but he could not help addressing him again. Come in, and see my boy among us all. Without you, we never should have had him." "Make him come to me," said Margaret breathlessly, as the embarrassed sailor stood, sleeking down his hair, and, when he had advanced to her couch, she looked up in his face and put her hand into his great brown one. "I could not help saying thank you," she said. "Mr. May, sir!" cried Jennings, almost crying, and looking round for Harry, as a sort of protector. "Tell them, sir, please. It was only my duty. I could not do no less, and you knows it, sir," as if Harry had been making an accusation against him. "We know you could not," said Margaret, "and that is what we would thank you for, if we could. I know he, Mr. Earnscliff, must have been much more at rest for leaving my brother with so kind a friend, and—" "Please, miss, don't say no more about it. Mr. Earnscliff was as fine an officer as ever stepped a quarter-deck, and Mr. May here won't fall short of him. And was I to be after leaving the like of them to the mercy of the blackfellows? That was not so bad neither. If it had only pleased God that we had brought them both back to you, miss. But you see, a man can't be everything at once, and Mr. Earnscliff was not so stout as his heart." "You did everything, we know," began Dr. May. "'Twas a real pleasure," said Jennings hastily, "for two such real gentlemen as they was. Mr. May, sir, I beg your pardon if I say it to your face, never flinched nor spoke a word of complaint through it all, and as to the other—" "Margaret cannot bear this," said Richard, coming near. "It is too much." The sailor shook his head and was retreating, but Margaret signed him to come near again, and grasped his hand. Harry followed him out of the room to arrange their journey, and presently returned. "He says he is glad he has seen Margaret. He says she is the right sort of stuff for Mr. Earnscliff." Harry had not intended Margaret to hear, but she caught the words, smiled radiantly, and whispered, "I wish I may be." End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Part 2, Chapter 18 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. Margaret had borne the meeting much too well for her own good, and a wakeful night of palpitation was the consequence. But she would not allow anyone to take it to heart, and declared that she should be ready to enjoy Harry by the time he should return, and meantime she should dwell on the delight of his meeting Flora. No one had rested too soundly that night, and Dr. May had not been able to help looking in at his sleeping boy at 5 in the morning to certify himself that he had not only figured his present bliss to himself in his 10-minute dream, and looking in again at 7:30, he found Harry half-dressed, with his arm round Mary, laughing, almost sobbing, over the treasures in his cupboard, which he had newly discovered in their fresh order. Dr. May looked like a new man that morning, with his brightened eye and bearing, as if there were a wellspring of joy within him, ready to brim over at once in tear and in smile, and finding an outlet in the praise and thanksgiving that his spirit chanted and his face expressed, and in that sunny, genial benevolence that must make all share his joy. He was going to run over half the town. Everyone would like to hear it from him. Ethel and Mary must go to the rest. The old women in the almshouses, where lived an old cook who used to be fond of Harry, they should have a feast. All who were well enough in the hospital should have a tea-drinking. Dr. Hoxton had already granted a holiday to the school. Every boy with whom they had any connection should come to dinner, and Edward Anderson should be asked to meet Harry on his return, because, poor fellow, he was so improved. Dr. May was in such a transport of kind-hearted schemes that he was not easily made to hear that Harry had not a sixpence wherewith to reach London. Ethel, meanwhile, was standing beside her brother, tendering to him some gold as his last quarter. "How did you get it, Ethel? Do you keep the purse?" "No, but Papa took Coxmore in your stead when—" "Nonsense, Ethel," said Harry. "I don't want it. Have I not all my pay and allowance for the whole time I was dead? And as to robbing Coxmore—" "Yes, keep it, Ethel," said her father. "Do you think I would take it now, when if there were a thank-offering in the world? And, by the by, your Coxmore children must have something to remember this by." Everyone could have envied Norman for traveling to London with Harry, but that he must proceed to Oxford in 2 days, when Harry would return to them. The station-master, thinking he could not do enough for the returned mariner, put the two brothers into the coupe, as if they had been a bridal couple, and they were very glad of the privacy, having, as yet, hardly spoken to each other, when Harry's attention was dispersed among so many. Norman asked many questions about the mission work in the southern hemisphere, and ended by telling his brother of his design, which met with Harry's hearty approbation. "That's right, old June. There's nothing they want so much as such as you. How glad my aunt will be! Perhaps you will see David. Oh, if you were to go out to the loyalty group!" "Very possibly I might," said Norman. "Tell them you're my brother, and how they will receive you. I can see the mopheads they will dress in honor of you, and what a feast of pork and yams you will have to eat. But there is plenty of work among the Maoris for you. They want a clergyman terribly at the next village to my uncle's place. I say, Norman, it will go hard if I don't get a ship bound for the Pacific and come and see you." "I shall reckon on you. That is, if I have not to stay to help my father." "To be sure," exclaimed Harry. "I thought you would have stayed at home and married little Miss Rivers." Thus broadly and boyishly did he plunge into that most tender subject, making his brother start and wince as if he had touched a wound. "Nonsense!" he cried, almost angrily. "Well, you used to seem very much smitten, but so, to be sure, were some of the Alcestis with the young ladies at Valparaiso. How we used to roast Owen about that Spanish donna, and he was as bad at Sydney about the young lady whose father, we told him, was a convict, though he kept such a swell carriage. He had no peace about his father-in-law, the housebreaker. Don't I remember how you pinched her hand the night you were righted?" "You know nothing about it," said Norman shortly. "She is far beyond my reach." "A fine lady? Ha! Well, I should have thought you as good as Flora any day," said Harry indignantly. "She is what she always was," said Norman, anxious to silence him, "but it is unreasonable to think of it. She is all but engaged to Sir Henry Walkingham." "Walkingham?" cried the volatile sailor. "I have half a mind to send in my name to Flora as Miss Walkingham," and he laughed heartily over that adventure, ending, however, with a sigh, as he said, "It had nearly cost me a great deal, But tell me, Norman, how has that Maida, as they called her, turned out? I never saw anything prettier or nicer than she was that day of the Roman encampment, and I should be very sorry if that fine, fashionable aunt of hers had made her stuck up and disdainful." "No such thing," said Norman. "Ha!" said Harry to himself. "I see how it is. She has gone and made poor old June unhappy, with her scornful airs. A little impertinent puss. I wonder Flora does not teach her better manners." Norman, meanwhile, as the train sped over roofs and among chimneys, was reproaching himself for running into the fascination of her presence, and then recollecting that her situation, as well as his destiny, both guaranteed that they could meet only as friendly connections. No carriage awaited them at the station, which surprised Norman, till he recollected that the horses had probably been out all day, and it was 8 o'clock. Going to Park Lane in a cab, the brothers were further surprised to find themselves evidently not expected. The butler came to speak to them, saying that Mr. and Mrs. Rivers were gone out to dinner, but would return, probably, at about 11 o'clock. He conducted them upstairs, Harry following his brother, in towering vexation and disappointment, trying to make him turn to hear that they would go directly home, to Eton, anywhere. Why would he go in at all? The door was opened, Mr. May was announced, and they were in a silk-lined boudoir where a little slender figure in black started up and came forward with outstretched hand. "Norman!" she cried. "How are you? Are you come on your way to Oxford? Has not Flora had Mary's letter?" "Yes, she said she had one. She was keeping it till she had time to read it." As she spoke, Maida had given her hand to Harry, as it was evidently expected. She raised her eyes to his face and said, smiling and blushing, "I am sure I ought to know you, but I am afraid I don't." "Look again," said Norman. "See if you have ever seen him before." Laughing, glancing, and casting down her eyes, she raised them with a sudden start of joy, but coloring more deeply, said, "Indeed, I cannot remember. I dare say I ought." "I think you see a likeness," said Norman. "Oh, yes, I see," she answered, faltering, but perceiving how bright were the looks of both. "No! Impossible!" "Yes, it is!" "Yes, it is," said both brothers with one voice. She clasped her hands absolutely bounded with transport, then grasped both Harry's hands, and then Norman's, her whole countenance radiant with joy and sympathy beyond expression. "Dear, dear Dr. May!" was her first exclamation. "Oh, how happy you must all be! And Margaret?" She looked up at Norman and came nearer. "Is not Mr. Earnscliff come?" she asked softly and trembling. "No," was the low answer, which Harry could not better hear, and therefore walked to the window. "No, Maida, but Margaret is much comforted about him. He died in great peace, in his arms," as he signed towards his brother. And as Harry continued to gaze out on the stars of gas on the opposite side of the park, he was able to add a few of the particulars. Maida's eyes glistened with tears as she said, "Perhaps it would have been too perfect if he had come. But oh, Norman, how good she is to bear it so patiently, and how gloriously he behaved! How can we make enough of him? And Flora out! How sorry she will be!" "And she never opened Mary's letter," said Harry, coming back to them. "She little thought what it contained," said Maida. "Mary's letters are apt to bear keeping, you know, and she was so busy that she laid it aside for a treat after the day's work. But there! Inhospitable wretch that I am! You have had no dinner." A refection of tea and cold meat was preferred, and in her own pretty manner Maida lavished her welcomes, trying to cover any pain given by Flora's neglect. "What makes her so busy?" asked Harry, looking round on the beautifully furnished apartment, which, to many eyes besides those fresh from a Melanesian hut, might have seemed a paradise of luxurious ease. "You don't know what an important lady you have for a sister," said Maida merrily. "But tell me, what can she have to do? I thought you London ladies had nothing to do but to sit with your hands before you, entertaining company." Maida laughed heartily. "Shall I begin at the beginning? I'll describe today then, and you must understand that this is what Tom would call a mild specimen. Only one evening engagement. Though, perhaps, I ought to start from last night at 12 o'clock, when she was at the Austrian ambassador's ball, and came home at 2, but she was up by 8. She always manages to get through her housekeeping matters before breakfast. At 9, breakfast, and baby, by the by, you have never inquired for our niece. I have not come to believe in her yet, said Harry. Seeing is believing, said Maida, but no, I won't take an unfair advantage over her mamma, and she will be fast asleep. I never knew a child sleep as she does. So to go on with our day. The papers come, and Miss Leonora is given over to me, for you must know we are wonderful politicians. Flora studies all the debates till George finds out what he has heard in the house, and Baby and I profit. Baby goes out walking, and the post comes. Flora always goes to the study with George, and writes, and does all sorts of things for him. She is the most useful wife in the world. At 12 we had our singing lesson. Singing lesson? Exclaimed Harry. Yes, you know she has a pretty voice, and she is glad to cultivate it. It is very useful at parties, but it takes up a great deal of time, and with all I can do to save her in note writing, the morning is gone directly. After luncheon she had to ride with George, and came back in a hurry to make some canvassing calls about the orphan asylum and Miss Bracy's sister. If we get her in at all, it will be Flora's diplomacy. And there was shopping to do, and when we came in hoping for time for our letters, there were the Walkinghams, who stayed a long time, so that Flora could only dispatch the most important notes before George came in and wanted her. She was reading something for him all the time she was dressing, but, as I say, this is quite a quiet day. Stop, cried Harry with a gesture of oppression. It sounds harder than cleaning knives, like Aunt Flora. And what is an unquiet day like? You will see, for we have a great evening party tomorrow. Do you always stay at home? Asked Harry. Not always, but I do not go to large parties or balls this year, said Maida, glancing at her deep mourning. I am very glad of a little time at home. So you don't like it? Oh, yes, it is very pleasant, said Maida. It is so entertaining when we talk it over afterwards, and I like to hear how Flora is admired and called the beauty of the season. I tell George, and we do so gloat over it together. There was an old French marquis the other night, a dear old man, quite of the ancien regime, who said she was exactly like the portraits of Madame de Maintenon, and produced a beautiful miniature on a snuff-box, positively like that very pretty form of face of hers. The old man even declared that Mistress Rivers was worthy to be a Frenchwoman. I should like to kick him, amiably responded Harry. I hope you won't tomorrow. But don't let us waste our time over this. I want so much to hear about New Zealand. Maida was well read in Australasian literature, and drew out a great deal more information from Harry than Norman had yet heard. She made him talk about the Maori pa near his uncle's farm, where the Sunday services were conducted by an old gentleman, tattooed elegantly in the face, but dressed like an English clergyman, and tell of his aunt's troubles about the younger generation, whom their elders, though Christians themselves, could not educate, and who she feared would relapse into heathenism for want of instruction, though with excellent dispositions. How glad you must be that you are likely to go, exclaimed Maida to Norman, who had sat silently listening. The sound of the doorbell was the first intimation that Harry's histories had occupied them until long past 12 o'clock. Now, then, cried Maida, springing forward, as if intending to meet Flora with the tidings, but checking herself, as if she ought not to be the first. There was a pause. Flora was hearing downstairs that Mr. Norman May and another gentleman had arrived, and, while vexed at her own omission, and annoyed at Norman's bringing friends without waiting for permission, she was yet prepared to be courteous and amiable. She entered in her rich black watered silk, deeply trimmed with lace, and with silver ornaments in her dark hair, so graceful and distinguished-looking that Harry stood suspended, hesitating, for an instant, whether he beheld his own sister, especially as she made a dignified inclination towards him, offering her hand to Norman, as she said, "Maida has told you," but there she broke off, exclaiming, "Ha! Is it possible? No, surely it cannot be." "Miss Walkingham?" said the sailor, who had felt at home with her at the first word, and she flew into his great rough arms. "Harry! This is dear Harry! Our own dear sailor come back!" cried she, as her husband stood astonished. And, springing towards him, she put Harry's hands into his. "My brother Harry! Our dear lost one!" "Your brother Harry?" slowly pronounced George, as he instinctively gave the grasp of greeting. "Your brother that was lost? Upon my word!" as the matter dawned fully on him, and he became eager. "I am very glad to see you. I never was more rejoiced in my life." "When did you come? Have you been at home?" asked Flora. "I came home yesterday. Mary wrote to tell you." "Poor dear old Mary! There's a lesson against taking a letter on trust. I thought it would be all Coxmore and would wait for a quiet moment. How good to come to me so soon, you dear old shipwrecked mariner!" "I was forced to come to report myself," said Harry, "or I could not have come away from my father so soon." The usual questions and their sad answers ensued, and while Flora talked to Harry, fondly holding his hand, Norman and Maida explained the history to George, who no sooner comprehended it that he opined it must have been a horrid nuisance, and that Harry was a gallant fellow. Then, striking him over the shoulder, welcomed him home with all his kind heart, told him he was proud to receive him, and falling into a state of rapturous hospitality, rang the bell, and wanted to order all sorts of eatables and drinkables, but was sadly baffled to find him already satisfied. There was more open joy than even at home, and Flora was supremely happy as she sat between her brothers, listening and inquiring till far past 1:00, when she perceived poor George dozing off, awakened every now and then by a great nod, and casting a wishful glance of resigned remonstrance as if to appeal against sitting up all night. The meeting at breakfast was a renewal of pleasure. Flora was proud and happy in showing off her little girl, a model baby, as she called her, a perfect doll for quietness, so that she could be brought in at family prayers. "And," said Flora, "I am the more glad that she keeps no one away, because we can only have evening prayers on Sunday. It is a serious thing to arrange for such a household." "She is equal to anything," said George. The long file of servants marched in, George read sonorously, and Flora rose from her knees, highly satisfied at the impression produced upon her brothers. "I like to have the baby with us at breakfast," she said. "It is the only time of day when we can be sure of seeing anything of her, and I like her nurse to have some respite. Do you think her grown, Norman?" "Not very much," said Norman, who thought her more inanimate and like a pretty little waxen toy than when he had last seen her. "Is she not rather pale?" "London makes children pale. I shall soon take her home to acquire a little color. You must know Sir Henry has bitten us with his yachting tastes, and as soon as we can leave London we are going to spend 6 weeks with the Walkinghams at Ryde and rival you, Harry. I think Miss Leonora will be better at home, so we must leave her there. Lodgings and irregularities don't suit people of her age." "Does home mean Stoneborough?" asked Norman. "No. Old nurse has one of her deadly prejudices against Preston, and I would not be responsible for the consequences of shutting them up in the same nursery. Margaret would be distracted between them. No, miss, you shall make her a visit every day and be fondled by your grandpapa." George began a conversation with Harry on nautical matters, and Norman tried to discover how Maida liked the yachting project, and found her prepared to think it charming. Hopes were expressed that Harry might be at Portsmouth, and a quantity of gay scheming ensued, with reiterations of the name Walkingham. While Norman had a sense of being wrapped in some grey mist, excluding him from participation in their enjoyments, and condemned his own temper as frivolous for being thus excited to discontent. Presently he heard George insisting that he and Harry should return in time for the evening party, and on beginning to refuse, was amazed to find Harry's only objection was on the score of lack of uniform. "I don't want you in one, sir," said Flora. "I have only one coat in the world, besides this," continued Harry, "and that is all over tar." "George will see to that," said Flora. "Don't you think you would be welcome in matting, with an orange cowrie round your neck?" Norman, however, took a private opportunity of asking Harry if he was aware of what he was undertaking, and what kind of people they should meet. "All English people behave much the same in a room," said Harry, as if all society, provided it was not cannibal, were alike to him. I should have thought you would prefer finding our porter in his chambers or going to one of the theatres." "As you please," said Harry, "but Flora seems to want us, and I should rather like to see what sort of company she keeps." Since Harry was impervious to shyness, Norman submitted, and George took them to a wonder-worker in cloth, who undertook that full equipments should await the young gentleman. Harry next dispatched his business at the Admiralty, and was made very happy by tidings of his friend Owen's safe arrival in America. Thence the brothers went to Eton, where home letters had been more regarded, and Dr. May having written to secure a holiday for the objects of their visit, they were met at the station by the two boys. Hector's red face and prominent light eyebrows were instantly recognized, but, as to Tom, Harry could hardly believe that the little, dusty, round-backed grub he had left had been transformed into the well-made, gentlemanlike lad before him, particularly trim and accurate in dress, even to the extent of as much foppery as Eton taste permitted. 10 minutes had not passed before Tom, taking a survey of the newcomer, began to exclaim at Norman for letting him go about such a figure, and before they knew what was doing, they had all been conducted into the shop of the only living man who knew how to cut hair. Laughing and good-natured, Harry believed his hair was rather long, allowed himself to be seated, and to be divested of a huge superfluous mass of sun-dried curls, which Tom, particularly resenting that rather long, kept on taking up, and unrolling from their tight rings to measure the number of inches. "That is better," said he, as they issued from the shop. "But, as to that coat of yours, the rogue who made it should never make another. Where could you have picked it up?" "At a shop at Auckland," said Harry, much amused. "Kept by a savage?" said Tom, to whom it was no laughing matter. "See that seam!" "Have done, May!" exclaimed Hector. "He will think you a tailor's apprentice." "Or worse," said Norman. "Rivers's tailor kept all strictures to himself." Tom muttered that he only wanted Harry to be fit to be seen by the fellows. "The fellows are not such asses as you," cried Hector. "You don't deserve that he should come to see you. If my—" There poor Hector broke off. If his own only brother had been walking beside him, how would he not have felt? They had reached their tutor's house, and, opening his own door, he made an imploring sign to Harry to enter with him. On the table lay a letter from Margaret, and another which Harry had written to him from Auckland. "Oh, Harry, you were with him," he said. "Tell me all about him." And he established himself, with his face hidden on the table, uttering nothing except "Go on," whenever Harry's voice failed in the narration. When something was said of "all for the best," he burst out, "He might say so. I suppose one ought to think so. But is not it hard, when I had nobody but him? And there was Maplewood, and I might have been so happy there, with him and Margaret." "They say nothing could have made Margaret well," said Harry. "I don't care. He would have married her all the same, and we should have made her so happy at Maplewood. I hate the place. I wish it were at Jericho." "You are captain of the ship now," said Harry, "and you must make the best of it." "I can't. It will never be home. Home is with Margaret and the rest of them." "So Allan said he hoped you would make it, and you are just like one of us, you know." "What's the use of that, when Captain Gordon will not let me go near you? Taking me to that abominable Maplewood last Easter, with half the house shut up, and all horrid, and he is as dry as a stick." "The captain!" cried Harry angrily. "There's not a better captain to sail with in the whole Navy, and your brother would be the first to tell you so. I'm not discharged yet. Hector, you'd better look out what you say." "Maybe he is the best to sail with, but that is not being the best to live with," said the heir of Maplewood disconsolately. "Allan himself always said he never knew what home was till he got to your father and Margaret." "So will you," said Harry. "Why, my father is your master, or whatever you may call it." "No, Captain Gordon is my guardian." "Eh? What's become of the will, then?" "What will?" cried Hector. "Did Allan make one after all?" "Aye. At Valparaiso he had a touch of fever. I went ashore to nurse him, to a merchant's, who took us in for love of our Scottish blood. Mr. Earnscliff made a will there, and left it in his charge." "Do you think he made Dr. May my guardian?" "He asked me whether I thought he would dislike it, and I told him no." "That's right," cried Hector. "That's like dear old Ellen. I shall get back to the doctor and Margaret after all. Mind you write to the captain, Harry." Hector was quite inspirited and ready to return to the others, but Harry paused to express a hope that he did not let Tom make such a fool of himself as he had done today. "Not he," said Hector. "He is liked as much as anyone in the house. He has been 5 times sent up for good. See there in the Eton list. He is a real clever fellow." "Aye, but what's the good of all that if you let him be a puppy?" "Oh, he'll be cured. A fellow that has been a sloven always is a puppy for a bit," said Hector philosophically. Norman was meantime taking Tom to task for these same airs, and, hearing it was from the desire to see his brother respectable, Stoneborough men never cared for what they looked like, and he must have Harry do himself credit. "You need not fear," said Norman. "He did not require Eden to make him a gentleman." "How now?" "Why, Tom, old man, you are not taking that to heart. That's all over long ago." For that black spot in his life had never passed out of the lad's memory, and it might be from the lurking want of self-respect that there was about him so much of self-assertion in attention to trifles. He was very reserved, and no one except Norman had ever found the way to anything like confidence, and Norman had vexed him by the proposal he had made in the holidays. He made no answer, but stood looking at Norman with an odd, undecided gaze. "Well, what now, old fellow?" said Norman, half fearing that might not be absolutely over. "One would think you were not glad to see Harry." "I suppose he has made you all the more set upon that mad notion of yours," said Tom. "So far as making me feel that that part of the world has a strong claim on us," replied Norman. "I'm sure you don't look as if you found your pleasure in it," cried Tom. "Pleasure is not what I seek," said Norman. "What is the matter with you?" said Tom. "You said I did not seem rejoiced. You look worse, I am sure." Tom put his arm around Norman's shoulder and looked solicitously at him, demonstrations of affection very rare with him. "I wonder which would really make you happiest, to have your own way and go to these black villains? Remember that but for others who have done so, Harry." "Pshaw," said Tom, rubbing some invisible dust from his coat sleeve. "If it would keep you at home, I would say I never would hear of doctoring." "I thought you had said so." "What's the use of my coming here if I'm to be a country doctor?" "I have told you I do not mean to victimize you. If you have a distaste to it, there's an end of it. I am quite ready." Tom gave a great sigh. "No," he said, "if I must, I must. I don't mind the part of it that you do. I only hate the name of it and the being tied down to a country place like that, while you go out thousands of miles off to these savages. But if it is the only thing to content you, I won't stand in your way. I can't bear you looking disconsolate." "Don't think yourself bound if you really dislike the profession." "I don't," said Tom. "It is my free choice. If it were not for the horrid sick people, I should like it." "Promising. It must be confessed." Perhaps Tom had expected Norman to brighten at once, but it was a fallacious hope. The gaining his point involved no pleasant prospect, and his young brother's moody devotion to him suggested scruples whether he ought to exact the sacrifice, though, in his own mind, convinced that it was Tom's vocation, and knowing that would give him many of the advantages of an eldest son. Eton fully justified Hector's declaration that it would not regard the cut of Harry's coat. The hero of a lost ship and savage isle was the object of universal admiration and curiosity, and inestimable were the favors conferred by Hector and Tom in giving introductions to him, till he had shaken hands with half the school and departed amid deafening cheers. In spite of Harry, the day had been long and heavy to Norman, and though he chided himself for his depression, he shrank from the sight of Maida and Sir Henry walking him together, and was ready to plead an aching head as an excuse for not appearing at the evening party. But, besides that this might attract notice, he thought himself bound to take care of Harry in so new a world, where the boy must be at a great loss. "I say, old June," cried a voice at his door, "are you ready?" "I have not begun dressing yet. Will you wait?" "Not I. The fun is beginning." Norman heard the light foot scampering downstairs, and prepared to follow, to assume the protection of him. Music sounded as Norman left his room, and he turned aside to avoid the stream of company flowing up the flower-decked stairs, and made his way into the rooms through Flora's boudoir. He was almost dazzled by the bright lights and the gay murmurs of the brilliant throng. Young ladies with flowers and velvet streamers down their backs, old ladies portly and bejeweled, gentlemen looking civil, abounded wherever he turned his eyes. He could see Flora's graceful head bending as she received guest after guest, and the smile with which she answered congratulations on her brother's return. But Harry he did not so quickly perceive, and he was trying to discover in what corner he might have hidden himself, when Maida stood beside him, asking whether their Eton journey had prospered, and how poor Hector was feeling at Harry's return. "Where is Harry?" asked Norman. "Is he not rather out of his element?" "No, indeed," said Maida, smiling. "Why, he is the lion of the night." "Poor fellow, how he must hate it! Come this way, into the front room. There, look at him. Is it not nice to see him, so perfectly simple and at his ease, neither shy nor elated? And what a fine-looking fellow he is!" Maida might well say so. The trim, well-knit, broad-chested form, the rosy and browned honest face, the shining light brown curly locks, the dancing well-opened blue eyes, and merry hearty smile showed to the best advantage, in array that even Tom would not have spurned, put on with naval neatness, and his attitude and manner were so full of manly ease that it was no wonder that every eye rested on him with pleasure. Norman smiled at his own mistake, and asked who were the lady and gentleman conversing with him. Maida mentioned one of the most distinguished of English names, and shared his amusement in seeing Harry talking to them with the same frank, unembarrassed ease as when he had that morning shaken hands with their son, in the capacity of Hector Earnscliff's fag. No one present inspired him with a tithe of the awe he felt for a post-captain. It was simply a pleasant assembly of good-natured folks, glad to welcome home a battered sailor, and of pretty girls, for whom he had a sailor's admiration, but without forwardness or presumption, all in happy, grateful simplicity. "I suppose you cannot dance," said Flora to him. "I?" was Harry's interjection, and while she was looking round for a partner to whom to present him, he had turned to the young daughter of his new acquaintance, and had her on his arm, unconscious that George had been making his way to her. Flora was somewhat uneasy, but the mother was looking on smiling, and expressed her delight in the young midshipman, and Mrs. Rivers, while listening gladly to his praises, watched heedfully, and was reassured to see that dancing was as natural to him as everything else. His steps were light as a feather, his movement all freedom and joy, without being boisterous, and his boyish chivalry as pretty a sight as any one could wish to see. If the rest of the world enjoyed their dances a quarter as much as did Mr. May, they were enviable people, and he contributed not a little to their pleasure, if merely by the sight of his blithe freshness and spirited simplicity, as well as a general sympathy with his sister's joy, and the interest in his adventures. He would have been a general favorite if he had been far less personally engaging. As it was, every young lady was in raptures at dancing with him, and he did his best to dance with them all, and to try to stir up Norman, who, after Maida had been obliged to leave him, and go to act her share of the part of hostess, had disposed of himself against a wall, where he might live out the night. "Ha! June! What makes you stand sentry there? Come and dance and have some of the fun. Some of these girls are the nicest partners in the world. There's that Lady Alice, something with the dangling things in her hair, sitting down now. Famous at a polka. Come along, I'll introduce you. It will do you good." "I know nothing of dancing," said Norman, beginning to apprehend that he might be dragged off, as often he had been to cricket or football, and by much the same means. "Comes by nature when you hear the music. Ha! What a delicious polka! Come along, or I must be off. She will be waiting for me, and she is the second prettiest girl here. Come." "I have been trying to make something of him, Harry," said the ubiquitous Flora, "but I don't know whether it is mauvaise honte or headache." "I see. Poor old June," cried Harry. "I'll get you an ice at once, old fellow. Nothing like one for setting a man going." Before Norman could protest, Harry had flown off. "Flora," asked Norman, are the Walkinghams here?" "Yes. Don't you see Sir Henry? That fine-looking man with the black mustache. I want you to know him. He is a great admirer of your prize poem and of Dr. Spencer." Harry, returning, administered his ice, and then darted off to excuse himself to his partner by explanations about his brother, whom everybody must have heard of, as he was the cleverest fellow living, and had written the best prize poem ever heard at Oxford. He firmly believed Norman a much greater lion than himself. Norman was forced to leave his friendly corner to dispose of the glass of his ice, and thus encountered Miss Rivers, of whom Sir Henry was asking questions about a beautiful collection of cameos which Flora had laid out as a company trap. "Here is Norman May," said Maida. "He knows them better than I do. Do you remember which of these is the head of Diana, Norman?" Having set the two gentlemen to discuss them, she glided away on fresh hospitable duties, while Norman repeated the comments that he had so enjoyed hearing from poor Mr. Rivers, hoping he was, at least, sparing Maida some pain, and wondering that Flora should have risked hurting her feelings by exposing these treasures to the general gaze. If Norman were wearied by Sir Henry, it was his own fault, for the Baronet was a very agreeable person, who thought a first-class man worth cultivation, so that the last half-hour might have compensated for all the rest, if conversation were always the test. "Why, Maida," cried Harry, coming up to her, "you have not once danced! We are a sort of brother and sister, to be sure, but that is no hindrance, is it?" "No," said Maida, smiling. "Thank you, Harry, but you must find someone more worthy. I do not dance this season, at least not in public. When we get home, who knows what we may do?" "You don't dance? Poor little Maida! And you don't go out? What a pity!" "I had rather not work quite so hard," said Maida. "Think what good fortune I had by staying at home last night." "I declare!" exclaimed Harry, bewitched by the beaming congratulation of her look. "I can't imagine why Norman had said you had turned into a fine lady. I can't see a bit of it." "Norman said I turned into a fine lady," repeated Maida. "Why?" "Never mind. I don't think so. You are just like Papa's hummingbird, as you always were, not a bit more of a fine lady than any girl here, and I am sure Papa would say so. Only old June had got a bad headache, and is in one of his old dumps, such as I hoped he had left off. But he can't help it, poor fellow, and he will come out of it by and by. So never mind. Hello! Why, people are going away already. There's that girl without anyone to hand her downstairs." Away ran Harry, and presently the brothers and sisters gathered round the fire, George declaring that he was glad that nuisance was so well over, and Harry exclaiming, "Well done, Flora! It was capital fun. I never saw a lot of prettier or more good-natured people in my life. If I am at home for the Stoneborough ball, I wonder whether my father will let me go to it." This result of Harry's successful debut in high life struck his sister and Norman as so absurd that both laughed. "What's the matter now?" asked Harry. "You're comparing Flora's party to a Stoneborough ball," said Norman. "It is all the same, isn't it?" said Harry. "I'm sure you are equally disgusted at both." "Much you know about it," said Flora, patting him gaily. "I'm not going to put conceit in that lion head of yours, but you are as good as an Indian prince to my party. Do you know to whom you have been talking so coolly?" "Of course. You see, Norman, it is just as I told you. All civilized people are just alike when they get into a drawing-room." "Harry takes large views of the genus homo," Norman exerted himself to say. "Being used to the black and brown species, he takes little heed of the lesser varieties. It is enough for him that he does not furnish the entertainment in another way," said Flora. "But good night. Meta, you look tired." End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Part 2, Chapter 19 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. Let none, henceforth, shrink from daring dreams, for earnest hearts shall find their dreams fulfilled. Fouque. "I have it," began Harry, as he came down to breakfast. "I don't know how I came to forget it. The will was to be sent home to Mr. McIntosh's English partner. I'll go and overhaul him this very morning. They won't mind my coming by later train, when there is such a reason." "What is his name? Where shall you find him?" asked Flora. "I can't be sure, but you've a navy list of that sort of cattle, have not you, Flora? I'll hunt him up." Flora supposed he meant a directory, and all possible South American merchants having been overlooked, and the Macintoshes selected, he next required a chart of London, and wanted to attempt self-navigation, but was forced to accept of George's brougham and escort. Flora would not trust him otherwise, and Norma was obliged to go to Oxford at once, hurrying off to his train before breakfast was over. Flora might have trusted Harry alone. George contributed no more than the dignity of his presence, and, indeed, would have resigned the pursuit at the first blunder about the firm, and still more when the right one had been found, but the partner proved crusty, and would not believe that any such document was in his hands. George was consenting to let it rest till Mr. McIntosh could be written to, but Harry, outrunning his management, and regardless of rebuffs, fairly teased the old gentleman into a search, as the only means of getting rid of the troublesome sailor. In the midst of George's civil regrets at the fruitless trouble they were causing, forth came a bundle of papers, and forth from the bundle fell a packet, on which Harry pounced as he read, "Will of Allan Halliday Earnscliffe, Esquire, of Maplewood, Yorkshire, Lieutenant in H.M.S. Alcestis," and, in the corner, the executor's name, Captain John Gorgen, of H.M.S. Alcestis, and Richard May, Esquire, M.D., Market Stoneborough. As if in revenge, the prudent merchant would not be induced to entrust him with the document, saying he could not give it up till he had heard from the executors, and had been certified of the death of the testator. He withstood both the angry gentleman, who finally departed in a state of great resentment, Harry declaring that the old landlubber would not believe that he was his own father's son, and Mr. Rivers, no less incensed, that the House of Commons had been insulted in his person, because he did not carry all before him. Flora laughed at their story, and told them that she suspected that the old gentleman was in the right, and she laid plans for having Harry to teach them yachting at Ryde, while Harry declared he would have nothing to do with such trumpery. Harry found his home in a sort of agony of expectation, for his non-arrival at the time expected had made his first appearance seem like an insubstantial illusion, though Dr. May, or Mary and Aubrey, had been at the station at the coming in of each train. Margaret had recovered the effects of the first shock, and the welcome was far more joyous than the first had been, with the mixed sensations that were now composed, and showed little, outwardly, but gladness. Dr. May took Flora's view of the case, and declared that, if Harry had brought home the will, he should not have opened it without his co-executor. So he wrote to the captain, while Harry made the most of his time in learning his sisters over again. He spent a short time alone with Margaret every morning, patiently and gently allowing himself to be recalled to the sad recollections that were all the world to her. He kept Ethel and Mary merry with his droll desultory comments. He made Blanche keep up her dancing, and taught Gertrude to be a thorough little romp. As to Dr. May, his patients never were so well or so cheerful till Dr. Spencer and Ethel suspected that the very sight of his looks brightened them. How could they help it? Dr. Spencer was as happy as a king in seeing his friend freed from the heavy weight of his spirits, and, truly, it was goodly to watch his perfect look of content as he leaned on his lion-faced boy's arm and walked down to the minster, whither it seemed to have become possible to go on most evenings. Good Dr. May was no musician, but Mr. Wilmot could not regret certain tones that now and then burst out in the chanting from the very bottom of a heart that assuredly sang with a full melody of thankfulness, whatever the voice might do. Captain Gorgen not only wrote but came to Stoneborough, whence Harry was to go with him to the court-martial at Portsmouth. The girls wondered that, after writing with so much warmth and affection, both of and to Harry, he met him without any demonstration of feeling, and his short peremptory manner removed all surprise that poor Hector had been so forlorn with him at Maplewood, and turned, with all his heart, to Dr. May. They were especially impressed at the immediate subsidence of all Harry's noise and nonsense, as if the drawing-room had been the quarter-deck of the Alcestis. "And yet," said Margaret, "Harry will not hear a single word in dispraise of him. I do believe he loves him with all his heart." "I think," said Ethel, "that in a strong character there is an exulting fear in looking up to a superior in whose justice there is perfect reliance. It is a germ of the higher feeling." "I believe you are right," said Margaret, "but it is a serious thing for a man to have so little sympathy with those below him. You see how Hector feels it, and I now understand how it told upon Alan, and how Papa's warmth was like a surprise to him. Because Captain Gorgen had to be a father to them, and that is more than a captain. I should not wonder if there were more similarity and fellow feeling between him and Harry than there could be with either of them. Harry, though he has all Papa's tenderness, is of a rougher sort that likes to feel itself mastered. Poor Hector! I wonder if he is to be given back to us." "Do you know whether they will find out this morning?" said Margaret, catching her dress nervously as she was moving away. "Yes, I believe so. I was not to have told you, but—" "There is no reason that it should do me any harm," said Margaret, almost smiling, and looking as if she was putting restraint on something she wished to say. "Go down, dear Ethel. Aubrey will be waiting for you." Ethel went down to the difficult task of hearing Aubrey's lessons, while Harry was pretending to write to Mrs. Arnott, but, in reality, teaching Gertrude the parts of a ship, occasionally acting mast for her to climb. By and by Dr. May came in. "Margaret not downstairs yet?" he said. "She is dressed, but will not come down to the evening," said Ethel. "I'll go to her. She will be pleased. Come up presently, Ethel. Where's Richard?" "Gone out," said Harry. "What? Is it anything left to her?" The best, said Dr. May. "Ethel, listen. 20,000 to build and endow a church for Coxmore." No need to bid Ethel listen. She gave a sort of leap in her chair, then looked almost ready to faint. "My dear child," said her father, "this is your wish. I give you joy. Indeed I do." Ethel drew his arm round her and leaned against him. My wish, she repeated, as if questioning the drift of the words. "I'm glad it is found," cried Harry. "Now I know why he talked of Coxmore, and seemed to rest in planning for it. You will mind the roof is as he said." "You must talk to Dr. Spencer about that," said Dr. May. "The captain means to leave it entirely in our hands." "Dear Alan!" exclaimed Ethel. "My wish! Oh yes, but how gained? Yet, Coxmore with a church! I don't know how to be glad enough, and yet—" "You shall read the sentence," said Dr. May, "in testimony of thankfulness for mercy vouchsafed to him here. Poor dear boy!" "What does the captain say?" asked Harry. "He is rather astounded, but he owns that the estate can bear it, for old Halliday had saved a great deal, and there will be more before Hector comes of age." "And Hector?" "Yes, we get him back. I am fellow trustee with Captain Gorgen, and as a personal guardianship, I fancy the captain found he could not make the boy happy, and thinks you no bad specimen of our training." "Famous!" cried Harry. "Hector will hurrah now. Is that all?" "Except legacies to Captain Gorgen and some Scottish relations. But poor Margaret ought to hear it. Ethel, don't be long in coming." With all Ethel's reputation for bluntness, it was remarkable how her force of character made her always called for whenever there was the least dread of a scene. She turned abruptly from Harry, and, going outside the window, tried to realize and comprehend the tidings, but all she could have time to discover was that Alan's memory was dearer to her than ever, and she was obliged to hasten upstairs. Her father quitted the room by one door, as she entered by the other. She believed that it was to hide his emotion, but Margaret's fair wan face was beaming with the sweetest of congratulating smiles. "I thought so," she said, as Ethel came in. "Dear Ethel, are you not glad?" "I think I am," said Ethel, putting her hands to her brow. "You think!" exclaimed Margaret, as if disappointed. "I beg your pardon," said Ethel, with quivering lip. "Dear Margaret, I am glad. Don't you believe I am, but somehow it is harder to deal with joy than grief. It confuses one. Dear Alan, and then to have been set on it so long, to have prayed so for it, and to have it come in this way, by your— Nay, Ethel, had he come home, it was his great wish to have done it. He used to make projects when he was here, but he would not let me tell you, lest he should find duties at Maplewood, whereas this would have been his pleasure. Dear Alan, repeated Ethel, if you are so kind, so dear as to be glad, Margaret, I think I shall be so presently. Margaret almost grudged the lack of the girlish outbreak of rejoicing, which would once have forgotten everything in the ecstasy of the fulfilled vision. It did not seem to be what Alan had intended. He had figured to himself unmixed joy, and she wanted to see it, and something of the wayward impatience of weakness throbbed at her heart as Ethel paced the room and disappeared in her own curtained recess. Presently she came back, saying, You are sure you are glad? It would be strange if I were not, said Margaret. See, Ethel, here are blessings springing up from what I used to think had served for nothing but to bring him pain and grief. I am so thankful that he could express his desire, and so grateful to dear Harry for bringing it to light. How much better it is than I ever thought it could be. He has been spared disappointment, and surely the good that he will have done will follow him. And you? Said Ethel sadly. I shall lie here and wait, said Margaret. I shall see the plans, and hear all about it, and oh, her eyes lighted up. Perhaps some day I may hear the bell. Richard's tap interrupted them. Had he heard? I have. The deepened color in his cheek betrayed how much he felt, as he cast an anxious glance towards Margaret, an inquiring one on Ethel. She is so pleased, was all Ethel could say. I thought she would be, said Richard, approaching. Captain Gordon seemed quite vexed that no special token of remembrance was left to her. Margaret smiled in a peculiar way. If he only knew how glad I am there was not. And Ethel knew that the church was his token to Margaret, and that any fading, frail memorial would have lessened the force of the signification. Ethel could speak better to her brother than to her sister. Oh, Richard, 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 she cried, and a most unusual thing with both. She flung her arms round his neck. It has come at last! If it had not been for you, this would never have been. How little likely it seemed, that dirty day, when I talked wildly, and you checked me. You had faith and perseverance, said Richard, or— You are right, said Margaret, as Ethel was about to disclaim. It was Ethel's steadiness that brought it before Alan's mind. If she had yielded, when we almost wished it, in the time of the distress about Mrs. Green, I do believe that all would have died away. I didn't keep steady. I was only crazy. You and Richie and Mr. Wilmot, said Ethel, half crying. Then, as if unable to stay, she exclaimed with a sort of petulance, And there's Harry playing all sorts of rigs with Aubrey. I shan't get any more sense out of him today. And away she rushed to the wayfaring dust of her life of labor, to find Aubrey and Daisy halfway up the tulip tree, and Harry mischievously unwilling to help them down again, assuring her that such news deserved a holiday, and that she was growing a worse tartar than Miss Winter. She had better let the poor children alone, put on her bonnet, and come with him to tell Mr. Wilmot. Whereat Ethel was demurring when Dr. May came forth and declared he should take her himself. Poor Mr. Wilmot labored under a great burden of gratitude, which no one would receive from him. Dr. May and Ethel repudiated thanks almost with terror, and, when he tried them with the captain, he found very doubtful approval of the whole measure, so that Harry alone was a ready acceptant of a full meed of acknowledgments for his gallant extraction of the will. No one was more obliged to him than Hector Earnscliff, who wrote to Margaret that it would be very jolly to come home again, and that he was delighted that the captain could not hinder either that or Coxmore Church. And, as to Maplewood, I shall not hate it so much, if that happens which I hope will happen, of which oracular sentence Margaret could make nothing. The house of May felt more at their ease when the uncongenial captain had departed, although he carried off Harry with him. There was the better opportunity for a tea-drinking consultation with Dr. Spencer and Mr. Wilmot, when Margaret lay on her sofa, looking better than for months past, and taking the keenest interest in every arrangement. Dr. Spencer, whose bright eyes glittered at every mention of the subject, assumed that he was to be the architect, while Dr. May was assuring him that it was a maxim that no one unpaid could be trusted, and when he talked of beautiful German churches with pure spires, declared that the building must not make too large a hole in the 20,000 at the expense of future curates, because Richard was the first. "I'll be prudent, Dick," said Dr. Spencer. "Trust me not to rival the minster." "We shall find work next for you there," said Mr. Wilmot. "Aye, we shall have May out of his family packing box before many years are over his head." "Don't mention it," said Dr. May. "I know what I exposed myself to in bringing Wilmot here." "Yes," said Dr. Spencer. "We shall put you in the van when we attack the corporation pen." "I shall hold by the good old cause. As if the galleries had not been there before you were born." "As if poor people had a right to sit in their own church," said Ethel. "Sit, you may well say," said Mr. Wilmot. "As if any one could do otherwise, with those ingenious traps for hindering kneeling." "Well, I know the people must have room," said Dr. May, cutting short several further attacks which he saw impending. "Yes, you would like to build another blue gallery, blocking up another window, and with Richard May and Christopher Tompkins, church wardens, on it, in orange-colored letters, the Rivers colors. No disrespect to your father, Miss May, but, as a general observation, it is a property of town councilors to be conservative only where they ought not. I brought you here to talk of building a church, not of pulling one to pieces." Poor Dr. May, he knew it was inevitable and quite right, but his affectionate heart and spirit of perpetuity, which had an association connected with every marble cloud, green baize pew, and square-headed panel, anticipated tortures in the general sweep, for which his ecclesiastical taste and sense of propriety would not soon compensate. Margaret spared his feelings by bringing the Cottesmore subject back again. Dr. Spencer seemed to comprehend the ardor with which she pressed it on, as if it were very near her heart that there should be no delay. He said he could almost promise her that the first stone should be laid before the end of the summer, and she thanked him in her own warm, sweet way, hoping that it would be while Hector and Harry were at home. Harry soon returned, having gone through the court-martial with the utmost credit, been patronized by Captain Gorgen in an unheard-of manner, asked to dine with the Admiral, and promised to be quickly afloat again. Ere many days had passed, he was appointed to one of the finest vessels in the fleet, commanded by a captain to whom Captain Gorgen had introduced him, and who seemed to have taken a fancy to him, as he said. The Bucephalus, now the object of his pride, was refitting, and his sisters hoped to see a good deal of him before he should again sail. Besides, Flora would be at Ryde before the end of July. It was singular that Ethel's vision should have been fulfilled simultaneously with Flora's having obtained a position so far beyond what could have been anticipated. She was evidently extremely happy and valuable, much admired and respected, and with full exercise for the energy and cleverness which were never more gratified than by finding scope for action. Her husband was devotedly attached to her, and was entirely managed by her, and though her good judgment kept her from appearing visibly in matters not pertaining to her own sphere, she was, in fact, his understanding. She read, listened, and thought for him, imbued him with her own views, and composed his letters for him, ruling his affairs, both political and private, and undeniably making him fill a position which, without her, he would have left vacant. Nor was there any doubt that he was far happier for finding himself of consequence, and being no longer left a charge upon his own hands. He seemed fully to suffice to her as a companion, although she was so far superior in power, for it was, perhaps, her nature to love best that which depended upon her, and gave her a sense of exercising protection, as she had always loved Margaret better than Ethel. Mrs. Rivers was an admirable woman. So everyone felt, and her youthful beauty and success in the fashionable world made her qualities, as a wife and mistress of a household, the more appreciated. She never set aside her religious habits or principles, was an active member of various charitable associations, and found her experience of the Stoneborough Ladies' Committee applicable among far greater names. Indeed, Lady Leonora thought dear Flora Rivers's only fault her over-strictness, which encouraged Maida in the same, but there were points that Flora could not have yielded on any account without failing in her own eyes. She made time for everything, and though, between business and fashion, she seemed to undertake more than mortal could accomplish, it was all effected and excellently. She did, indeed, sigh over the briefness of the time that she could bestow on her child or on home correspondence, and declared that she should rejoice in rest, but, at the same time, her achievements were a positive pleasure to her. Maida, in the meantime, had been living passively on the most affectionate terms with her brother and sister, and though often secretly yearning after the dear old father, whose darling she had been, and longing for power of usefulness, she took it on trust that her present lot had been ordered for her, and was thankful, like the bird of Dr. May's fable, for the pleasures in her path, culling sweet morals and precious thoughts out of book, painting, or concert, occasions for Christian charities in each courtesy of society, and opportunities for cheerful self-denial and submission whenever any little wish was thwarted. So Norman said she had turned into a fine lady? It was a sudden and surprising intimation, and made a change in the usually bright and calm current of her thoughts. She was not aware that there had been any alteration in herself, and it was a revelation that set her to examine where she had changed. Poor little thing! She was not angry, she did not resent the charge. She took it for granted that, coming from such a source, it must be true and reasonable. And what did it mean? Did they think her too gay, or neglectful of old friends? What had they been saying to Harry about her? Ah, thought Maida, I understand it. I am living a life of ease and uselessness, and with his higher aims and nobler purposes, he shrinks from the frivolities among which I am cast. I saw his saddened countenance among our gaieties, and I know that to deep minds there is heaviness in the midst of display. He withdraws from the follies that have no charms for him, and ought I to be able to help being amused? I don't seek these things, but, perhaps, I ought to avoid them more than I do. If I could be quite clear what is right, I should not care what effort I made. But I was born to be one of those who have trial of riches, and such blessed tasks are not my portion. But if he sees the vanities creeping into my heart, I should be grateful for that warning. So meditated Maida, as she copied one of her own drawings of the Grange, for her dear old governess, Mrs. Larpent, while each line and tint recalled the comments of her fond amateur father, and the scenery carried her home, in spite of the street sounds and the scratching of Flora's pen, coursing over note paper. Presently Sir Henry Walkingham called, bringing a beautiful bouquet. "Delicious!" cried Maida. "See, Flora, it is in good time, for those vases were sadly shabby." She began at once to arrange the flowers, a task that seemed what she was born for, and the choice roses and geraniums acquired fresh grace as she placed them in the slender glasses and classic vases. But Flora's discerning eyes perceived some mortification on the part of the gentleman, and, on his departure, playfully reproached Maida for ingratitude. "Did we not thank him? I thought I did them all due honor, actually using the Dresden bowl." "You little wretch, quite insensible to the sentiment of the thing." "Sentiment? One would think you had been reading about the language of flowers." Whatever there was, poor Sir Henry did not mean it for the Dresden bowl or Bohemian glass. "Flora, do pray tell me whether you are in fun." "You ridiculous child," said Flora, kissing her earnest forehead, ringing the bell, and gathering up her papers as she walked out of the room and gave her notes to the servant. "What does she mean? Is it play?" "Oh, no, a hint would be far more like her. But I hope it is nonsense. He is very kind and pleasant, and I should not know what to do." Instances of his complaisance towards herself rose before her, so as to excite some warmth and gratitude. Her lonely heart thrilled at the idea of being again the best beloved, and her energetic spirit bounded at the thought of being no longer condemned to a life of idle ease. Still, it was too new a light to her to be readily accepted after she had looked on him so long, merely as a familiar of the house, attentive to her because she fell to his share when Flora was occupied. She liked him, decidedly, She could possibly do more, but she was far more inclined to dread than to desire any disturbance of their present terms of intercourse. However, thought she, I must see my way. If he should have any such thing in his head, to go on as we do now would be committing myself, and I will not do that, unless I am sure it is right. Oh, Papa, you would have settled it for me. But I will have it out with Flora. She will find out what I cannot, how far he is a man for whom one ought to care. I do not think Norman liked him, but then Norman has so keen a sense of the world touched. I suppose I am that. If any other life did but seem appointed to me, but one cannot tell what is thwarting providential leading, and if this be as good a man as— What would Ethel say? If I could but talk to Dr. May! But Flora I will catch, before I see him again, that I may know how to behave. Catching Flora was not the easiest thing in the world, among her multifarious occupations, but Maida was not the damsel to lose an opportunity for want of decision. Flora saw what was coming, and was annoyed with herself for having given the alarm. But, after all, it must have come some time or other, though she had rather that Maida had been more involved first. It should be premised that Mrs. Rivers had no notion of the degree of attachment felt by her brother for Maida. She only knew that Lady Leonora had a general distrust of her family, and she felt it a point of honor to promote no dangerous meetings, and to encourage Sir Henry, a connection who would be most valuable, both as conferring importance upon George in the county, and as being himself related to persons of high influence, whose interest might push on her brothers. Preferment for Richard, promotion for Harry, nay, diplomatic appointments for Tom, came floating before her imagination, even while she smiled at her Alnaschar visions. But the tone of Maida, as she drew her almost forcibly into a room, showed her that she had given a great shock to her basket. Flora, if you'd only give me a minute, and would tell me— What? Asked Flora, not inclined to spare her blushes. Whether you meant anything in earnest. My dear little goose, did no one ever make an innocent joke in their lives before? It was very silly of me, said Maida, but you gave me a terrible fright. Was it so very terrible, poor little bird? Said Flora, in commiseration. Well then, you may safely think of him as a man tame about the house. It was much prettier of you not to appropriate the flowers, as any other damsel would have done. Do you really and truly think— began Maida, but, from the color of her cheek and the timid resolution of her tone, Flora thought it safest not to hear the interrogation, and answered, I know what he comes here for. It is only as a refuge from his mother's friend, old Lady Drummond, who would give the world to catch him for her daughters. That's all. Put my nonsense out of your head, and be yourself, my sweet one. Flora had never gone so near an untruth as when she led Maida to believe this was the sole reason. But, after all, what did Flora herself know to the contrary? Maida recovered her ease, and Flora marked, as weeks passed on, that she grew more accustomed to Sir Henry's attentions. A little while, and she would find herself so far bound by the encouragement she had given that she could not reject him. My dear, said George, when do you think of going down to take the baby to the Grange? She looks dull, I think. Really, I think it is hardly worth while to go down en masse, said Flora. These last debates may be important, and it is a bad time to quit one's post. Don't you think so? As you please. The train is a great bore. And we will send the baby down the last day before we go to ride, with Preston and Butts to take care of her. We can't spare him to take them down till we shut up the house. It is so much easier for us to go to Portsmouth from hence. The lurking conviction was that one confidential talk with Ethel would cause the hummingbird to break the toils that were being wound invisibly round her. Ethel and her father knew nothing of the world, and were so unreasonable in their requirements. Maida would consult them all, and all her scruples would awaken, and perhaps Dr. Spencer might be interrogated on Sir Henry's life abroad, where Flora had a suspicion that gossip had best not be raked up. Not that she concealed anything positively known to her, or that she was not acting just as she would have done by her own child. She found herself happily married to one whom home notions would have rejected, and she believed Maida would be perfectly happy with a man of decided talent, honor, an unstained character, even though he should not come up to her father's or Ethel's standard. If Maida were to marry as they would approve, she would have far to seek among desirable connections. Meantime, was not Flora acting with exemplary judgment and self-denial? So she wrote that she could not come home. Margaret was much disappointed, and so was Maida, who had looked to Ethel to unravel the tangles of her life. "No, no, little miss," said Flora to herself. "You don't talk to Ethel till your fate is irrevocable. Why, if I had listened to her, I should be thankful to be singing at Mrs. Hoxton's parties at this minute. And, as for herself, look at Norman Ogilvy. No, no, after 6 weeks yachting, moonlight, sea, and sympathy, I defy her to rob Sir Henry of his prize. And, with Maida Lady of Coxmore, even Ethel herself must be charmed." End of Part 2, Chapter 19, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen. Part 2, Chapter 20 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. We barter life for pottage, sell true bliss for wealth or power, for pleasure or renown. Thus, Esau-like, our Father's blessing miss, then wash with fruitless tears our faded crown. Christian Year. "Papa, here's a message from Flora for you," said Margaret, holding up a letter. "She wants to know whom to consult about the baby." "Ha! What's the matter?" Margaret read, "Will you ask Papa whom I had better call in to see the baby? There does not seem to be anything positively amiss, but I am not happy about her. There is a sleepiness about her which I do not understand, and, when roused, she is fretful, and will not be amused. There is a look in her eyes which I do not like, and I should wish to have some advice for her. Lady Leonora recommends Mr. But I always distrust people who are very much the rage, and I shall send for no one without Papa's advice." "Let me see," said Dr. May, startled, and holding out his hand for the letter. "A look about the eyes. I shall go up and see her myself. Why has she not brought her home?" "It would have been far better," said Margaret. "Sleepy and dull. She was as lively a child when they took her away as I ever saw. What? Is there no more about her? The letter is crammed with somebody's vote of want of confidence, debate last night. What is she about? She fancies she knows everything, and, the fact is, she knows no more about infants. I could see that, when the poor little thing was a day old." "Do you think there is a cause for fear?" said Margaret anxiously. "I can't tell. With the first child, one can't guess what may be Mamma's fancy, or what may be serious. But Flora is not too fanciful, and I must see her for my own satisfaction. Let someone write and say I will come up tomorrow by the 12 o'clock train. And mind she opens the letter." Dr. May kept his word, and the letter had evidently not been neglected, for George was watching for him at the station, and thanked him so eagerly for coming that Dr. May feared that he was indeed needed, and inquired anxiously. "Flora is uneasy about her. She seems heavy, and cries when she is disturbed," replied George. "Flora has not left her today, and hardly yesterday." "Have you had no advice for her?" "Flora preferred waiting till you should come." Dr. May made an impatient movement, and thought the way long till they were set down in Park Lane. Maida came to meet them on the stairs, and said that the baby was just the same, and Flora was in the nursery, and thither they hastily ascended. "Oh, Papa, I am so glad you're come," said Flora, starting up from her low seat beside the cradle. Dr. May hardly paused to embrace his daughter, and she anxiously led him to the cradle, and tried to read his expression as his eyes fell on the little face, somewhat puffed, but of a waxy whiteness, and the breathing seeming to come from the lips. "How long has she been so?" he asked, in a rapid, professional manner. "For about 2 or 3 hours. She was very fretful before, but I did not like to call in anyone, as you were coming." "Is it from her teeth?" said Flora, more and more alarmed by his manner. Her complexion is always like that. She cannot bear to be disturbed," added she, as the child feebly moaned, on Dr. May beginning to take her from her cradle. But, without attending to the objection, he lifted her up so that she lay as quietly as before on his arm. Flora had trusted that hope and confidence would come with him, but, on the contrary, every lurking misgiving began to rush wildly over her as she watched his countenance while he carried his little granddaughter towards the light, studied her intently, raised her drooping eyelids, and looked into her eyes, scarcely eliciting another moan. Flora dared not ask a question, but looked on with eyes open, as it were, stiffened. "This is the effect of opium," were Dr. May's first words, breaking on all with startling suddenness. But, before anyone could speak, he added, "We must try some stimulant directly." Then looking round the room, "What have you nearest?" "Godfrey's cordial, sir," quickly suggested the nurse. "Ah, anything to save time. She is sinking for want of the drug that has," he broke off to apportion the dose, and to hold the child in a position to administer it. Flora tried to give it. The nurse tried. In vain. "Do not torment her further," said the doctor, as Flora would have renewed the trial. "It cannot be done. What have you all been doing?" cried he, as, looking up, his face changed from the tender compassion with which he had been regarding his little patient into a look of strong indignation, and one of his sentences of hasty condemnation broke from him, as it would not have done, had Flora been less externally calm. "I tell you this child has been destroyed with opium." They all recoiled. The father turned fiercely round on the nurse, with a violent exclamation, but Dr. May checked him. "Hush! This is no presence for the wrath of man." The solemn tone seemed to make George shrink into an awestruck quiescence. He stood motionless and transfixed, as if indeed conscious of some overwhelming presence. Flora had come near, with an imploring gesture, to take the child in her own arms, but Dr. May, by a look of authority, prevented it. For, indeed, it would have been harassing and distressing the poor little sufferer again to move her, as she lay with feeble gasps on his arm. So they remained, for what space no one knew. Not one word was uttered, not a limb moved, and the street noises sounded far off. Dr. May stooped his head closer to the babe's face, and seemed listening for a breath, as he once more touched the little wrist. He took away his finger. He ceased to listen. He looked up. Flora gave one cry, not loud, not sharp, but an exceeding bitter cry. She would have moved forward, but reeled, and her husband's arms supported her as she sank into a swoon. "Carry her to her room," said Dr. May. "I will come." And when George had borne her away, he kissed the lifeless cheek and reverently placed the little corpse in the cradle. But, as he rose from doing so, the sobbing nurse exclaimed, "Oh, sir! Oh, sir! Indeed, I never did—" "Never did what?" said Dr. May sternly. "I never gave the dear baby anything to do her harm," cried Preston vehemently. "You gave her this," said Dr. May, pointing to the bottle of Godfrey's cordial. He could say no more, for her master was hurrying back into the room. Anger was the first emotion that possessed him, and he hardly gave an answer to Dr. May's question about Flora. "Meta is with her. Where is that woman? Have you given her up to the police?" Preston shrieked and sobbed, made incoherent exclamations, and was much disposed to cling to the doctor. "Silence!" said Dr. May, lifting his hand, and assuming a tone and manner that awed them both, by reminding them that death was present in the chamber. And, taking his son-in-law out, and shutting the door, he said, in a low voice, "I believe this is no case for the police. Have mercy on the poor woman." "Mercy? I'll have no mercy on my child's murderer. You said she had destroyed my child." "Ignorantly." "I don't care for ignorance. She destroyed her. I'll have justice," said George doggedly. "You shall," said Dr. May, laying his hand on his arm, "but it must be investigated, and you are in no state to investigate. Go downstairs. Do not do anything till I come to you." His peremptory manner imposed on George, who, nevertheless, turned round as he went, saying, with a fierce glare in his eyes, "You will not let her escape. No. Go down. Be quiet." Dr. May returned to Preston and had to assure her that Mr. Rivers was not gone to call the police before he could bring her to any degree of coherence. She regarded him as her only friend, and soon undertook to tell the whole truth, and he perceived that it was, indeed, the truth. She had not known that the cordial was injurious, deeming it a panacea against fretfulness, precious to nurses, but against which ladies always had a prejudice, and, therefore, to be kept secret. Poor little Leonora had been very fretful and uneasy when Flora's many avocations had first caused her to be set aside, and Preston had had recourse to the remedy which, lulling her successfully, was applied with less moderation and judgment than would have been shown by a more experienced person, till gradually the poor child became dependent on it for every hour of rest. When her mother, at last, became aware of her unsatisfactory condition, and had spent her time in watching her, the nurse being prevented from continuing her drug, she was, of course, so miserable without it that Preston had ventured on proposing it, to which Mrs. Rivers had replied with displeasure sufficient to prevent her from declaring how much she had previously given. Preston was in an agony of distress for her little charge, as well as of fear for herself, and could hardly understand what her error had been. Dr. May soon saw that, though not highly principled, her sorrow was sincere, and that she still wept bitterly over the consequences of her treatment, when he told her that she had nothing to fear from the law, and that he would protect her from Mr. Rivers. Her confession was hardly over when Maida knocked at the door, pale and frightened. "Oh, Dr. May, do come to poor Flora! I don't know what to do, and George is in such a state." Dr. May made a sound of sorrow and perplexity, and Maida, as she went down before him, asked, in a low, horror-stricken whisper, "Did Preston really?" "Not knowingly," said Dr. May. "It is the way many children have gone, but I never thought—" They had come to Flora's dressing room. Her bedroom door was open, and George was pacing heavily up and down the length of both apartments, fiercely indignant. "Well," said he, advancing eagerly on Dr. May, "has she confessed?" "But Flora," said Dr. May, instead of answering him. Flora lay on her bed, her face hidden on her pillow, only now and then moaning. "Flora, my poor, poor child," said her father, bending down to raise her and taking her hand. She moved away, so as to bury her face more completely, but there was life in the movement, and he was sufficiently reassured on her situation to be able to attend to George, who was only impatient to rush off to take his revenge. He led him into the outer room, where Maida was waiting, and forced upon his unwilling conviction that it was no case for the law. The child had not been killed by any one dose, but had rather sunk from the want of stimulus to which she had been accustomed. As to any pity for the woman, George would not hear of it. She was still, in his eyes, the destroyer of his child, and, when he found the law would afford him no vengeance, he insisted that she should be turned out of his house at once. "George!" called a hollow voice from the next room, and, hurrying back, they saw Flora sitting up, and, as well as trembling limbs allowed, endeavoring to rise to her feet, while burning spots were in her cheeks. "George, turn me out of the house too. If Preston killed her, I did," and she gave a ghastly laugh. George threw his arms round her, and laid her on her bed again, with many fond words, and strength which she had not power to withstand. Dr. May, in the meantime, spoke quickly to Maida in the doorway. "She must go. They cannot see her again. But has she any friends in London?" "I think not." "Find out. She must not be sent adrift. Send her to the Grange, if nothing better offers. You must judge." He felt that he could confide in Maida's discretion and promptitude, and returned to the parents. "Is she gone?" said George in a whisper, which he meant should be unheard by his wife, who had sunk her face in her pillows again. "Going. Maida is seeing to it." "And that woman gets off free?" cried George. "Why, my poor little girl!" and, no longer occupied by the hope of retribution, he gave way to an overpowering burst of grief. His wife did not rouse herself to comfort him, but still lay motionless, excepting for a convulsive movement that passed over her frame at each sound from him, and her father felt her pulse bound at the same time with corresponding violence, as if each of his deep-drawn sobs were a mortal thrust. Going to him, Dr. May endeavored to repress his agitation and lead him from the room, but he could not, at first, prevail upon him to listen or understand, still less to quit Flora. The attempt to force on him the perception that his uncontrolled sorrow was injuring her, and that he ought to bear up for her sake, only did further harm. For, when he rose up and tried to caress her, there was the same torpid, passive resistance, the same burying her face from the light, and the only betrayal of consciousness in the agonized throbs of her pulse. He became excessively distressed at being thus repelled, and, at last, yielded to the impatient signals of Dr. May, who drew him into the next room, and, with brief, strong, though most affectionate and pitying words, enforced on him that Flora's brain, nay, her life, was risked, and that he must leave her alone to his care for the present. Maida coming back at the same moment, Dr. May put him in her charge, with renewed orders to impress on him how much depended on tranquillity. Dr. May went back, with his soft, undisturbing physician's footfall, and stood at the side of the bed in such intense anxiety as those only can endure who know how to pray, and to pray in resignation and faith. All was still in the darkening twilight, but the distant roar of the world surged without, and a gaslight shone flickering through the branches of the trees, and fell on the rich dress spread on the couch, and the ornaments on the toilet table. There was a sense of oppression, and of being pursued by the incongruous world, and Dr. May sighed to silence all around, and see his poor daughter in the calm of her own country air. But she had chosen for herself, and here she lay, stricken down in the midst of the prosperity she had sought. He could hear every respiration, tightened and almost sobbing, and he was hesitating whether to run the risk of addressing her, when, as if it had occurred to her suddenly that she was alone and deserted, she raised up her head with a startled movement, but, as she saw him, she again hid her face, as if his presence were still more intolerable than solitude. "Flora, my own, my dearest, my poor child, you should not turn from me. Do I not carry with me the like self-reproachful conviction?" Flora let him turn her face towards him and kiss her forehead. It was burning, and he brought water and bathed it, now and then speaking a few fond, low, gentle words, which, though she did not respond, evidently had some soothing effect, for she admitted his services, still, however, keeping her eyes closed, and her face turned towards the darkest side of the room. When he went towards the door, she murmured, "Papa," as if to detain him. "I am not going, darling. I only wanted to speak to George." "Don't let him come," said Flora. "Not till you wish it, my dear." George's step was heard. His hand was on the lock, and again Dr. May was conscious of the sudden rush of blood through all her veins. He quickly went forward, met him, and shut him out, persuading him, with difficulty, to remain outside, and giving him the occupation of sending out for an anodyne, since the best hope, at present, lay in encouraging the torpor that had benumbed her crushed faculties. Her father would not even venture to rouse her to be undressed. He gave her the medicine, and let her lie still, with as little movement as possible, standing by till her regular breathing showed that she had sunk into a sleep, when he went into the other room and found that George had also forgotten his sorrows in slumber on the sofa, while Maida sat sadly presiding over the tea equipage. She came up to meet him, her question expressed in her looks. "Asleep," he said. "I hope the pulses are quieter. All depends on her awakening." "Poor, poor Flora," said Maida, wiping away her tears. "What have you done with the woman?" "I sent her to Mrs. Larpent's. I knew she would receive her and keep her till she could write to her friends. Bellairs took her, but I could hardly speak to her. She did it ignorantly," said Dr. May. "I could never be so merciful and forbearing as you," said Maida. "Ah, my dear, you will never have the same cause." They could say no more, for George awoke, and the argument of his exclusion had to be gone through again. He could not enter into it by any means, and when Dr. May would have made him understand that poor Flora could not acquit herself of neglect, and that even his affection was too painful for her in the present state, he broke into a vehement, angry defense of her devotion to her child, treating Dr. May as if the accusation came from him, and when the doctor and Maida had persuaded him out of this, he next imagined his father-in-law feared that he was going to reproach his wife, and there was no making him comprehend more than that, if she were not kept quiet, she might have a serious illness. Even then he insisted on going to look at her, and Dr. May could not prevent him from pressing his lips to her forehead. She half opened her eyes and murmured, "Good night," and by this he was a little comforted, but he would hear of nothing but sitting up, and Maida would have done the same, but for an absolute decree of the doctor. It was a relief to Dr. May that George's vigil soon became a sound repose on the sofa in the dressing room, and he was left to read and muse uninterruptedly. It was far past 2:00 before there was any movement. Then Flora drew a long breath, stirred, and as her father came and drew her hand into his, before she was well awake, she gave a long, wondering whisper, "Oh, Papa, Papa!" Then sitting up and passing her hand over her eyes, "Is it all true?" "It is true, my own poor dear," said Dr. May, supporting her as she rested against his arm, and hid her face on his shoulder, while her breath came short, and she shivered under the renewed perception. "She is gone to wait for you." "Hush! Oh, don't, Papa," said Flora, her voice shortened by anguish. "Oh, think why." "Nay, Flora, do not. Do not speak as if that should exclude peace or hope," said Dr. May entreatingly. "Besides, it was no wilful neglect. You had other duties." "You don't know me, Papa," said Flora, drawing her hands away from him, and tightly clinching them in one another, as thoughts far too terrible for words swept over her. "If I do not, the most merciful Father does," said Dr. May. Flora sat for a minute or two, her hands locked together round her knees, her head bowed down, her lips compressed. Her father was so far satisfied that the bodily dangers he had dreaded were averted, but the agony of mind was far more terrible, especially in one who expressed so little and in whom it seemed, as it were, pent up. "Papa," said Flora presently, with a resolution of tone as if she would prevent resistance, "I must see her." "You shall, my dear," said the doctor at once, and she seemed grateful not to be opposed, speaking more gently as she said, "May it be now, while there is no daylight?" "If you wish it," said Dr. May. The dawn and a yellow waning moon gave sufficient light for moving about, and Flora gained her feet, but she was weak and trembling and needed the support of her father's arm, though hardly conscious of receiving it, as she mounted the same stairs that she had so often lightly ascended in the light, doubtful morning light, for never, after any party, had she omitted her visit to the nursery. The door was locked, and she looked piteously at her father as her weak push met the resistance, and he was somewhat slow in turning the key with his left hand. The whitewashed, slightly furnished room reflected the light, and the moonbeams showed the window frame in pale and dim shades on the blinds. The dewy air breathed in coolly from the park, and there was a calm solemnity in the atmosphere. No light, no watcher present to tend the babe. Little Leonora needed such no more. She was with the keeper, who shall neither slumber nor sleep. So it thrilled across her grandfather as he saw the little cradle drawn into the middle of the room, and, on the coverlet, some pure white rosebuds and lilies of the valley, gathered in the morning by Mary and Blanche, little guessing the use that Maida would make of them ere nightfall. The mother sank on her knees, her hands clasped over her breast, and rocking herself to and fro uneasily, with a low, irrepressible moaning. "Will you not see her face?" whispered Dr. May. "I may not touch her," was the answer, in the hollow voice, and with the wild eye that had before alarmed him. But trusting to the soothing power of the mute face of the innocent, he drew back the covering. The sight was such as he anticipated, sadly lovely, smiling and tranquil. All oppression and suffering fled away forever. It stilled the sounds of pain and the restless motion. The compression of the hands became less tight, and he began to hope that the look was passing into her heart. He let her kneel on without interruption. Only once he said, "Of such is the kingdom of heaven." She made no immediate answer, and he had had time to doubt whether he ought to let her continue in that exhausting attitude any longer, when she looked up and said, "You will all be with her there." "She has flown on to point your aim more steadfastly," said Dr. May. Flora shuddered, but spoke calmly. "No, I shall not meet her." "My child!" he exclaimed. "Do you know what you are saying?" "I know. I am not in the way," said Flora, still in the same fearfully quiet, matter-of-fact tone. "I never have been," and she bent over her child, as if taking her leave for eternity. His tongue almost clave to the roof of his mouth as he heard the words elicited by one of those hours of true reality that, like death, rend aside every wilful cloak of self-deceit and self-approbation. He had no power to speak at first. When he recovered it, his reply was not what his heart had, at first, prompted. "Flora, how has this dear child been saved?" he said. "What has released her from the guilt she inherited through you, through me, through all? Is not the fountain open?" "She never wasted grace," said Flora. "My child, my Flora!" he exclaimed, losing the calmness he had gained by such an effort. "You must not talk thus. It is wrong. Only your own morbid feeling can treat this as a charge against you, and if it were, indeed," he sank his voice, "that such consequences destroyed hope, oh, Flora, where should I be?" "No," said Flora, "this is not what I meant. It is that I have never set my heart right. I am not like you nor my sisters. I have seemed to myself, and to you, to be trying to do right, but it was all hollow, for the sake of praise and credit. I know it. Now it is too late, and He has let me destroy my child here, lest I should have destroyed her everlasting life like my own." The most terrible part of the sentence was to Dr. May, that Flora spoke as if she knew it all as a certainty, and without apparent emotion, with all the calmness of despair. What she had never guessed before had come clearly and fully upon her now, and without apparent novelty, or, perhaps, there had been misgivings in the midst of her complacent self-satisfaction. She did not even seem to perceive how dreadfully she was shocking her father, whose sole comfort was in believing her language the effect of exaggerated self-reproach. His profession had rendered him not new to the sight of despondency, and, dismayed as he was able at once to speak to the point. If it were indeed so, her removal would be the greatest blessing. "Yes," said her mother, and her assent was in the same tone of resigned despair, owning it best for her child to be spared a worldly education, and loving her truly enough to acquiesce. "I meant the greatest blessing to you," continued Dr. May, "if it be sent to open your eyes and raise your thoughts upwards. Oh, Flora, are not afflictions tokens of infinite love?" She could not accept the encouragement, and only formed, with her lips, the words, "Mercy to her, wrath to me." The simplicity and hearty piety which, with all Dr. May's faults, had always been part of his character, and had borne him, in faith and trust, through all his trials, had never belonged to her. Where he had been sincere, erring only from impulsiveness, she had been double-minded and calculating, and, now that her delusion had been broken down, she had nothing to rest upon. Her whole religious life had been mechanical, deceiving herself more than even others, and all seemed now swept away, except the sense of hypocrisy, and of having cut herself off forever from her innocent child. Her father saw that it was vain to argue with her, and only said, "You will think otherwise by and by, my dear. Now shall I say a prayer before we go down?" As she made no reply, he repeated the Lord's Prayer, but she did not join. And then he added a broken, hesitating intercession for the mourners, which caused her to bury her face deeper in her hands, but her dull wretchedness altered not. Rising, he said authoritatively, "Come, Flora, you must go to bed. See, it is morning." "You have sat up all night with me," said Flora, with somewhat of her anxious, considerate self. "So has George. He had just dropped asleep on the sofa when you awoke." "I thought he was in anger," said she. "Not with you, dearest." "No, I remember now. Not where it was justly due. Papa," she said, pausing, as to recall her recollection, "what did I do? I must have done something very unkind to make him go away and leave me." "I insisted on his leaving you, my dear. You seemed oppressed, and his affectionate ways were doing you harm, so I was hard-hearted and turned him out, sadly against his will." "Poor George," said Flora. "Has he been left to bear it alone all this time? How much distressed he must have been. I must have vexed him grievously. You don't guess how fond he was of her. I must go to him at once." "That is right, my dear." "Don't praise me," said she, as if she could not bear it. "All that is left for me is to do what I can for him." Dr. May felt cheered. He was sure that hope must again rise out of unselfish love and duty. Their return awoke George, who started, half sitting up, wondering why he was spending the night in so unusual a manner, and why Flora looked so pale in the morning light, with her loosened, drooping hair. She went straight to him, and kneeling by his side, said, "George, forgive!" The same moment he had caught her to his bosom, but so impressed was his tardy mind with the peril of talking to her, that he held her in his arms without a single word, till Dr. May had unclosed his lips. A sign would not suffice. He must have a sentence to assure him, and then it was such joy to have her restored, and his fondness and solicitude were so tender and eager in their clumsiness, that his father-in-law was touched to the heart. Flora was quite herself again, in presence of mind and power of dealing with him, and Dr. May left them to each other, and went to his own room, for such rest as sorrow, sympathy, and the awakening city would permit him. When the house was astir in the morning, and the doctor met Maida in the breakfast room, and held with her a sad, affectionate conversation, George came down with a fair report of his wife, and took her father to see her. That night had been like an illness to her, and, though perfectly composed, she was feeble and crushed, keeping the room darkened, and reluctant to move or speak. Indeed, she did not seem able to give her attention to anyone's voice, except her husband's. When Dr. May or Maida spoke to her, she would miss what they said, beg their pardon, and ask them to repeat it, and sometimes, even then, become bewildered. They tried reading to her, but she did not seem to listen, and her half-closed eye had the expression of listless dejection that her father knew betokened that, even as last night, her heart refused to accept promises of comfort as meant for her. For George, however, her attention was always ready, and was perpetually claimed. He was forlorn and at a loss without her, every moment, and, in the sorrow which he too felt most acutely, could not have a minute's peace unless soothed by her presence. He was dependent on her to a degree which amazed and almost provoked the doctor, who could not bear to have her continually harassed and disturbed, and yet was much affected by witnessing so much tenderness, especially in Flora, always the cold, utilitarian member of his family. In the middle of the day she rose and dressed, because George was unhappy at having to sit without her, though only in the next room. She sat in the large armchair, turned away from the blinded windows, never speaking nor moving, save when he came to her, to make her look at his letters and notes, when she would, with the greatest patience and sweetness, revise them, suggest word or sentence, rouse herself to consider each petty detail, and then sink back into her attitude of listless dejection. To all besides, she appeared totally indifferent. Gently courteous to Maida and to her father when they addressed her, but otherwise showing little consciousness whether they were in the room. And yet, when something was passing about her father staying or returning, she rose from her seat, came up to him before he was aware, and said, "Papa, Papa, you will not leave me," in such an imploring tone that if he had ever thought of quitting her, he could not have done so. He longed to see her left to perfect tranquillity, but such could not be in London. Though theirs was called a quiet house, the rushing stream of traffic wearied his country ears, the doorbell seemed ceaselessly ringing, and though Maida bore the brunt of the notes and messages, great numbers necessarily came up to Mr. Rivers, and of these Flora was not spared one. Dr. May had his share, too, of messages and business, and friends and relations. The Rivers kindred, always ready to take offense with their rich connections, and who would not be satisfied with inquiries at the door, but must see Maida, and would have George fetched down to them. Old aunts who wanted the whole story of the child's illness, and came imagining there was something to be hushed up. Lady Leonora extremely polite, but extremely disgusted at the encounter with them. George ready to be persuaded to take everyone up to see his wife, and the prohibition to be made by Dr. May over and over again. It was a most tedious, wearing afternoon, and at last, when the visitors had gone, and George had hurried back to his wife, Dr. May threw himself into an armchair and said, "Oh, Maida, sorrow weighs more heavily in town than in the country." "Yes," said Maida. "If one only could go out and look at the flowers and take poor Flora up a nosegay." "I don't think it would make much difference to her," sighed the doctor. "Yes, I think it would," said Maida. "It did to me. The sights there speak of the better sights." "The power to look must come from within," said Dr. May, thinking of his poor daughter. "Aye," said Maida. "As Mr. Earnscliff said, heaven is as near, but the skirts of heaven are more easily traced in our mountain view than here, where, if I looked out of window, I should only see that giddy string of carriages and people pursuing each other. Well, we shall get her home as soon as she is able to move, and I hope it may soothe her. What a turmoil it is! There has not been one moment without noise in the 22 hours I have been here." "What would you say if you were in the city?" "Ah, there's no talking of it. But if I had been a fashionable London physician, as my father-in-law wanted to make me, I should have been dead long ago. No, I think you would have liked it very much." "Why?" "Love's a flower that will not die," repeated Maida, half smiling. "You would have found so much good to do." "And so much misery to rend one's heart," said Dr. May. "But, after all, I suppose there is only a certain capacity of feeling." "It is within, not without, as you said," returned Maida. "Ha, there's another!" cried Dr. May, almost petulant at the sound of the bell again, breaking into the conversation that was a great refreshment. "It was Sir Henry Walkingham's ring," said Maida. "It is always his time of day." The doctor did not like it the better. Sir Henry sent up a message to ask whether he could see Mr. or Miss Rivers. "I suppose we must," said Maida, looking at the doctor. "Lady Walkingham must be anxious about Flora." She blushed greatly, fancying that Dr. May was putting his own construction on the heightened color which she could not control. Sir Henry came in, just what he ought to be, kindly anxious, but not overwhelming, and with a ready, pleased recognition of the doctor as an old acquaintance of his boyhood. He did not stay many minutes, but there was a perceptible difference between his real sympathy and friendly regard only afraid of obtruding, and the oppressive curiosity of their former visitors. Dr. May felt it due, both from kindness and candor, to say something in his praise when he was gone. "That is a sensible, superior man," he said. "He will be an acquisition when he takes up his abode at Drydale." "Yes," said Maida, a very simple yes, for which nothing could be gathered. The funeral was fixed for Monday, the next day but one, at the church where Mr. Rivers had been buried. No one was invited to be present. Ethel wrote that, much as she wished it, she could not leave Margaret, and, as the whole party were to return home on the following day, they should soon see Flora. Flora had laid aside all privileges of illness after the first day. She came downstairs to breakfast and dinner, and though looking wretchedly ill, and speaking very low and feebly, she was as much as ever the mistress of her house. Her father could never draw her into conversation again on the subject nearest his heart, and could only draw the sad conclusion that her state of mind was unchanged, from the dreary indifference with which she allowed every word of cheer to pass by unheeded, as if she could not bear to look beyond the grave. He had some hope in the funeral, which he was bent on attending, and more in the influence of Margaret, and the counsel of Richard or Mr. Wilmot. The burial, however, failed to bring any peaceful comfort to the mourning mother. Metta's tears flowed freely, as much for her father as for her little niece, and George's sobs were deep and choking, but Flora, externally, only seemed absorbed in helping him to go through with it. She, herself, never lost her fixed, composed, hopeless look. After her return, she went up to the nursery, and deliberately set apart and locked up every possession of her child's, then, coming down, startled Meta by laying her hand on her shoulder and saying, "Meta, dear, Preston is in the housekeeper's room. Will you go and speak to her for a moment, to reassure her before I come?" "Oh, Flora!" "I sent for her," said Flora in answer. "I thought it would be a good opportunity while George is out. Will you be kind enough to prepare her, my dear?" Meta wondered how Flora had known whither to send, but she could not but obey. Poor Preston was an ordinary sort of woman, kind-hearted and not without a conscience, but her error had arisen from the want of any high religious principle to teach her obedience or sincerity. Her grief was extreme, and she had been so completely overcome by the forbearance and consideration shown to her, that she was even more broken-hearted by the thought of them than by the terrible calamity she had occasioned. Kind-hearted Mrs. Larpent had tried to console her, as well as to turn the misfortune to the best account, and Dr. May had once seen her, and striven gently to point out the true evil of the course she had pursued. She was now going to her home, and they augured better of her, that she had been as yet too utterly downcast to say one word of that first thought with a servant, her character. Meta found her sobbing uncontrollably at the associations of her master's house, and dreadfully frightened at hearing that she was to see Mrs. Rivers. She began to entreat to the contrary with the vehemence of a person unused to any self-government. But, in the midst, the low, calm tones were heard, and her mistress stood before her, her perfect stillness of demeanor far more effective in repressing agitation than had been Meta's coaxing attempts to soothe. "You need not be afraid to see me, Preston," said Flora kindly. "I am very sorry for you. You knew no better, and I should not have left so much to you." "Oh, ma'am, so kind! The dear, dear little darling! I shall never forgive myself." "I know you did love her," continued Flora. "I am sure you intended no harm, and it was my leaving her that made her fretful." Preston tried to thank. "Only remember henceforth," and the clear tone grew fainter than ever with internal anguish, though still steady. "Remember strict obedience and truth henceforth. The want of them will have worse results by and by than even this. Now, Preston, I shall always wish you well. I ought not, I believe, to recommend you to the like place, without saying why you left me, but for any other I will give you a fair character. I will see what I can do for you, and if you are ever in any distress, I hope you will let me know. Have your wages been paid?" There was a sound in the affirmative, but poor Preston could not speak. "Good-bye, then," and then Flora took her hand and shook it. "Mind you let me hear if you want help. Keep this." Meta was a little disappointed to see sovereigns instead of a book. Flora turned to go, and put her hand out to lean on her sister as for support. She stood still to gather strength before ascending the stairs, and a groan of intense misery was wrung from her. "Dearest Flora, it has been too much." "No," said Flora gently. "Poor thing, I am glad for her sake. But might she not have a book? A Bible?" "You may give her one if you like. I could not." Flora reached her own room, went in, and bolted the door. End of Part 2, Chapter 20, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Part 2, Chapter 21 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Daisy Chain by HannahMary Young. Oh, where dwell ye, my ain sweet bairns? I'm woe and weary grown. Oh, lady, we live where woe never is, in a land to flesh unknown. Allan Cunningham. It had been with a gentle sorrow that Etheldred had expected to go and lay in a resting place the little niece who had been kept from the evil of the world, in a manner of which she had little dreamt. Poor Flora! She must be ennobled, she thought, by having a child where hers is, when she is able to feel anything but the first grief. And Ethel's heart yearned to be trying, at least, to comfort her, and to be with her father, who had loved his grandchild so fondly. It was not to be. Margaret had borne so many shocks with such calmness that Ethel had no especial fears for her. But there are some persons who have less fortitude for others than for themselves, and she was one of these. Ethel had been her own companion's sister, and the baby had been the sunbeam of her life during the sad winter and spring. In the middle of the night Ethel knocked at Richard's door. Margaret had been seized with faintness, from which they could not bring her back, and, even when Richard had summoned Dr. Spencer, it was long ere his remedies took effect. But, at last, she revived enough to thank them and say she was glad that Papa was not there. Dr. Spencer sent them all to bed, and the rest of the night was quiet, but Margaret could not deny, in the morning, that she felt terribly shattered, and she was depressed in spirits to a degree such as they had never seen in her before. Her whole heart was with Flora. She was unhappy at being at a distance from her, almost fretfully impatient for letters, and insisting vehemently on Ethel's going to London. Ethel had never felt so helpless and desolate as with Margaret thus changed and broken, and her father absent. "My dear," said Dr. Spencer, "nothing can be better for both parties than that he should be away. If he were here, he ought to leave all attendance to me, and she would suffer from the sight of his distress." "I cannot think what he will do or feel," sighed Ethel. "Leave it to me. I will write to him, and we shall see her better before post time." "You will tell him exactly how it was, or I shall," said Ethel abruptly, not to say fiercely. "Oh, you don't trust me?" said Dr. Spencer, smiling, so that she was ashamed of her speech. "You shall speak for yourself, and I for myself, and I shall say that nothing would so much hurt her as to have others sacrificed to her." "That is true," said Ethel, "but she misses Papa." "Of course she does, but depend on it, she would not have him leave your sister, and she is under less restraint without him." "I never saw her like this." "The drop has made it overflow. She has repressed more than was good for her, and now that her guard is broken down, she gives way under the whole weight. Poor Margaret! I am pertinacious, but, if she is not better by post time, Papa will not bear to be away. I'll tell you what I think of her by that time. Send up your brother Richard, if you wish to do her good. Richard would be a much better person to write than yourself. I perceive that he is the reasonable member of the family. Did not you know that before? All I knew of him, till last night, was, that no one could, by any possibility, call him Dick." Dr. Spencer was glad to have dismissed Ethel smiling, and she was the better able to bear with poor Margaret's condition of petulance. She had never before experienced the effects of bodily ailments on the temper, and she was slow to understand the change in one usually so patient and submissive. She was, by turns, displeased with her sister and with her own abruptness. But, though she knew it not, her bluntness had a bracing effect. She thought she had been cross in declaring it was nonsense to harp on her going to London, but it made Margaret feel that she had been unreasonable, and keep silence. Richard managed her much better, being gentle and firm, and less ready to speak than Ethel, and he succeeded in composing her into a sleep, which restored her balance, and so relieved Ethel that she not only allowed Dr. Spencer to say what he pleased, but herself made light of the whole attack, little knowing how perilous was any shock to that delicate frame. Margaret's whole purpose was to wind herself up for the first interview with Flora, and though she had returned to her usual state, she would not go downstairs on the evening the party were expected, believing it would be more grateful to her sister's feelings to meet her without witnesses. The travellers arrived, and Dr. May hurried up to her. She barely replied to his caresses and inquiries in her eagerness to hear of Flora, and to convince him that he must not forbid the meeting, nor had he any mind to do so. "Surely," said he, when he had seen the spiritualized look of her glistening blue eyes, the flush on her transparent cheeks, and her hands clasped over her breast, surely poor Flora must feel as though an angel were waiting to comfort her. Flora came, but there was sore disappointment. Fond and tender she was as ever, but neither by word or gesture would she admit the most remote allusion to her grief. She withdrew her hand when Margaret's pressure became expressive. She avoided her eye, and spoke incessantly of different subjects. All the time her voice was low and hollow. Her face had a settled expression of wretchedness, and her glances wandered drearily and restlessly anywhere but to Margaret's face. But her steadiness of manner was beyond her sister's power to break, and her visit was shortened on account of her husband. Poor George had quite given way at the sight of Gertrude, whom his little girl had been thought to resemble, and, though Dr. May had soothed him almost like a child, no one put any trust in his self-control, and all sat round, fearing each word or look, till Flora came downstairs and they departed. Richard and Ethel each offered to go with them. They could not bear to think of their spending that first evening in their childless home. But Flora gently, but decidedly, refused, and Dr. May said that, much as he wished to be with them, he believed that Flora preferred having no one but Maida. "I hope I have done Margaret no harm," were Flora's last words to him, and they seemed to explain her guarded manner, but he found Margaret weeping as she had never wept for herself, and palpitation and faintness were the consequence. Ethel looked on at Flora as a sad and perplexing mystery during the weeks that ensued. There were few opportunities of being alone together, and Flora shrank from such as they were, nay, she checked all expression of solicitude, and made her very kisses rapid and formal. The sorrow that had fallen on the Grange seemed to have changed none of the usual habits there. Visiting, riding, driving, dinners, and music went on with little check. Flora was sure to be found the animated, attentive lady of the house, or else sharing her husband's pursuits, helping him with his business, or assisting him in seeking pleasure, spending whole afternoons at the coachmaker's over a carriage that they were building, and, it was reported, playing a cart in the evening. Had grief come to be forgotten and cast aside without effecting any mission? Yet Ethel could not believe that the presence of the awful messenger was unfelt, when she heard poor George's heavy sigh, or when she looked at Flora's countenance, and heard the peculiar low, subdued tone of her voice, which, when her words were most cheerful, always seemed to Ethel the resigned accent of despair. Ethel could not talk her over with Margaret, for all seemed to make it a point that Margaret should believe the best. Dr. May turned from the subject with a sort of shuddering grief, and said, "Don't talk of her, poor child. Only pray for her." Ethel, though shocked by the unwonted manner of his answer, was somewhat consoled by perceiving that a double measure of tenderness had sprung up between her father and his poor daughter. If Flora had seemed, in her girlhood, to rate him almost cheaply, this was at an end now. She met him as if his embrace were peace, the gloom was lightened, the attention less strained when he was beside her, and she could not part with him without pressing for a speedy meeting. Yet she treated him with the same reserve, since that one ghastly revelation of the secrets of her heart, the veil had been closely drawn, and he could not guess whether it had been a horrible thought or were still an abiding impression. Ethel could gather no more than that her father was very unhappy about Flora, and that Richard understood why, for Richard had told her that he had written to Flora to try to persuade her to cease from this reserve, but that he had no reply. Norman was not at home. He had undertaken the tutorship of 2 schoolboys for the holidays, and his father owned, with a sigh, that he was doing wisely. As to Maida, she was Ethel's chief consolation, by the redoubled assurances, directed to Ethel's unexpressed dread, lest Flora should be rejecting the chastening hand. Maida had the most absolute certainty that Flora's apparent cheerfulness was all for George's sake, and that it was a most painful exertion. If Ethel could only see how she let herself sink together, as it were, and her whole countenance relaxed, as soon as he was out of sight, Maida said, she could not doubt what misery these efforts were to her. "Why does she go on with them?" said Ethel. "George," said Maida, "what will become of him without her? If he misses her for 10 minutes he roams about lost, and he cannot enjoy anything without her. I cannot think how he can help seeing what hard work it is, and how he can be contented with those dreadful sham smiles. But as long as she can give him pleasure, poor Flora will toil for him." "It is very selfish," Ethel caught herself saying. "No, no, it is not," cried Maida. "It is not that he will not see, but that he cannot see. Good honest fellow, he really thinks it does her good and pleases her. I was so sorry one evening when I tried to take her place at that perpetual écart, and told him it teased her. He went so wistfully to her, and asked whether it did, and she exerted herself into such painful enjoyment to persuade him to the contrary. And afterwards she said to me, 'Let me alone, dearest. It is the only thing left me.' There is something in being husband and wife that one cannot understand," slowly said Ethel, so much in her quaint way that Maida laughed. Had it not been for Norman's absence, Ethel would, in the warm sympathy and accustomed manner of Maida Rivers, have forgotten all about the hopes and fears that, in brighter days, had centered on that small personage, until one day, as she came home from Coxmore, she found Sir Henry Walkingham's card on the drawing-room table. "I should like to bite you. Coming here, are you?" was her amiable reflection. Maida, in her writing habit, peeped out of Margaret's room. "Oh, Ethel, there you are. It is such a boon that you did not come home sooner, or we should have had to ride home with him. I heard him asking for the Miss Mays, and now I am in hopes that he will go home without falling in with Flora and George. I did not know he was in these parts. He came to Drydale last week, but the place is forlorn, and George gave him a general invitation to the Grange." "Do you like him?" said Ethel, while Margaret looked on, amazed at her audacity. "I liked him very much in London," said Maida. "He is pleasant enough to talk to, but somehow he is not congruous here, if you understand me. And I think his coming oppresses Flora. She turned quite pale when he was announced, and her voice was lower than ever when she spoke to him." "Does he come often?" said Ethel. "I don't think he has anything else to do," returned Maida, "for our house cannot be as pleasant as it was, but he is very kind to George, and for that we must be grateful. One thing I am afraid of, that he will persuade us off to the yachting after all." "Oh!" was the general exclamation. "Yes," said Maida. "George seemed to like the plan, and I very much fear that he is taking a dislike to the dear old Grange. I heard him say, 'anything to get away.'" "Poor George! I know he is restless," said Margaret. "At least," said Ethel, "you can't go till after your birthday, Miss Heiress." "No, Uncle Cosham is coming," said Maida. "Margaret, you must have your stone laid before we go." "Dr. Spencer promises it before Hector's holidays are over," said Margaret, blushing, as she always did, with pleasure, when they talked of the church. Hector Earnscliffe had revived Margaret wonderfully. She was seldom downstairs before the evening, and Ethel thought his habit of making her apartment his sitting room must be as inconvenient to her as it was to herself, but Hector could not be de trop for Margaret. She exerted herself to fulfill for him all the little sisterly offices that, with her brothers, had been transferred to Ethel and Mary. She threw herself into all his schemes, tried to make him endure Captain Gordon, and she even read his favorite book of wild sports, though her feelings were constantly lacerated by the miseries of the slaughtered animals. Her couch was to him as a home, and he had awakened her bright, soft liveliness which had been only dimmed for a time. The church was her other great interest, and Dr. Spencer humored her by showing her all his drawings, consulting her on every ornament, and making many a perspective elevation, merely that she might see the effect. Richard and Tom made it their recreation to construct a model of the church as a present for her, and Tom developed a genius for carving, which proved a beneficial interest to keep him from surliness. He had voluntarily propounded his intended profession to his father, who had been so much pleased by his choice that he could not but be gratified. Though now and then ambitious fancies and discontent with Stoneborough combined to bring on his ordinary moody fits, the more, because his habitual reserve prevented anyone from knowing what was working in his mind. Finally, the Rivers party announced their intention of going to the Isle of Wight as soon as Maida had come of age, and the Council of Coxmore, meeting at tea at Dr. May's house, decided that the foundation stone of the church should be laid on the day after her birthday, when there would be a gathering of the whole family, as Margaret wished. Dr. Spencer had worked incredibly hard to bring it forward, and Margaret's sweet smiles and liquid eyes expressed how personally thankful she felt. "What a blessing this church has been to that poor girl," said Dr. Spencer, as he left the house with Mr. Wilmot. "How it beguiles her out of her grief! I am glad she has the pleasure of the foundation. I doubt if she will see the consecration." "Indeed," said Mr. Wilmot, shocked. "Was that attack so serious?" That recumbent position and want of exercise were certain to produce organic disease, and suspense and sorrow have hastened it. The death of Mrs. Rivers's poor child was the blow that called it into activity, and, if it lasts more than a year, I shall be surprised. For such as she is, one cannot presume to wish, but her father. Is he aware of this? He knows there is extensive damage. I think he does not open his eyes to the result, but he will bear it. Never was there a man to whom it came so naturally to live like the fowls of the air, or the lilies of the field, as it does to dear Dick May, said Dr. Spencer, his voice faltering. There is a strength of faith and love in him that carries him through all, said Mr. Wilmot. His childlike nature seems to have the trustfulness that is, in itself, consolation. You said how Coxmore had been blessed to Margaret. I think it is the same with them all, not only Ethel and Richard, who have been immediately concerned, but that one object has been a center and aim to elevate the whole family and give force and unity to their efforts. Even the good doctor, much as I always looked up to him, much good as he did me in my young days, I must confess that he was sometimes very provoking. If you had tried to be his keeper at Cambridge, you might say so, rejoined Dr. Spencer. He is so much less impetuous, more consistent, less desultory. I dare say you understand me, said Mr. Wilmot. His good qualities do not entangle one another as they used to do. Exactly so. He was far more than I looked for when I came home, though I might have guessed that such a disposition, backed by such principles and such, could not but shake off all the dross. One thing was, said Mr. Wilmot, smiling, that a man must take himself in hand at some time in his life, and Dr. May only began to think himself responsible for himself when he lost his wife, who was wise for both. She was an admirable person, but not easy to know well. I think you knew her at— I say, interrupted Dr. Spencer, it strikes me that we could not do better than get up our SPG demonstration on the day of the stone. Hitherto, the Stoneborough subscribers to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel had been few and far between, but, under the new dynasty, there was a talk of forming an association and having a meeting to bring the subject forward. Dr. Spencer's proposal, however, took the vicar by surprise. Never could there be a better time, he argued. You have naturally a gathering of clergy. People ought to be liberal on such an occasion, and, as Coxmore is provided for, why not give the benefit to the missions in their crying need? True, but there is no time to send for anyone to make a speech. Husband your resources. What could you have better than young Harry and his islanders? Harry would never make a speech. Let him cram Norman. Young Legge tells me Norman made a great sensation at the Union at Oxford, and if his heart is in the work, he must not shrink from the face of his townsmen. No doubt he had rather they were savages, said the vicar. And yourself, you will tell them of the Indian missions. With all my heart, said Dr. Spencer. When my Brahmani godson, the deacon I told you of, comes to pay me his promised visit, what doings we shall have! Seriously, I have just had letters from him and from others that speak of such need that I could feel every moment wasted that is not spent on their behalf. Mr. Wilmot was drawn into Dr. Spencer's house and heard the letters till his heart burned within him. The meeting was at once decided upon, though Ethel could not see why people could not give without speechifying, and her 2 younger brothers declared it was humbug, Tom saying he wished all Blackmores were out of creation, and Harry that he could not stand palaver about his friend David. Dr. May threatened him with being displayed on the platform as a living instance of the effects of missions, at which he took alarm, and so seriously declared that he should join the Bucephalus at once that they pacified him by promising that he should do as he pleased. The Archdeacon promised a sermon, and the active Dr. Spencer worked the 9 Muses and all the rest of the town and neighborhood into a state of great enthusiasm and expectation. He went to the Grange, as he said, to collect his artillery, primed Flora that she might prime the MP, made the willing maid a promise to entrap the uncle, who was noted for philanthropical speeches, and himself captured Sir Henry Walkingham, who looked somewhat rueful at what he found incumbent on him as a country gentleman, though there might be some compensation in the eagerness of Miss Rivers. Norman had hardly set foot in Stoneborough before he was told what was in store for him, and, to the general surprise, submitted as if it were a very simple matter. As Dr. Spencer told him, it was only a foretaste of the penalty which every missionary has to pay for coming to England. Norman was altogether looking much better than when he had been last at home, and his spirits were more even. He had turned his whole soul to the career he had chosen, cast his disappointment behind him, or, more truly, made it his offering, and gathered strength and calmness with which to set out on tasks of working for others, with thoughts too much absorbed on them to give way to the propensity of making himself the primary object of study and contemplation. The praise of God and love of man were the best cures for tendencies like his, and he had found it out. His calm, though grave cheerfulness, came as a refreshment to those who had been uneasy about him and mournfully watching poor Flora. "Yes," said Dr. Spencer, "you have taken the best course for your own happiness." Norman colored, as if he understood more than met the ear. Mary and Blanche were very busy preparing presents for Meadow Rivers, and everyone was anxious to soften to her the thought of this first birthday without her father. Each of the family contributed some pretty little trifle, choice in workmanship or kind in device, and each was sealed and marked with the initials of the giver, and packed up by Mary, to be committed to Flora's charge. Blanche had, however, much trouble in extracting a gift from Norman, and he only yielded at last on finding that all his brothers had sent something, so that his omission would be marked. Then he dived into the recesses of his desk, and himself sealed up a little parcel, of which he would not allow his sisters to inspect the contents. Ethel had a shrewd guess. She remembered his having, in the flush of joy at Margaret's engagement, rather prematurely caused a seal to be cut with a daisy, and Pearl of the Meadow as the motto, and his having said that he should keep it as a wedding present. She could understand that he was willing to part with it without remark. Flora met Maida in her sitting room on the morning of the day, which rose somewhat sadly upon the young girl, as she thought of past affection and new responsibilities. If the fondness of a sister could have compensated for what she had lost, Maida received it in no scanty measure from Flora, who begged to call George, because he would be pleased to see the display of gifts. His own was the only costly one. Almost all the rest were homemade treasures of the greater price, because the skill and fondness of the maker were evident in their construction, and Maida took home the kindness as it was meant, and felt the affection that would not let her feel herself lonely. She only wished to go and thank them all at once. "Do then," said Flora. "If Lord Causham will spare you, and your business should be over in time, you could drive in and try to bring Papa home with you." "Oh, thank you, Flora. That is a kind treat in case the morning should be very awful. Margaret Agatha Rivers signed her documents, listened to explanations, and was complimented by her uncle on not thinking it necessary to be senseless on money matters like her cousin, Agatha Longdale. Still she looked a little oppressed as she locked up the tokens of her wealth, and the sunshine of her face did not beam out again till she arrived at Stoneborough and was dispensing her pretty thanks to the few she found at home. Ethel out, and Norman? His seal is only too pretty. They are all helping Dr. Spencer at Coxmore. What a pity! But it is so very kind of him to treat me as a daisy. In some ways I like his present for that the best of all, said Maida. I will tell him so, said Mary. Yes, no, said Maida, I am not pretending to be anything half so nice. Mary and Blanche fell upon her for calling herself anything but the nicest flower in the world, and she contended that she was nothing better than a parrot tulip, stuck up in a parterre, and just as the discussion was becoming a game at romps, Dr. May came in, and the children shouted to him to say whether his hummingbird were a daisy or a tulip. That is as she comports herself, he said playfully. Which means that you don't think her quite done for, said Maida. Not quite, said the doctor with a droll intonation, but I have not seen what this morning may have done to her. Come and see then, said Maida. Flora told me to bring you home, and it is my birthday, you know. Never mind waiting to tell Ethel. Margaret will let her know that I'll keep you out of mischief. As usual, Dr. May could not withstand her, and she carried him off in triumph in her pony carriage. Then you don't give me up yet? Was the first thing she said as they were off the stones. What have you been doing to make me? Said he. Doing or not doing, one or the other, she said. But indeed I wanted to have you to myself. I am in a great puzzle. Sir Henry? I hope she won't consult me, thought Dr. May as he answered. Well, my dear. I fear it is a lasting puzzle, she said. What shall I do with all this money? Keep it in the bank or buy railway shares, said Dr. May, looking arch. Thank you. That's a question for my cousins in the city. I want you to answer me as no one else can do. I want to know what is my duty now that I have my means in my own hands. There is need enough around. I do not mean only giving a little here and there, but I want you to hear a few of my thoughts. Flora and George are kindness itself, but, you see, I have no duties. They are obliged to live a gay sort of life. It is their position, but I cannot make out whether it is mine. I don't see that I am like those girls who have to go out as a matter of obedience. Dr. May considered, but could only say, You are very young. Too young to be independent, sighed Maida. I must grow old enough to be trusted alone, and in the meantime— Probably an answer will be found, said the doctor. You and your means will find their vocation. Marriage, said Maida, calmly speaking the word that he had avoided. I think not. Why? He began. I do not think good men like heiresses. He became strongly interested in a cornfield, and she resumed. Perhaps I should only do harm. It may be my duty to wait. All I wish to know is, whether it is. I see you are not like girls who know their duty, and are restless, because it is not the duty they like. Oh, I like everything. It is my liking it so much that makes me afraid. Even going to ride? Don't I like the sailing? And seeing Harry too? I don't feel as if that were waste, because I can sometimes spare poor Flora a little. We could not let her go alone. You need never fear to be without a mission of comfort, said Dr. May. Your spirit full of glee was given you for something. Your presence is far more to my poor Flora than you or she guess. I never meant to leave her now, said Maida earnestly. I only wish to be clear whether I ought to seek for my work. It will seek you when the time comes. And meantime I must do what comes to hand, and take it as humiliation that it is not in the more obviously blessed tasks. A call might come, as Coxmore did to Ethel. But oh, my money! Ought it to be laid up for myself? For your call, when it comes, said Dr. May, smiling. Then gravely, "There are but too many calls for the interest. The principal is your trust till the time comes." Maida smiled and was pleased to think that her first fruits would be offered to-morrow. End of Part 2, Chapter 21, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Part 2, Chapter 22 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. The Daisy Chain by Charlotte Mary Young. Part 2, Chapter 22. "Oh, dear," sighed Ethelred as she fastened her white muslin. "I'm afraid it is my nature to hate my neighbor." "My dear Ethel, what is coming next?" said Margaret. "I like my neighbor at home, and whom I have to work for, very much," said Ethel. "But, oh, my neighbor that I have to be civil to. Poor old king, I'm afraid your day will be spoiled with all your toils as lady of the house. I wish I could help you." "Let me have my grumble out, and you will," said Ethel. "Indeed, I am sorry you have this bustle, and so many to entertain, when I know you would rather have the peaceful feelings belonging to the day undisturbed. I should like to shelter you up here." "It is very ungrateful of me," said Ethel, "when Dr. Spencer works so hard for us, not to be willing to grant anything to him. But then I have none of the trouble of it. I can't help liking the notion of sending out the church to the island whence the church came home to us." "Yes," said Ethel, "if we could do it without holding forth." "Come, Ethel, it is much better than the bazaar. It is no field for vanity." "Certainly not," said Ethel. "What a mess everyone will make. Oh, if I could but stay away, like Harry. There will be Dr. Hoxton being sonorous and prosy, and Mr. Lake will stammer, and that will be nothing to the misery of our own people's work. George will flounder and look at Flora, and she will sit with her eyes on the ground. And Dr. Spencer will come out of his proper self and be complimentary to people who deserve it no more. And Norman! I wish I could run away." "Richard says we do not guess how well Norman speaks." "Richard thinks Norman can do anything he can't do himself. It is all chance. He may do very well if he gets into his funny state, but he always suffers for that, and he will certainly put one into an agony at the outset. I wish Dr. Spencer would have let him alone. And then there will be that Sir Henry, whom I can't abide. Oh, I wish I were more charitable, like Miss Bracy and Mary, who will think all so beautiful." "So will you when you come home," said Margaret. "If I could only be talking to Cherry and Dame Hull. I think the school children enter into it very nicely, Margaret. Did I tell you how nicely Ellen Reed answered about the hymn, 'From Greenland's Icy Mountains'? She did not seem to have made it a mere geographical lesson, like Fanny Grigg." Ethel's misanthropy was happily conducted off via the Coxmore children, and any lingering remains were dissipated by her amusement at Dr. Spencer's ecstasy on seeing Dr. May assume his red robe of office, to go to the Minster in state and the town council. He walked round and round his friend, called him Nicholas Randall Redivivus, quoted Dogberry, and affronted Gertrude, who had a dim idea that he was making game of Papa. Ethel was one of those to whom representation was such a penance that a festival, necessitating hospitality to guests of her own rank, was burden enough seriously to disturb the repose of thankfulness for the attainment of her object, and to render difficult the recoulement which she needed for the praise and prayer that she felt due from her, and which seemed to oppress her heart by a sense of inadequacy of her partial expression. It was well for her that the day began with the calm service in the minster, where it was her own fault if cares haunted her, and she could confess the sin of her irritated sensations and wishes to have all her own way, and then, as ever, be led aright into thanksgiving for the unlooked-for crowning of her labors. The Archdeacon's sermon amplified what Margaret had that morning expressed, so as to carry on her sense of appropriateness in the offerings of the day being bestowed on distant lands. But the ordeal was yet to come, and though blaming herself, she was anything but comfortable. As the world repaired to the town hall, the room where the same faces so often met for such diverse purposes, now an orrery displayed by a conceited lecturer, now a ball, now a magistrates' meeting, a concert or a poultry show, where rival Hamburg and Dorking uplifted their voices in the places of Mario and Grisi, all beneath the benignant portrait of Nicholas Randall, ruffed, robed, square-toed, his endowment of the scholarship in his hand, and a checkered pavement at his feet. Who knows not an SPG meeting, the gaiety of the serious, and the first public spectacle to the young, who, like Blanche and Aubrey, gaze with admiration at the rows of bonnets, and with awe at the black coats on the platform, while the relations of the said black coats suffer, like Ethel, from nervous dread of the public speaking of their best friends. Her expectations were realized by the Archdeacon's speech, which went round in a circle, as if he could not find his way out of it. Lord Causham was fluent, but a great many words went to very small substance. And no wonder, thought Ethel, when all they had to propose and second was the obvious fact that missions were very good things. Dr. Hoxton pompously, Sir Henry Walkingham creditably, assisted the ladies and gentlemen to resolve that the SPG wanted help. Mr. Lake made a stammering, and Mr. Rivers, with his good-natured face, hearty manner, and good voice, came in well after him with a straightforward speech, so brief that Ethel gave Flora credit for the best she had yet heard. Mr. Wilmot said something which the sharpest ears in the front row might perhaps have heard, and which resulted in Dr. Spencer standing up. Ethel hardly would have known who was speaking had her eyes been shut. His voice was so different, when raised and pitched, so as to show its power and sweetness. The fine polish of his manner was redoubled, and every sentence had the most graceful turn. It was like listening to a well-written book, so smooth and so fluent, and yet so earnest, his pictures of Indian life so beautiful, and his strong affection for the converts he described now and then, making his eyes fill, and his voice falter, as if losing the thread of his studied composition, a true and dignified work of art that made Dr. May whisper to Flora, "You see what he can do. They would have given anything to have had him for a lecturer." With half a sigh, Ethel saw Norman rise and step forward. He began, with eyes fixed on the ground, and in a low, modest tone, to speak of the islands that Harry had visited. But gradually the poetic nature inherent in him gained the mastery, and though his language was strikingly simple, in contrast with Dr. Spencer's ornate periods, and free from all trace of the lamp, it rose in beauty and fervor at every sentence. The feelings that had decided his lot gave energy to his discourse, and repressed as they had been by reserve and diffidence, now flowed forth, and gave earnestness to natural gifts of eloquence of the highest order. After his quiet, unobtrusive beginning, there was the more wonder to find how he seemed to raise up the audience with him, in breathless attention as to a strain of sweet music, carrying them without thought of the scene or of the speaker to the lovely isles and the inhabitants of noble promise, but withering for lack of knowledge, and finally closing his speech, when they were wrought up to the highest pitch by an appeal that touched them all home. For well did he know, said he, that the universal brotherhood was drawn closest in circles nearer home, that beneath the shadow of their own old minster gladness and mourning floated alike for all, and that all those who had shared in the welcome to one, given back as it were from the grave, would own the same debt of gratitude to the hospitable islanders. He ceased. His father wiped his spectacles and almost audibly murmured, "Bless him." Ethel, who had sat like one enchanted, forgetting who spoke, forgetting all save the islanders, half turned and met Richard's smiling eyes and his whisper, "I told you so." The impress of a man of true genius and power had been made throughout the whole assembly. The Archdeacon put Norman out of countenance by the thanks of the meeting for his admirable speech, and all the world except the Oxford men were in a state of as much surprise as pleasure. "Splendid speaker, Norman May, if he would oftener put himself out," Harvey Anderson commented. "Pity he has so many of the good doctor's prejudices." "Well, to be sure," quoth Miss Ledwick, "I knew Mr. Norman was very clever, but I declare I never thought of such as this. I will try my poor utmost for those interesting natives." "That youth has first-rate talents," said Lord Causham. "Do you know what he is designed for? I should like to bring him forward." "Ah," said Dr. Hoxton, "the year I sent off May and Anderson was the proudest year of my life." "Upon my word," declared Mrs. Elwood, "that Dr. Spencer is as good as a book. But Mr. Norman, I say, father, we will go without the new clock, but we'll send somewhat to they men that built up the church and has no minister." "A good move that," said Dr. Spencer, "worth at least £20. That boy has the temperament of an orator, if the morbid were but a grain less." "Oh, Margaret," exclaimed Blanche, "Dr. Spencer made the finest speech you ever heard, only it was rather tiresome, and Norman made everybody cry, and Mary worse than all." "There's no speaking of it. One should live such things, not talk over them," said Meta Rivers. Margaret received the reports of the select few who visited her upstairs, where she was kept quiet, and only heard the hum of the swarm, whom Dr. May, in vehement hospitality, had brought home to luncheon, to Ethel's great dread, lest there should not be enough for them to eat. Margaret pitied her sisters, but heard that all was going well, that Flora was taking care of the elders, and Harry and Mary were making the younger fry very merry at the table on the lawn. Dr. May had to start early to see a sick gardener at Drydale before coming on to Coxmore, and came up to give his daughter a few minutes. "We get on famously," he said. "Ethel does well when she is in for it, like Norman. I had no notion what was in the lad. They are perfectly amazed with his speech. It seems hard to give such as he is up to those outlandish places, but there his speech should have taught me better. One's best, and now and then he seems my best." "One comfort is," said Margaret, smiling, "you would miss Ethel more." "Gallant old king! I am glad she's had her wish. Good-bye, my Margaret. We will think of you. I am very happy," was Margaret's gentle reassurance. "The dear little Daisy looks just as her godfather imagined her, and happy was her face when her father quitted her." Margaret's next visitor was Meta, who came to reclaim her bonnet, and with a merry smile to leave word that she was walking on to Coxmore. Margaret remonstrated on the heat. "Let me alone," said she, making her pretty wilful gesture. "Ethel and Mary ought to have a lift, and I have had no walking to-day." "My dear, you don't know how far it is. You can't go alone." "I'm lying in wait for Miss Bracy, or something innocent," said Meta. "In good time. Here comes Tom." Tom entered, declaring that he had come to escape from the clack downstairs. "I'll promise not to clack if you will be so kind as to take care of me to Coxmore," said Meta. "Do you intend to walk?" "If you will let me be your companion." "I shall be most happy," said Tom, colouring with gratification, such as he might not have felt had he known that he was chosen for his innocence. He took a passing glimpse at his necktie, screwed up the nap of his glossy hat to the perfection of its central point, armed himself with a knowing little stick, and hurried his fair companion out by the back door, as much afraid of losing the glory of being her sole protector as she was of falling in with an escort of as much consequence in other eyes as was Mr. Thomas in his own. She knew him less than any of the rest, and her first amusement was keeping silence to punish him for complaining of clack. But he explained that he did not mean quiet, sensible conversation. He only referred to those foolish women's raptures over the gabble they had been hearing at the town hall. She exclaimed, whereupon he began to criticize the speakers with a good deal of acuteness, exposing the weak points, but magnanimously owning that it was tolerable for the style of thing, and might go down at Stoneborough. "I wonder you did not stay away as Harry did." "I thought it would be marked," observed the thread-paper Tom, as if he had been at least county member. "You did quite right," said Meta, really thinking so. "I wished to hear Dr. Spencer, too," said Tom. "There is a man who does know how to speak. He has seen something of the world, and knows what he is talking of." "But he did not come near Norman." "I hated listening to Norman," said Tom. "Why should he go and set his heart on those black savages?" "They are not savages in New Zealand." "They're all niggers together," said Tom vehemently. "I cannot think why Norman should care for them more than for his own brothers and sisters. All I know is, that if I were my father, I would never give my consent." "It is lucky you are not," said Meta, smiling defiance, though a tear shone in her eye. "Dr. May makes the sacrifice with a free heart and willing mind." "Everybody goes and sacrifices somebody else," grumbled Tom. "Who are the victims now?" "All of us. What are we to do without Norman? He's worth all of us put together, and Meta was drawn to the boy as she had never been before, as he broke off short, his face full of emotion that made him remind her of his father. "You might go out and follow in his steps," said she, as the most consoling hope she could suggest. "Not I. Don't you know what is to happen to me? Ah, Flora has not told you. I thought she would not think it grand enough. She talked about diplomacy." "But what?" asked Meta anxiously. "Only that I am to stick to the old shop," said Tom. "Don't tell anyone. I would not have the fellows know it." "Do you mean your father's profession?" "Aye." "Oh, Tom, you don't talk of that as if you despised it." "If it is good enough for him, it is good enough for me, I suppose," said Tom. "I hate everything when I think of my brothers going over the world, while I, do what I will, must be tied down to this slow place all the rest of my days." "If you were away, you would be longing after it." "Yes, but I can't get away." "Surely, if the notion is so unpleasant to you, Dr. May would never insist." "It is my free choice, and that's the worst of it." "I don't understand." "Don't you see? Norman told me it would be a great relief to him if I would turn my mind that way, and I can't go against Norman. I found he thought he must if I did not, and, you know, he is fit for all sorts of things that... Besides, he has a squeamishness about him that makes him turn white if one does but cut one's finger, and how he would ever go through the hospitals." Meta suspected that Tom was inclined to launch into horrors. "So you wanted to spare him," she said. "Aye, and Papa was so pleased by my offering that I can't say a word of the bore it is. If I were to back out, it would come upon Aubrey, and he is weakly and so young that he could not help my father for many years." Meta was struck at the motives that actuated the self-sacrifice, veiled by the sullen manner which she almost began to respect. "What is done for such reasons must make you happy," she said, "though there may be much that is disagreeable." "Not the study," said Tom. "The science is famous work. I like what I see of it in my father's books, and there's a splendid skeleton at the hospital that I long to be at. If it were not for Stoneborough, it would be all very well. But if I should get on ever so well at the examinations, it all ends there. I must come back and go racing about this miserable circuit, just like your gold pheasant rampaging in his cage, seeing the same stupid people all my days." "I think," said Meta in a low, heartfelt voice, "it is a noble, beautiful thing to curb down your ambition for such causes. Tom, I like you for it." The glance of those beautiful eyes was worth having. Tom colored a little, but assumed his usual gruffness. "I can't bear sick people," he said. "It has always seemed to me," said Meta, "that few lives could come up to Dr. May's. Think of going about, always watched for with hope, often bringing gladness and relief, if nothing else, comfort and kindness, his whole business doing good." "One is paid for it," said Tom. "Nothing could ever repay Dr. May," said Meta. "Can anyone feel the fee anything but a mere form? Besides, think of the numbers and numbers that he takes nothing from, and oh, to how many he has brought the most real good, when they would have shut their doors against it in any other form. Oh, Tom, I think none of you guess how everyone feels about your father. I recollect one poor woman saying, after he had attended her brother, 'He could not save his body, but surely, ma'am, I think he was the saving of his soul.'" "It is of no use to talk of my being like my father," said Tom. Meta thought perhaps not, but she was full of admiration of his generosity, and said, "You will make it the same work of love, and charity is the true glory." Any inroad on Tom's reserved and depressed nature was a benefit, and he was of an age to be susceptible of the sympathy of one so pretty and so engaging. He had never been so much gratified or encouraged, and, wishing to prolong the tete-a-tete, he chose to take the short cut through the fir plantations, unfrequented on account of the perpendicular spiked railings that divided it from the lane. Meta was hummingbird enough to be undismayed. She put hand and foot wherever he desired, flattered him by letting him handily help her up, and bounded light as a feather down on the other side, congratulating herself on the change from the dusty lane to the whispering pine woods, between which wound the dark path, bestrewn with brown, slippery needle leaves, and edged with the delicate feathering gleam and tufts of soft grass. Tom had miscalculated the chances of interruption. Meta was lingering to track the royal highway of some giant ants to their fir-leaf hillock, when they were hailed from behind, and her squire felt ferocious at the sight of Norman and Harry closing the perspective of fir trunks. "Hello, Tom, what a guide you are!" exclaimed Norman. "That fence which even Ethel and Mary avoid." "Mary climbs like a cow, and Ethel like a Father Longlegs," said Tom. "Now Meta flies like a bird." "And Tom helped me so cleverly," said Meta. "It was an excellent move to get into the shade and this delicious pine-tree fragrance." "Halt," said Norman. "This is too fast for Meta." "I cannot," said Harry. "I must get there in time to set Dr. Spencel's tackle to rights. He is tolerably knowing about knots, but there's a dodge beyond him. Come on, Tom." He drew on the reluctant Etonian, who looked repiningly back at the increasing distance between him and the other pair, till a turn in the path cut off his view. "I'm afraid you do not know what you've undertaken," said Norman. "I am a capital walker, and I know or do not know how often Ethel takes the same walk. Ethel is no rule." "She ought to be," said Meta. "To be like her has always been my ambition." "Circumstances have formed Ethel." "Circumstances! What an ambiguous word! Either Providence pointing to duty, or the world drawing us from it." "Stepping stones or stumbling blocks. And oh, the difficult question, when to bend them or to bend to them." "There must be always some guiding," said Norman. "I believe there is," said Meta. "But when trumpet peals are ringing round, it is hard to know whether one is really waiting beside the tent or only dawdling." "It is great self-denial in the immovable square not to join the charge," said Norman. "Yes, but they, being shot at, are not deceiving themselves. I suppose self-deception on those points is very common." "Especially among young ladies," said Meta. "I hear so much of what girls would do, if they might or could, that I long to see them like Ethel, do what they can. And then it strikes me that I'm doing the same, living willfully in indulgence, and putting my trust in my own misgivings and discontent. I should have thought that discontent had as little to do with you as with any living creature." "You don't know how I could growl," said Meta, laughing, "though less from having anything to complain of than from having nothing to complain of." "You mean," he said, pausing, with a seriousness and hesitation that startled her. "Do you mean that this is not the course of life that you would choose?" A sort of bashfulness made her put her answer playfully. "All play and no work makes Jack a mere toy." "Toys have a kindly mission, and I may be good for nothing else, but I would have rather been a coffee-pot than a china shepherdess." The gaiety disconcerted him, and he seemed to try to be silent, or to reply in the same tone, but he could not help returning to the subject. "Then you find no charm in the refinements to which you have been brought up?" "Only too much," said Meta. He was silent, and, fearing to have added to his fine lady impression, she resumed, "I mean that I never could dislike anything, and kindness gives these things a soul. But, of course, I should be better satisfied if I lived harder and had work to do." "Meta," he exclaimed, "you tempt me very much. Would you— No, it is too unreasonable. Would you share the work that I've undertaken?" He turned aside and leaned against a tree, as if not daring to watch the effect of the agitated words that had broken from him. She had little imagined whither his last sayings had been tending, and stood still, breathless with the surprise. "Forgive me," he said hastily. "It was very wrong. I never meant to have vexed you by the betrayal of my vain affection." He seemed to be going, and this roused her. "Stay, Norman," exclaimed she. "Why should it vex me? I should like it very much indeed." He faced suddenly towards her. Meta, is it possible? Do you know what you're saying?" "I think I do." "You must understand me," said Norman, striving to speak calmly. "You have been— Words will not express what you have been to me for years past, but I thought you too far beyond my hopes. I knew I ought to be removed from you. I believe that those who are debarred from earthly happiness are marked for especial tasks. I never intended you to know what actuated me, and now the work is undertaken, and I cannot turn back," he added quickly, as if fearing himself. "No, indeed," was her steady reply. "Then I may believe it," cried Norman. "You do, you will. You deliberately choose to share it with me?" I will try not to be a weight on you, answered the young girl, with a sweet mixture of resolution and humility. It would be the greatest possible privilege. I really do not think I am a fine lady in grain, and you will teach me not to be too unworthy. I? Oh, Meta, you know not what I am. Yet with you to inspire, to strengthen, to cheer. Meta, life is so much changed before me that I cannot understand it yet, after the long, dreary hopelessness. I can't think why, Meta had half said, when feminine dignity checked the words. Consciousness and confusion suddenly assailed her, dyed her cheeks crimson, and stifled her voice. It was the same with Norman, and bashfulness making a sudden prey of both, on they went under its dominion, in a condition partaking equally of discomfort and felicity, dreading the sound of their own voices, afraid of each other's faces, feeling they were treating each other very strangely and ungratefully, yet without an idea what to say next, or the power of speaking first, and therefore pacing onward, looking gravely straight along the path, as if to prevent the rabbits and foxgloves from guessing that anything had been passing between them. Dr. May had made his call at Drydale, and was driving up a rough lane, between furzy banks, leading to Coxmore, when he was aware of a tall gentleman on one side of the road and a little lady on the other, with the whole space of the cart track between them, advancing soberly towards him. "Hello! Why, Meta! Norman! What brings you here? Where are you going?" Norman perceived that he had turned to the left instead of to the right, and was covered with shame. "That is all your wits are good for. It is well I met you, or you would have led poor Meta a pretty dance. You will know better than to trust yourself to the mercies of a scholar another time. Let me give you a lift." The courteous doctor sprang out to hand Meta in, but something made him suddenly desire Adams to drive on, and then turning round to the two young people, he said, "Oh!" "Yes," said Norman, taking her hand and drawing her towards him. "What, Meta, my pretty one, is it really so? Is he to be happy after all? Are you to be a daisy of my own?" "If you will let me," murmured Meta, clinging to her kind old friend. "No flower on earth could come so naturally to us," said Dr. May. "And, dear child, at last I may venture to tell you that you have a sanction that you will value more than mine. Yes, my dear, on the last day of your dear father's life, when some foreboding hung upon him, he spoke to me of your prospects, and singled out this very Norman as such as he would prefer." Meta's tears prevented all, save the two little words, "Thank you." But she put out her hand to Norman, as she still rested on the doctor's arm, more as if he had been her mother than Norman's father. "Did he?" from Norman was equally inexpressive of the almost incredulous gratitude and tenderness of his feeling. It would not bear talking over at that moment, and Dr. May presently broke the silence in a playful tone. "So, Meta, good men don't like heiresses?" "Quite true," said Meta. "It was very much against me." "Or it may be the other way," said Norman. "Eh? Good men don't like heiresses. Here's a man who likes an heiress. Therefore here's a man that is not good? Aha! Meta, you can see that is false logic, though I've forgotten mine. And pray, miss, what are we to say to your uncle?" "He cannot help it," said Meta quickly. "Ha!" said the doctor, laughing. "We remember our 21 years, do we?" "I did not mean— I hope I said nothing wrong," said Meta in blushing distress. "Only after what you said, I can care for nothing else." "If I could only thank him," said Norman fervently. "I believe you know how to do that, my boy," said Dr. May, looking tenderly at the fairy figure between them, and ending with a sigh, remembering, perhaps, the sense of protection with which he had felt another Margaret lean on his arm. The clatter of horses' hoofs caused Meta to withdraw her hand, and Norman to retreat to his own side of the lane, as Sir Henry Walkingham and his servant overtook them. "We will be in good time for the proceedings," called out the doctor. "Tell them we're coming." "I did not know you were walking," said Sir Henry to Meta. "It is pleasant in the plantations," Dr. May answered for her. "But I'm afraid we're late, and our punctual friends will be in despair. Will you kindly say we are at hand?" Sir Henry rode on, finding that he was not to be allowed to walk his horse with them, and that Miss Rivers had never looked up. "Poor Sir Henry," said Dr. May. "He has no right to be surprised," said Meta very low. "And so you were marching right upon Drydale," continued Dr. May, not able to help laughing. "It was a happy dispensation that I met you." "Oh, I'm so glad of it," said Meta. "Though to be sure you were disarming suspicion by so cautiously keeping the road between you. I should never have guessed what you had been at." There was a little pause, then Meta said, rather tremulously, "Please, I think it should be known at once." "Our idle deeds confessed without loss of time, miss?" Norman came across the path, saying, "Meta is right, it should be known." "I don't think Uncle Caution would object, especially hearing it while he's here," said Meta, "and if he knew what you told us." "He goes tomorrow, does he not?" said Dr. May. A silence of perplexity ensued. Meta, brave as she was, hardly knew her uncle enough to volunteer, and Norman was privately devising a beginning by the way of George, when Dr. May said, "Well, since it is not a case for putting Ethel in the forefront, I must e'en get it over for you, I suppose." "Oh, thank you," they cried both at once, feeling that he was the proper person in every way. And Norman added, "The sooner the better, if Meta—" "Oh, yes, the sooner the better," exclaimed Meta. "And let me tell Flora. Poor dear Flora, she's always so kind." A testimony that was welcome to Dr. May, who had once, at least, been under the impression that Flora courted Sir Henry's attentions to her sister-in-law. Further consultation was hindered by Tom and Blanche, bursting upon them from the common, both echoing Norman's former reproach of a pretty guide, and while Blanche explained the sufferings of all the assembly at their tardiness, Tom, without knowing it, elucidated what had been a mystery to the doctor, namely, how they ever met, by his indignation at Norman's having assumed the guidance for which he was so unfit. "A shocking leader. Meta will never trust him again," said Dr. May. Still, Blanche thought them not nearly sufficiently sensible of their enormities, and preached eagerly about their danger of losing standing room when they emerged on the moor, and beheld a crowd, above whose heads rose the apex of a triangle, formed by 3 poles sustaining a rope and huge stone. "Here comes Dr. Spencer," she said. "I hope he will scold you." Whatever Dr. Spencer might have suffered, he was far too polite to scold, and a glance between the 2 physicians ended in a merry twinkle of his bright eyes. "This way," he said. "We're all ready." "But where's my little Daisy?" said Dr. May. "You'll see her in a minute. She's as good as gold." He drew them on up the bank, people making way for them, till he had stationed them among the others of their own party, beside the deep trench that traced the foundation, around a space that seemed far too small. Nearly at the same moment began the soft, clear sound of chanting wafted upon the wind, then dying away, carried off by some eddying breeze, then clear, and coming nearer and nearer. "I will not suffer mine eyes to sleep, nor mine eyelids to slumber, neither the temples of my head take any rest, until I find out a place for the temple of the Lord, an habitation for the mighty God of Jacob." Few who knew the history of Coxmore could help glancing towards the slight girl, who stood with bent head, her hand clasped over little Aubrey's, while all that was not prayer and thanksgiving in her mind was applying the words to him, whose head rested in the Pacific Isle, while in the place which he had chosen was laid the foundation of the temple that he had given unto the Lord. There came forth the procession, the minster choristers, Dr. Spencer as architect, and in her white dress, little Gertrude, led between Harry and Hector, Margaret's special choice for the occasion, and followed by the Stoneborough clergy. "Let thy priests be clothed with righteousness." It came in well with the gentle, meek, steadfast face of the young curate of Coxmore, as he moved on in his white robe, and the sunlight shone upon his fair hair and calm brow, thankful for the past, and hoping more than fearing for the future. The prayers were said, and there was a pause, while Dr. Spencer and the foreman advanced to the machine and adjusted it. The 2 youths then led forward the little girl, her innocent face and large blue eyes wearing a look of childish obedient solemnity, only half understanding what she did, yet knowing it was something great. It was very pretty to see her in the midst of the little gathering round the foundation, the sturdy workman smiling over his hod of mortar, Dr. Spencer's silver locks touching her flaxen curls, as he held the shining trowel to her, and Harry's bright head and hardy face as he knelt on one knee to guide the little soft hand, while Hector stood by, still and upright, his eyes fixed far away, as if his thoughts were roaming to the real founder. The Victoria coins were placed. Gertrude scooped up the mass of mortar and spread it about with increasing satisfaction, as it went so smoothly and easily, prolonging the operation, till Harry drew her back, while slowly down creaked the ponderous corner-stone into the bed that she had prepared for it, and with a good will she gave 3 taps on it with her trowel. Harry had taken her hand, when at the sight of Dr. May she broke from him, and as if taking sudden fright at her own unwonted part, ran at full speed, straight up to her father, and clung to him, hiding her face as he raised her in his arms and kissed her. Meanwhile the strain arose, "Thou heavenly New Jerusalem, vision of peace in prophet's dream, with living stones built up on high, and rising to the starry sky." The blessing of peace seemed to linger softly and gently in the fragrant summer breeze, and there was a pause ere the sounds of voices awoke again. "Etheldred," Mr. Wilmot stood beside her, ere going to unrobe in the school. "Etheldred, you must once let me say, God bless you for this." As she knelt beside her sister's sofa on her return home, Margaret pressed something into her hand. "If you please, dearest, give this to Dr. Spencer, and ask him to let it be set round the stem of the chalice," she whispered. Ethel recognized Alan Earnscliff's pearl hoop, the betrothal ring, and looked at her sister without a word. "I wish it," said Margaret gently. "I shall like best to know it there." So Margaret joined in Alan's offering, and Ethel dared say no more, as she thought how the relic of a frail love lost was becoming the token of endless love begun. There was more true union in this than in clinging to the mere tangible emblem, for broken and weak is all affection that is not knit together above in the one infinite love. End of Part 2, Chapter 22. Recording by Brooke Favorite, www.alongsidemom.com. Part 2, Chapter 23 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorite, www.alongsidemom.com. The Daisy Chain by HannahMary Young. Part 2, Chapter 23. Of lowly fields you think no scorn, yet gayest gardens would adorn, and grace wherever set, home seated in your lowly bower, or wedded a transplanted flower, I bless you, Margaret. Charles Lamb. George Rivers had an antipathy to ladies' last words keeping the horses standing, and his wife and sister dutifully seated themselves in the carriage at once, without an attempt to linger. 4 of the young gentlemen were to walk across to Abbotstoke and dine at the Grange, and Tom, who, reasoning from analogy, had sent on his black tie and agate studs, was so dismally disconcerted on finding that Norman treated his own going as a matter of course, that Richard, whose chief use of his right of primogeniture was to set himself aside, discovered that he was wanted at home, and that Tom would be much better at the Grange, offering at the same time to send Norman's dressing things by Dr. Spencer. Which, observed Thomas, he would never have recollected for himself. Tom would have had to lend him the precious studs. He would not have had them. Who would wear imitation? I say, Tom, what did you give for them? Better ask what the Jew gave for them that bought them at Windsor Fair. Not a bad imitation, either. Pity they weren't malachite. But, no doubt, the Jew thought green would be personal. As if they had any business to talk. Who didn't know a respectable stud when they saw it? Harry especially, with his hat set on the back of his head, like a sailor on the stage. A leap to set it to rights, a skirmish knocking Tom nearly into the ditch. Fine experience of the stage. All came from Windsor Fair. Aye, Hector might talk, but didn't he pay a shilling to see the Irish giant? He wouldn't confess, but it was a famous take-in. Giant had potatoes in his shoes. Not he. He was 7 feet 10 high. Aye, when he stood upon a stool. Hector would swallow anything. Even the lady of 1,000,000 postage stamps had not stuck in his throat. He had made Margaret collect for her. And had not Tom himself got a bottle of ointment to get the red out of his hair? Great fury. His hair wasn't red, didn't want to change the colour, not half so red as Hector's own. What was it then, lively auburn? But for fear of Norman's losing his bearings, Harry would fetch a carrot to compare. Better colour than theirs could ever be. Then what was the ointment for? To produce whiskers? That was the reason Tom oiled himself like a Loyalty Islander. His hair was so shiny that Harry recommended a top-knot like theirs, etc. Norman was, like the others, in such towering glee, and took so full a share of the witticisms that were the more noisily applauded, the worse they were, that Harry suggested that old June had lost his way and found his spirits in Drydale. He must have met with a private grog-shop in the plantations, would not Tom confess. Not he, it was all in private. He thought it was laughing-gas, or the reaction of being fried all the morning, holding forth in that town hall. He had longed to make a speech himself. No end of the good it would have done the old stagers to come out with something to the purpose. What would old Hoxton have thought of it? They shall dive for alligators, catch the wild goats by the beard, whistle to the cockatoos, and mock the hairy-faced baboon, worship mighty Mumbo-Jumbo in the mountains of the moon. I myself, in far Timbuktu, leopard's blood shall daily quaff, ride a tiger hunting, mounted on a thoroughbred giraffe. "Not you, Tom," cried Hector. "You, the swell, the Eton fellow, you to seek such horrid places, you to haunt with squalid negroes, blubber lips and monkey faces, fool again the dream, the fancy, don't I know the words are mad, for you count the grey barbarian lower than the brocas cad. Nay, it is the consequence of misanthropy at the detection of the frauds of unsophisticated society," said Norman. "The edge of life is rusted, the agate studs and whisker ointment left him very much disgusted." Perhaps it was Miss Rivers forsaking him. Was not that rather spider-hearted, Tom? "Come, Harry, it is time to have done. We are getting into civilized society. Here's Abbotstoke." "Poor Norman, he is very far gone. He takes that scarecrow for civilized society." "Much better clothed than the society you have been accustomed to, July. What a prize his wardrobe would be to the Black Prince. Don't insult your betters. Which, the scarecrow or the Black Prince?" Norman tried to call his companions to order, for they were close upon the village, and he began to tax himself with unbecoming levity. The effects of spirits pitched rather low, which did not easily find their balance under unwonted exhilaration, but Harry's antics were less easily repressed than excited, and if Tom had not heard the Grange clock strike 6:30, and had not been afraid of not having time to array himself and watch over Harry's neckcloth, they would hardly have arrived in reasonable time. Dr. May had gone home, and there was no one in the drawing-room, but as Norman was following the boys upstairs, Flora opened her sitting-room door, and attracted his attention by silently putting her cold fingers into his hand, and drawing him into the room. "Dear Norman, this is pleasant," she said affectionately, but in a voice so sunken that all gladness seemed to be dead within, and the effect was far more mournful than if she had not attempted to smile congratulation. "I will give you till Dr. Spencer comes," she said. "Then Norman can dress, and you must be a good child and come down to me." The playfulness ill suited the wan, worn face that seemed to have caught a grey tint from her rich poplin, her full toilette making the contrast almost more painful. And as she closed the door, her brother could only exclaim, "Poor Flora!" "She is so kind," said the voice of the white figure that moved towards him. "Oh, if we could comfort her!" "I trust to her own kindness working comfort to her at last," said Norman. "But is she often thus?" "Whenever she's not bearing up for George's sake," said Meta. "She never says anything when she is alone with me, only she does not struggle with her looks." "It must be very trying for you." "Nay, I feel grateful to her for even so far relaxing the restraint. If I could but do her any good." "You cannot help doing her good," said Norman. Meta sighed and shook her head slightly, as she said, "She is so gentle and considerate. I think this has been no fresh pain to her today, but I cannot tell. The whole day has been a strange intermixture." "The two strands of joy and grief have been very closely twisted," said Norman. "That rose is shedding its fragrant leaves in its glory, and there's much that should have chastened the overflowing gladness of today. As I was thinking, whispered Meta, venturing nearer to him, and looking into his face with the sweet reliance of union in thought. She meant him to proceed, but he paused, saying, "You were thinking? I'd rather hear it from you. Was it not that we were taught today what is enduring, and gives true permanence and blessedness to such, to what there was between Earnscliff and Margaret?" Her dewy eyes and face of deep emotion owned that he had interpreted her thought. "Theirs would indeed be a disheartening example," he said, "if it did not show the strength and peace that distance, sickness, death cannot destroy. Yes, to see that church making Margaret happy as she lies smiling on her couch is a lesson of lessons." "That what is hallowed must be blessed," said Norman, "whatever the sundry and manifold changes." Each was far too humble to deny aloud any inequality with the goodness of Alan and Margaret, knowing that it would be at once disputed, trusting to time to prevent the overestimate, and each believing the other was the one to bring the blessing. "But Meta," said Norman, "have you heard nothing of the elders?" "Oh, yes," said Meta, smiling. "Have not you?" "I have seen no one." "I have," said Meta merrily. "Uncle Cosham is delighted. That speech of yours has captivated him. He calls me a wise little woman to have found out your first-rate abilities. There's for you, sir." "I don't understand it. Surely he must be aware of my intentions." "He said nothing about them, but of course Dr. May must have mentioned them." "I should have thought so, but I cannot suppose—" "That he would be willing to let me go?" said Meta. "But then you know he cannot help it," added she, with a roguish look, at finding herself making one of her saucy, independent speeches. "I believe you are taking a would-be missionary instead of Norman May," he answered with a sort of teasing sweetness. "All would-be missionaries did not make dear papa so fond of them," said Meta, very low, "and you would not be Norman May without such purposes." "The purpose was not inspired at first by the highest motive," said Norman, "but it brought me peace, and after the kind of dedication that I inwardly made of myself in my time of trouble, it would take some weighty reason, amounting to a clear duty, or physical impossibility, to make me think I ought to turn back. I believe—" The tears rose to his eyes, and he brought out the words with difficulty. "That if this greatest of all joys were likely to hinder me from my calling, I ought to seek strength to regard it as a temptation, and to forego it." "You ought, if it were so," said Meta, nevertheless holding him tighter. "I could not bear to keep back a soldier. If this were last year, and I had any tie or duty here, it would be very hard. But no one needs me, and if the health I have always had be continued to me, I don't think I shall be much in the way. There," drawing back a little and trying to laugh off her feeling, "only tell me at once if you think me still too much of a fine lady." You, a fine lady! Did anything ever give you the impression that I did?" "I shall not get poor Harry into a scrape, shall I? He told me that you said so last spring, and I feared you judged me too truly." After a few exclamations of utter surprise, it flashed on Norman. I know. Harry interpreted my words in his own blunt fashion." "Then you did say something like it?" "No, but, in short, Meta, these sailors' imaginations go to great lengths. Harry had guessed more than I knew myself, before he had sailed, and taxed me with it. It was a subject I could not bear then, and I answered that you were too far beyond my hopes." 6 years ago," said Meta slowly, blushing deeper and deeper. "Some eyes saw it all that time, and you, and," she added, laughing, though rather tearfully, "I should never have known it, if Tom had not taken me through the plantations." "Not if I had not discovered that your preferences did not lie among boudoirs and balls," said Meta. "Harry was right. You thought me a fine lady after all." The gay taunt was cut short by a tap at the door, and Flora looked in. "Dr. Spencer has brought your things, Norman. I'm sorry to disturb you, but come down, Meta. I ran away very uncivilly to fetch you. I hope it is not too cruel," as she drew Meta's arm into her own, and added, "I have not been able to speak to George." Meta suspected that, in the wish to spare her, Flora had abstained from seeking him. The evening went off like any other evening. People ate and talked, thought Mrs. Rivers looking very ill, and Miss Rivers very pretty. Flora forced herself into being very friendly to Sir Henry, commiserating the disappointment to which she had led him, and she hoped that he suspected the state of affairs, though Tom, no longer supplanted by his elder brother, pursued Meta into the sheltered nook, where Flora had favoured her seclusion, to apologize for having left her to the guidance of poor Norman, whose head was with the blackamoors. It was all Harry's fault. "Nonsense, Tom," said Harry. "Don't you think Norman is better company than you any day?" "Then why did you not walk him off instead of me?" said Tom, turning round sharply. "Out of consideration for Meta. She will tell you that she was very much obliged to me." Harry checked himself, for Meta was colouring so painfully that his own sunburned face caught the glow. He pushed Tom's slight figure aside with a commanding move of his broad hand, and said, "I beg your pardon, upon my word, though I don't know what for." "Nor I," said Meta, rallying herself and smiling. "You have no pardon to beg. You will know it all tomorrow." "Then I know it now," said Harry, sheltering his face by leaning over the back of a chair, and taming the hearty gaiety of his voice. "Well done, Meta. There's nothing like old June in all the world. You may take my word for it, and I knew you would have the sense to find it out." They were well out of sight, and Meta only answered by a good tight squeeze of his kind hand between both her own. Tom, suddenly recovering from his displeasure at being thrust aside, whisked round, dropped on a footstool before Meta, looked up in her face, and said, in such utter amazement, that there was nothing for it but to laugh more uncontrollably than was convenient. "Come along, Tom," said Harry, pulling him up by force. "She does not want any of your nonsense. We will not plague her now." "Thank you, Harry," said Meta. "I cannot talk rationally just yet. Don't think me unkind, Tom." Tom sat in a sort of trance all the rest of the evening. Lord Cosham talked to Norman, who felt as if he were being patronized on false pretenses, drew into his shell, and displayed none of his first-rate abilities. Dr. Spencer discussed his architecture with the Archdeacon, but his black eyes roamed heedfully after the young gentleman and lady in the opposite corners of the room, and as he drove home afterwards with the youths, he hummed scraps of Scottish songs and indulged in silent smiles. Those at home had been far more demonstrative. Dr. May had arrived, declaring himself the proudest doctor in Her Majesty's dominions, and Ethel needed nothing but his face to explain why, and tell her that dear old June's troubles were over, and their pretty little Meta was their own, a joy little looked for to attend their foundation stone. The dreaded conference with Lord Cosham had proved highly gratifying. There might be something in the fact that he could not help it, which assisted in his ready acquiescence, but he was also a sensible, right-minded man, who thought that the largeness of Meta's fortune was no reason that it should be doubled, considered that, in the matter of connection, the May family had the advantage, and saw in Norman, a young man whom any one might have pleasure in bringing forward. Oxford had established confidence both in his character and talents, and his speech had been such as to impress an experienced man, like Lord Cosham, with an opinion of his powers, that prepared a welcome for him, such as no one could have dared to expect. His lordship thought his niece not only likely to be happier, but to occupy a more distinguished position with such a man as Norman May than with most persons of ready-made rank and fortune. The blushing and delighted Dr. May had thought himself bound to speak of his son's designs, but he allowed that the project had been formed under great distress of mind, and when he saw it treated by so good a man as a mere form of disappointed love, he felt himself reprieved from the hardest sacrifice that he had ever been called on to make, loved little Meta the better for restoring his son, and once more gave a free course to the aspirations that Norman's brilliant boyhood had inspired. Richard took the same view, and the evening passed away in an argument, as if anyone had been disputing with them, the father reasoning aloud, the son enforcing it low, that it had become Norman's duty to stay at home to take care of Meta, whose father would have been horrified at his taking her to the Antipodes. They saw mighty tasks for her fortune to effect in England. They enhanced each other's anticipations of Norman's career, overthrew abuses before him, heaped distinctions upon him, and made him prime minister and settled his policy before 10 o'clock brought their schemes to a close. Mary gazed and believed. Margaret lay still and gently assented. Ethel was silent at first, and only when the fabric became extremely airy and magnificent, put in her word with a vehement dash at the present abuses, which grieved her spirit above all. and, whether vulnerable or not, Norman was to dispose of, like so many giants before Mr. Greatheart. She went upstairs, unable to analyze her sentiments. To be spared the separation would be infinite relief. All this prosperity made her exult. The fair girl at the Grange was the delight of her heart, and yet there was a sense of falling off. She disliked herself for being either glad or sorry, and could have quarrelled with the lovers for perplexing her feelings so uncomfortably. Though she sat up till the party returned, she was inclined to be supposed in bed, so as to put off the moment of meeting. But Margaret, who she hoped was asleep, said from her pillow, "Ask dear Norman to let me give him one kiss." She ran down headlong, clutched Norman as he was taking off his greatcoat, told him that Margaret wanted him, and dragged him up without letting him go till she reached the first landing, where she stood still, saying breathlessly, "New Zealand." If I wished to fail, she would keep me to it. "I beg your pardon," said Ethel, claiming heartily his caress. "I was wrong to doubt either of you. Now I know how to feel, but Margaret must not wait." The happy youth, in the flush of love and joy, bent gently, almost tearfully, down in silence to the white form, half seen in the twilight, whose hopes had fleeted away from earth, and who was calmly, softly gliding after them. Hardly a word was uttered, but of all the many heartfelt thoughts that had passed while the face was pressed into Margaret's pillow, and her sympathizing arms round the neck, surely none was ever deeper than was his prayer and vow that his affection should be like hers, unearthly and therefore enduring. The embrace was all. Margaret must not be agitated, and indeed the events of the day had been too much for her, and the ensuing morning brought the fluttering of heart and prostration of strength, no longer a novelty and occasion of immediate terror, but the token of the waning power of life. Till she was better, her father had no thoughts for aught else, but, as with many another invalid, the relief from present distress was as cheering as if it had been recovery, and ere night her placid look of repose had returned, and she was devising pretty greetings for her newest daisy. Perhaps the sobering effect of these hours of anxiety was in Norman's favour, on entering into conversation with his father. Those visions, which had had their swing the night before, belonged to the earlier, more untamed period of Dr. May's life, and had melted away in the dim room, made sacred by lingering mementos of his wife, and in the sound of that panting breath and throbbing heart. His vehemence had been, after all, chiefly against his own misgivings, and when he heard of his son's resolution and Metta's more than acquiescence, he was greatly touched, and recurred to his kind, sorrowful promise that he would never be a stumbling block in the path of his children. Still, he owned himself greatly allured by the career proposed by Lord Causham, and thought Norman should consider the opportunities of doing good in, perhaps, a still more important and extensive field than that which he had chosen. "Time was that I should have grasped at such a prospect," said Norman, "but I am not the man for it. I have too much ambition and too little humility. You know, father, how often you have had to come to my rescue when I was running after success as my prime object. Vanity Fair is a dangerous place, but you who have sound principles and pure motives—" "How long would my motives be pure?" said Norman. "Rivalry and party spirit make me distrust my motives, and then my principles feel the shock. Other men are marked by station for such trials, and may be carried through them, but I am not. Yet some of these men are far from your equals." "Not perhaps in speechifying," said Norman, smiling, "but in steadiness of aim, in patience, in callousness, in seeing one side of the question at once. You judge rightly for your own peace. You will be the happier. I always doubted whether you had nerve to make your wits available." "It may be cowardice," said Norman, "but I think not. I could burn for the combat, and if I had no scruples, I could enjoy bearing down such as—" Of course Dr. May burst in with a political name, and "I wish you were at him." "Whether I could is another matter," said Norman, laughing, "but the fact is that I stand pledged, and if I embraced what to me would be a worldly career, I should be running into temptation, and could not expect to be shielded from it." "Your old rule," said Dr. May. "Seek to be less rather than more. But there's another choice. Why not a parsonage at home?" "Pleasant parishes are not in the same need," said Norman. "I wonder what poor old Rivers would say to you, if he knew what you want to do with his daughter, brought up as she has been, to expose her to the roughness of a colonial life, such as I should hesitate about for your sisters." It is her own ardent desire. True, but are girlish enthusiasms to be trusted? Take care, Norman. Take care of her. She is a bit of the choicest porcelain of humankind, and not to be rudely dealt with. No, indeed, but she has the brave, enterprising temper to which I fully believe that actual work in a good cause is far preferable to what she calls idleness. I do not believe that we are likely to meet with more hardship than she would gladly encounter, and would almost, nay, quite enjoy. You do not know what your aunt has had to go through. A few years make a great difference in a colony. Still, it may be right for me to go out alone and judge for her, but we shall know more if my aunt comes home. Yes, I could trust a good deal to her. She has much of your mother's sense. Well, you must settle it as you can with Metta's people. I do not think they love the pretty creature better than I have done from the first minute we saw her. Don't you remember it, Norman? Remember it, do I not? From the frosted cedar downwards. It was the first gem of spring in that dreary winter. What a fairyland the Grange was to me. You may nearly say the same of me, confessed Dr. May, smiling. The sight of that happy little sunny spirit, full of sympathy and sweetness, always sent me brighter on my way. Wherever you may be, Norman, I am glad you have her, being one apt to need a pocket sunbeam. I hope my tendencies are in no danger of depressing her, said Norman, startled. If so, no such thing. She will make a different man of you. You have been depressed by that early shock and the gap at our own fireside. All that we have shared together, Norman. To see you begin on a new score, with a bright home of your own, is the best in this world that I could wish for you, though I shall live over my own 22 years in thinking of you, and that sweet little fairy. But now go, Norman. She will be watching for you, and news of Margaret. Give her all sorts of love from me. Norman fared better with the uncle than he had expected. Lord Cosham, as a philanthropist, could not, with any consistency, set his face against missions, even when the cost came so near home. And he knew that opposition made the like intentions assume a heroic aspect that maintained them in greater force. He therefore went over the subject in a calm, dispassionate manner, which exacted full and grateful consideration from the young man. The final compromise was that nothing should be settled for a year, during which Norman would complete his course of study, and the matter might be more fully weighed. Mrs. Arnott would probably return, and bring experience and judgment, which would or ought to decide the question, though Meta had a secret fear that it might render it more complicated than ever. However, the engagement and the mission views had both been treated so much more favorably than could have been hoped, that they felt themselves bound to be patient and forbearing. As Meta said, if they showed themselves wilful children, they certainly did not deserve to be trusted anywhere. Lord Cosham made his niece listen to a kind exhortation not to press her influence towards a decision that might be repented, when too late to be repaired, without a degrading sense of failure, putting her in mind of the privations that would lose romance by their pettiness, and which money could not remedy, and very sensibly representing that the effect of these on temper and health was to be duly considered as a serious impediment to usefulness. It would be worse for him alone, said Meta. That is not certain, said her uncle. A broken-down wife is a terrible drag. I know it is so, said Meta firmly, but risks must be run, and he is willing to take the chance. I do not think it can be presumption, for you know I am strong, and Dr. May would say if he could not warrant me. I fancy household work would be more satisfactory and less tiring than doing a season thoroughly, and I mean to go through a course of Finchley manuals in preparation. I hope you know what you're doing, sighed her uncle. You see it all couleur de rose. I think not. It is because it is not couleur de rose that I am so much bent upon it. I have had plenty of that all my life. I expect much that will be very disagreeable and not at all heroic, but if I can only make Norman think it fun, that will be one purpose answered. I do believe he will do his work better for having me, and at least I shall pay his passage. Her uncle shook his head, but did not try to say any more. George had begun by loud exclamations against the project, in which he was vehemently abetted by Tom, who primed him with all sorts of outrageous abuse of the niggers and cannibals, who would make Norman's coats out of all shape, and devour little Meta at a mouthful, predictions which Meta accepted most merrily, talking of herself so resignedly, as bound upon a spit, and calling out to be roasted slower and faster, that she safely conducted off their opposition by way of a standing joke. As to Norman's coats, she threatened to make them herself, and silenced Tom forever by supposing, in malicious simplicity, that he must be able to teach her the most unexceptional cut. Flora kept her opinions to herself. Only once, when urged to remonstrate, she said, "I could not, I would not." She was gently and touchingly considerate towards the lovers, silently but unobtrusively obviating all that could jar on their feelings, and employing her exquisite tact in the kindest manner. She released Meta from the expedition to ride, silencing scruples on the one hand by a suggestion of poor Sir Henry, and on the other by offering to exchange her for Mary. The first proposal made Mary take such a spring in her chair, with eyes so round, and cheeks so red, and such a shriek about Harry and the Bucephalus, that no one could have borne to say one word in opposition, even if it had not been the opinion of the council that sea air would best repair Mary's strength. Ethel had some private fears of a scene, since it was one of Miss Bracy's idiosyncrasies to be hurt whenever Mary was taken out of her hands, as she went to announce the design, in dread lest this shock should destroy the harmony that had prevailed for many months. Nay, she almost believed, since the loss of the Alcestis had been known. She was agreeably surprised. Miss Bracy thought Mary in need of the change, and discussed both her and Blanche in so pleasant and sensible a manner that Ethel was quite relieved. She partook in Mary's anticipations of pleasure, forwarded her preparations, and was delighted with her promise of letters, promises that Mary bestowed so largely, in the fullness of her heart, that there were fears lest her whole time should be spent in writing. Her soft heart indulged in a shower of tears when she wished them all good-bye, and Ethel and Blanche found the house was very empty without her. But that was only till Meta came in from a walk with Norman, and under the plea of trying to supply Mary's place, did the work of 5 Marys and a great deal besides. Nothing could be happier than Meta's visit, brightening the house so that the Mays thought they had never known half her charms, helping whatever was going on, yet ready to play with Daisy, tell stories to Aubrey, hear Tom's confidences, talk to Margaret, read with Norman, and teach Richard singing for his school-children. The only vexation was that everyone could not always engross her entirely, and Dr. May used to threaten that they should never spare her to that long-legged fellow Norman. She had persuaded Bellairs to go and take care of Flora and Mary instead of the French maid, a plan which greatly satisfied Margaret, who had never liked the looks of Coralie, and which Meta held to be a great emancipation. She persuaded old nurse to teach her to be useful, and Margaret used to declare that she witnessed scenes as good as a play in her room, where the little dexterous scholar, apparently in jest, but really in sober, earnest, wild instruction from the old woman, and made her experiments, between smiles and blushes, and merrily glorying in results that promised that she would be a notable housewife. Whether it were novelty or not, she certainly had an aptitude and delight in domestic details, such as Ethel could never attain, and as Dr. May said, the one performed by a little finger what the other labored at with a great mind. In the schoolroom, Meta was as highly appreciated. She found an hour for helping Blanche in her music, and for giving, what was still more useful, an interest and spirit to studies, where, it must be owned, poor good Mary had been a dead-weight. She enlivened Miss Bracy so much, and so often contrived a walk or a talk with her, that the saucy Blanche told Hector that she thought Ethel would be quite second fiddle with Miss Bracy. No such thing. Miss Bracy's great delight was in having a listener for her enthusiasm about Miss Ethel. She had been lately having a correspondence with a former schoolfellow, who was governess in a family less considerate than the Mays, and who poured out in her letters feelings much like those with which Miss Bracy had begun. Nothing could be more salutary than to find herself repeating all Ethel's pieces of advice, and one day, when her friend had been more distressed than usual, she called Ethel herself to consult on her answer, owning how much she was reminded of herself. "Indeed," she added, "I am afraid it would only tease you to hear how much I am indebted to your decision and kindness." "Nay," said Ethel, laughing her awkward laugh, "you have often had to forget my savage ways." "Pray don't say that." "I think," said Ethel, breaking in, "the philosophy is this. I believe that it is a trying life. I know teaching takes a great deal out of one, and loneliness may cause tendencies to dwell on fancied slights and trifles that might otherwise be hurried over. But I think the thing is to pass them over, and make a conscience of turning one's mind to something fresh, as you made me do when you brought me amusing books and taught me botany, and still more when you took to working for the infant school. Yes, I think the way to be happy and useful is to get up many interests, so as to be fresh and vigorous, and think not at all of personalities. There's a truism." "Very true, though," said Miss Bracy. "Indeed, all your kindness and consideration would never have done me half the good they have, dear Miss Ethel, if you had not taught me that referring all to one's own feelings and self is the way to be unhappy." "Just so," said Ethel. "It is the surest way for any one to be miserable. If I could only persuade poor dear Ellen to think that, even if a slight were real, it ought to be borne forgivingly and not brooded over. Ah, you are laughing. Perhaps you have said the same about me." "You would forgive it now, I think," said Ethel. "I never thought I did not forgive. I did not see that brooding over vexations was not pardoning them. I have told her so now, and oh, if she could but have seen how true sorrows are borne here, she would be cured, like me, of making imaginary ones." "None could help being better for living with Papa," said Ethel. Ethel made Miss Bracy happy by a kiss before she left her. It was a cheering belief that, whatever the future trials of her life might be, the gentle little lady would meet them with a healthier mind, more vigorous in overlooking troubles, and without punctilious sensitiveness on the lookout for affronts. Believing all things, bearing all things, hoping all things, enduring all things, would be to her the true secret of serenity of spirits. Ethel might not have been blameless or consistent in her dealings in this difficult intercourse, but her kind heart, upright intention, and force of character had influence far beyond her own perception. Indeed, she knew not that she had personal influence at all, but went on in her own straightforward humility. End of Part 2, Chapter 23. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. Part 2, Chapter 24 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. The Daisy Chain by HannahMary Young, Part 2, Chapter 24. Enough of foresight sad, too much, of retrospect have I, and well for me that I sometimes can put those feelings by. There speaks the man we knew of yore, well pleased I hear them say, such was he in his lighter moods before our heads were grey. Buoyant he was in spirit, quick of fancy, light of heart, and care and time and change have left untouched his better part. Southey. Ethelred May and Meta Rivers were together in the drawing-room. The timepiece pointed towards 10 o'clock, but the tea-things were on the table, prepared for a meal. The lamp shone with a sort of consciousness, and Ethel moved restlessly about, sometimes settling her tea equipage, sometimes putting away a stray book, or resorting by turns to her book, or to work a red and gold scroll on coarse canvas, on the other end of which Meta was employed. "Nervous, Ethel?" said Meta, looking up with a merry, provoking smile, knowing how much the word would displease. "That is for you," retorted Ethel, preferring to carry the war into the enemy's quarters. "What, don't you know that prudent people say that your fate depends on her report?" "At least," said Meta, laughing, "she is a living instance that everyone is not eaten up, and we shall see if she fulfills Tom's prediction of being tattooed, or of having a slice out of the fattest part of her cheek." "I know very well," said Ethel. "The worse she said it would be, the more you would go." "Not quite that," said Meta, blushing and looking down. "Come, don't be deceitful," said Ethel. "You know very well that you are still more bent on it than you were last year." "To be sure I am," said Meta, looking up with a sudden beamy flash of her dark eyes. "Norman and I know each other so much better now," she added, rather falteringly. I know you are ready to go through thick and thin, and that is why I give my consent and approbation. You are not to be stopped for nonsense." "Not for nonsense, certainly," said Meta. "But," and her voice became tremulous, "if Dr. May deliberately said it would be wrong, and that I should be an encumbrance and perplexity, I am making up my mind to the chance." "But what would you do?" asked Ethel. "I don't know. You should not ask such questions, Ethel." "Well, it won't happen, so it is no use to talk about it," said Ethel. "Fancy my having made you cry." "Very silly of me," said Meta, brightening and laughing, but sighing. "I am only afraid Mrs. Arnott may think me individually unfit for the kind of life, as if I could not do what other women can. Do I look so?" "You look as if you were meant to be put under a glass case," said Ethel, surveying the little elegant figure, whose great characteristic was a look of exquisite finish, not only in the features and colouring, the turn of the head, and the shape of the small rosy-tipped fingers, but in everything she wore, from the braids of black silk hair to the little shoe on her foot, and even in the very lightness and gaiety of her movements. "Oh, Ethel," cried Meta, springing up in dismay and looking at herself in the glass, "what is the matter with me? Do tell me." "You'll never get rid of it," said Ethel, "unless you get yourself tattooed. Even separation from Bellairs hasn't answered, and, after all, I don't think it would be any satisfaction to Norman or Papa. I assure you, Meta, whatever you may think of it, it is not so much bother to be prettier than needful as it is to be uglier than needful." "What is needful?" said Meta, much amused. "I suppose to be like Mary, so that nobody should take notice of one, but that one's own people may have the satisfaction of saying, 'She is pleasing,' or 'She is in good looks.' I think Gertrude will come to that. That's one comfort." "That is your own case, Ethel. I have heard those very things said of you." "Of my hatchet face," said Ethel contemptuously. "Someone must have been desperately bent on flattering the member's family." "I could repeat more," said Meta, "if I were to go back to the commemoration and to the day you went home." Ethel crimsoned and made a sign with her hand, exclaiming, "Hark! It went past." It was the omnibus. She must be walking down. Ethel breathed short and wandered aimlessly about. Meta put her arm round her waist. "I did not think this would be so much to you," she said. "Oh, Meta, it seems like dear Mamma coming to see how we've been going on, and then Papa. I wish I'd gone up to the station with him." "He has Richard." "Aye, but I'm afraid Margaret is listening and will be restless, and have a palpitation, and I can't go and see, or I shall disturb her. Oh, I wish it were over." Meta stroked her and soothed her, and assured her that all would do well, and presently they heard the click of the door. Ethel flew into the hall, where she stopped short, her heart beating high at the sound of overpoweringly familiar accents. She was almost relieved by detecting otherwise little resemblance. The height was nearly the same, but there was not the plump softness of outline. Mrs. Arnott was small, thin, brisk and active, with a vivacious countenance, once evidently very fair and pretty, but aged and worn by toil, not trouble, for the furrows were the traces of smiles around her merry mouth, and beautiful blue eyes that had a tendency to laugh and cry both at once. Dr. May, who had led her into the light, seemed to be looking her all over, while Richard was taking the wraps from her, and Ethel tried to encourage herself to go forward. "Aye," said the doctor, kissing her. "I see you, Flora, now. I have found you again." "I found you as soon as I heard your voice, Richard," said she. "And now for the bairnies." "Here's one, but there's but a poor show forthcoming tonight. Do you know her?" There was an unspeakable joy in being pressed in Aunt Flora's arms, like a returning beam from the sunshine of 7 years ago. "This must be Ethel. My dear, how you tower above me, you that I left in arms. And," as she advanced into the drawing-room, "why, surely this is not Margaret." "A Margaret, not the Margaret. I wish I were," said Meta, as Mrs. Arnott stood with an arm on her shoulder. In the midst of an embrace, Dr. May enjoyed her perplexity and Meta's blushes. "See, Flora, these black locks never belonged to Calton Hill daisies, yet a daisy of my own she is. Can't you guess?" "Miss Rivers!" exclaimed Mrs. Arnott, and though she kissed her cordially, Meta suspected a little doubt and disappointment. "Yes," said Dr. May. "We change Mary for this little woman as Flora's lady-in-waiting, when she and her husband go out yachting and shooting." "Flora and her husband! There's a marvellous sound. Where are they?" "They are staying at Eccleswood Castle," said Ethel, "and Mary with them. They would have been at home to receive you, but your note yesterday took us all by surprise. Norman is away, too, at a college meeting." And Margaret, my Margaret, does not she come downstairs? Ah, poor dear, said Dr. May. She has not been in this room since that sultry day in July. The 18th, said Richard, the precision of the date marking but too well the consciousness that it was an epoch. We can keep her quieter upstairs, said Dr. May, but you must not see her tonight. She will enjoy you very much tomorrow, but excitement at night always does her harm, so we put her to bed and told her to think about no one. Mrs. Arnott looked at him as if longing, but dreading, to ask further, and allowed her nephew and niece to seat her at the table and attend to her wants before she spoke again. Then the babies. We don't keep babies, Gertrude would tell you, said Dr. May. There are 3 great creatures whom Ethel barbarously ordered off to bed. Ethel is master here, you must know, Flora. We all mind what she says. Oh, Papa, pleaded Ethel, distressed, you know it was because I thought numbers might be oppressive. I never dispute, said Dr. May. We bow to a beneficial despotism and never rebel, do we, Meta? Seeing that Ethel took the imputation to heart, Meta rejoined, You are making Mrs. Arnott think her the strong-minded woman of the family who winds up the clock and cuts the bread. No, that she makes you do when the boys are away. Of course, said Ethel, I can't be vituperated about hunches of bread. I have quite enough to bear on the score of tea. Your tea is very good, said Richard. See how they propitiate her, maliciously observed the doctor. Not at all. It is Richard standing up for his pupil, said Ethel. It is all very well now, with people who know the capacities of mortal tea, but the boys expect it to last from 7 o'clock to 10, through an unlimited number of cups, till I have announced that a teapot must be carved on my tombstone, with an epitaph, died of unreasonable requirements. Mrs. Arnott looked from one to the other, amused, observant, and perceiving that they were all under that form of shyness which brings up family wit to hide embarrassment or emotion. Is Harry one of these unreasonable boys? She asked. My dear Harry, I presume Ethel has not sent him to bed. Is there any hope of my seeing him? Great hope, said Dr. May. He has been in the Baltic Fleet, a pretty little summer trip, from which we expect him to return any day. My old lion, I'm glad you had him for a little while, Flora. Dear fellow, his only fault was being homesick and making me catch the infection. I'm glad you did not put off your coming, said Dr. May gravely. You are in time for the consecration, said Richard. Ah, Coxmore, when will it take place? On St. Andrew's Day. It is St. Andrew's Church, and the bishop fixed the day. Otherwise it is a disappointment that Hector cannot be present. Hector? Hector Earnscliffe, poor Alan's brother, whom we don't know well from ourselves. And you are curate, Richie? Said his aunt. If I may still call you so, you are not a bit altered from the mouse you used to be. Church mouse to Coxmore, said Dr. May, nearly as poor. We are to invest his patrimony in a parsonage as soon as our architect in ordinary can find time for it. Spencer, you remember him? I remember how you and he used to be inseparable, and he has settled down at last by your side? The 2 old doctors hope to bolster each other up till Mr. Tom comes down with modern science in full force. That boy will do great things. He has as clear a head as I ever knew. And more, said Ethel. Aye, as sound a heart. I must find you his tutor's letter, Flora. They have had a row in his tutor's house at Eton, and our boys made a gallant stand for the right, Tom especially, guarding the little fellows in a way that does one good to hear of. I must express my strong sense of gratitude for his truth, uprightness, and moral courage, quoted Meta. Aha, you have learned it by heart. I know you copied it out for Norman, who has the best right to rejoice. You have a set of children to be proud of, Richard, exclaimed Mrs. Arnott. To be surprised at, to be thankful for, said Dr. May, almost inarticulately. To see her father so happy with Mrs. Arnott necessarily drew Ethel's heart towards her, and when they had bidden him good night, the aunt instantly assumed a caressing confidence towards Ethel, particularly comfortable to one consciously backward and awkward, and making her feel as intimate as if the whole space of her rational life had not elapsed since their last meeting. Must you go, my dear? Said her aunt, detaining her over her fire. I can't tell how to spare you. I want to hear of your dear father. He looks aged and thin, Ethel, and yet that sweet expression is the same as ever. Is he very anxious about poor Margaret? Not exactly anxious, said Ethel mournfully. There is not much room for that. My dear Ethel, you don't mean... I suppose we ought to have written more fully, said Ethel, but it has been very gradual, and we never say it to ourselves. She is as bright and happy and comfortable as ever, in general, and perhaps may be so for a long time yet, but each attack weakens her. What kind of attack? Faintness, sinking. It is suspended action of the heart. The injury to the spine deranged the system, and then the long suspense and the shock. It is not one thing more than another, but it must go on. Dr. Spencer will tell you. You won't ask Papa too much about it? No, indeed, and he bears it. He bears everything. Strength comes up out of his great lovingness. But, oh, I sometimes long that he may never have any more sorrows. My poor child, said Mrs. Arnott, putting her arm around her niece's waist. Ethel rested her head on her shoulder. Aunt Flora, if any words could tell what Margaret has been ever since we were left. Oh, don't make me talk or think of ourselves without her. It is wrong to wish. And when you see her, that dear face of hers will make you happy in the present. Then, added Ethel, not able to leave off with such a subject, you have our Norman to see. Ah, Norman's project is too delightful to us, but I fear what it may be to your father. He gives dear Norman as his most precious gift the flower and pride of us all. But, Ethel, I am quite frightened at Miss Rivers' looks. Is it possible that— Aunt Flora, broke in Ethel, don't say a word against it. The choicest goods wear the best, and whatever woman can do, Meta Rivers can. Norman is a great tall fellow, as clever as possible, but perfectly feckless. If you had him there alone, he would be a bee without a queen. Well, but— Listen, continued Ethel. Meta is a concentration of spirit and energy, delights in practical matters, is twice the housewife I am, and does all like an accomplishment. Between them they will make a noble missionary. But she looks— Hush, continued the niece. You will think me domineering, but please don't give any judgment without seeing, for they look to you as an arbitrator, and casual words will weigh. Thank you, Ethel. Perhaps you're right. When does he think of coming out? When he's ordained, sometime next year. Does she live with you? I suppose she lives with Flora, but we always manage to get her when Norman is at home. You've told me nothing of Flora or Mary. I have little real to tell. Good old Mary. I dare say Harry talked to you plentifully of her. She is a nice old darling, said Ethel fondly. We want her again very much, and do not quite bargain for the succession of smart visits that she has been paying. With Flora? Yes. Unluckily, George Rivers has taken an aversion to the Grange, and I have not seen Flora this whole year. Ethel stopped short and said that she must not keep Margaret expecting her. Perhaps her aunt guessed that she had touched the true chord of anxiety. The morning brought a cheering account of Margaret, and Mrs. Arnott was to see her directly after breakfast. In the meantime, the firm limbs, blue eyes, and rosy face of Gertrude seemed a fair representation of the little bridesmaid whom she remembered. A very different niece did she find upstairs, though the smiling, overflowing eyes and the fond, eager look of recognition, as if asking to be taken to her bosom, had in them all the familiarity of old tenderness. Auntie, dear auntie, that you should have come back to me again. Mrs. Arnott fondly caressed her, but could not speak at first, for even her conversation with Ethel had not prepared her for so wasted and broken an appearance. Dr. May spoke briskly of Margaret's having behaved very well and slept like a good child, told Margaret where he had to go that morning, and pointed out to Mrs. Arnott some relics of herself still remaining, but the nervous tremulousness of manner did not much comfort her, although Margaret answered cheerfully. Nothing was so effectual in composing the aunt as Aubrey's coming headlong in to announce the gig, and to explain to Margaret his last design for a cathedral, drawing plans being just now his favourite sport. Architecture is all our rage at present, said Margaret as her father hurried away. I'm so glad to have come in time for the consecration, said Mrs. Arnott, following her niece's lead. Is that a model of the church? Oh, yes, cried Margaret, lighting up. Richard made it for me. May I show it to Aunt Flora? Said Aubrey. Bring it here if you can lift it, said Margaret, and Aunt Flora helping, the great cumbersome thing was placed beside her, whilst she smiled and welcomed it like a child, and began an eager exhibition. Was it not a beautiful little pierced spire? That was an extravagance of Dr. Spencer's own. Papa said he could not ask Captain Gorgen to sanction it. The model did it no justice, but it was so very beautiful in the rich, creamy stone rising up on the moor, and the blue sky looking through, and it caught the sunset lights so beautifully. So animated was her description that Mrs. Arnott could not help asking, "Why, my dear, when have you seen it?" "Never," said Margaret with her sweet smile. "I've never seen Coxmore, but Dr. Spencer and Meta are always sketching it for me, and Ethel would not let an effect pass without telling me. I shall hear how it strikes you next." "I hope to see it by and by. What a comfortable, deep porch! If we could build such churches in the colonies, Margaret. See what little Meta will do for you. Yes, we had the porch deep for a shelter. That is copied from the west door of the minster. And is it not a fine, high-pitched roof? John Taylor, who is to be clerk, could not understand its being open. He said, when he saw the timbers, that a man and his family might live up among them. They are noble oak beams. We would not have any sham. Here, Aubrey, take off the roof, and Auntie will see the shape." "Like the ribs of a ship," explained Aubrey, unconscious that the meaning was deeper than his sister could express. And he continued, "Such fine oak beams. I rode with Dr. Spencer one day last year to choose them. It is a 2-aisled church. You see that a third may be added." Ethel came up as Aubrey began to absorb the conversation. "Lessons, Aubrey," she said. "So, Margaret, you are over your dear model?" "Not forestalling you too much, I hope, Ethel dear," said Margaret, "as you will show her the church itself." "You have the best right," said Ethel, "but come, Aubrey, we must not dawdle." "I will show you the stones I laid myself, Aunt Flora," said Aubrey, running off without much reluctance. "Ethel has him in excellent order," said Mrs. Arnott. "That she has. She brings him on beautifully, and makes him enjoy it. She teaches him arithmetic in some wonderful scientific way that nobody can understand but Norman, and he not the details. But he says it is all coming right, and will make him a capital mathematical scholar, though he cannot add up pounds, shillings, and pence." "I expected to be struck with Ethel," said Mrs. Arnott, "and—" "Well?" said Margaret, waiting. "Yes, she does exceed my expectations. There is something curiously winning in that quaint, quick, decisive manner of hers. There is so much soul in the least thing she does, as if she could not be indifferent for a moment." Exactly so," said Margaret, delighted. "It is really doing everything with all her might. Little, simple, everyday matters did not come naturally to her as to other people, and the having had to make them duties has taught her to do them with that earnest manner, as if there were a right and a wrong to her in each little mechanical household office." "Harry described her to me thus," said Mrs. Arnott, smiling. "As to Ethel, she's an odd fish, but Coxmore will make a woman of her after all." "Quite true," cried Margaret. "I should not have thought Harry had so much discernment in those days. Coxmore gave the stimulus, and made Ethel what she is. Look there, over the mantelpiece, are the designs for the painted glass, all gifts except the east window. That one of St. Andrew introducing the lad with the loaves and fishes is Ethel's window. It is the produce of the hoard she began this time 7 years, when she had but 1 sovereign in the world. She kept steadily on with it, spending nothing on herself that she could avoid, always intending it for the church, and it was just enough to pay for this window." "Most suitable," said Mrs. Arnott. "Yes, Mr. Wilmot and I persuaded her into it, but I do not think she would have allowed it, if she had seen the application we made of it, the gift of her girlhood blessed and extended. Dear King Ethelred, it is the only time I ever cheated her. This is a beautiful east window, and this little one, St. Margaret, I see." "Ah, Papa would not be denied choosing that for his subject. We reproached him with legendary saints, and overwhelmed him with antiquarianism, to show that the Margaret of the Dragon was not the Margaret of the Daisy, but he would have it, and said we might thank him for not setting his heart on St. Etheldreda. This one?" "That is mine," said Margaret, very low, and her aunt abstained from remark, though unable to look, without tears, at the ship of the apostles, the calming of the storm, and the scroll with the verse, "He bringeth them unto the haven where they would be." Beneath were the initials A.H.E. and the date of the year, the only memorials of the founder. Margaret next drew attention to St. Andrew with his cross, Meta's gift. "And besides," she said, "George Rivers made us a beautiful present which Meta hunted up. Old Mr. Rivers, knowing no better, once bought all the beautiful carved fittings of a chapel in France, meaning to fit up a library with them, but happily he never did, and a happy notion came into Meta's head. So she found them out, and Dr. Spencer has adapted them, and set them all to rights, and they are most exquisite. You never saw such foliage." Thus Margaret proceeded with the description of everything in the church, and all the little adventures of the building, as if she could not turn away from the subject, and her aunt listened and wondered, and, when called away, that Margaret might rest before nurse came to dress her, she expressed her wonder to Meta. "Yes," was the answer, "it is her chief occupation and interest. I do not mean that she has not always her own dear full sympathy for everyone's concerns, but Coxmore is her concern, almost more than even Ethel's. I think she could chronicle every stage in the building better than Dr. Spencer himself, and it is her daily delight to hear his histories of his progress, and not only with the church but the people. She knows all about every family. Richard and Ethel tell her all their news. She talks over the school with the mistress every Sunday, and you cannot think what a feeling there is for her at Coxmore. A kind message from Miss May has an effect that the active workers cannot always produce." Mrs. Arnott saw that Meta was right, when, in the afternoon, she walked with her nieces to see Coxmore. It was not a desolate sight as in old times, for the fair edifice, rising on the slope, gave an air of protection to the cottages, which seemed now to have a centre of unity, instead of lying forlorn and scattered. Nor were they as wretched in themselves, for the impulse of civilization had caused windows to be mended and railings to be tidied, and Richard promoted to the utmost cottage gardening, so that, though there was an air of poverty, there was no longer an appearance of reckless destitution and hopeless neglect. In the cottages, Mrs. Taylor had not entirely ceased to speak with a piteous voice, even though she told of the well-doing of her girls at service, but Granny Hall's merry content had in it something now of principle, and Sam had married a young Fordholm wife, who promised to be a pattern for Coxmore. Every one asked after Miss May, with a tenderness and affection that Mrs. Arnott well appreciated, and when they went into the large fresh school, where Richard was hearing a class, Cherry Elwood looked quite cheered and enlivened by hearing that she had been able to enjoy seeing her aunt. Mrs. Arnott was set to enlighten the children about the little brown girls whom she was wont to teach, and came away with a more brilliant impression of their intelligence than she might have had if she had not come to them fresh from the antipodes. She had to tell Margaret all her impressions on her return, and very pretty smiles repaid her commendations. She understood better the constant dwelling on the subject, as she perceived how little capable Margaret was of any employment. The book, the writing materials, the work-basket were indeed placed by her side, but very seldom did the feeble fingers engage in any of the occupations once so familiar. Now and then a penciled note would be sent to Flora, or to Hector Earnscliffe, or a few stitches be set in her work, or a page or two turned of a book, but she was far more often perfectly still, living assuredly in no ordinary sphere of human life, but never otherwise than cheerful, and open to the various tidings and interests which, as Ethel had formerly said, shifted before her like scenes in a magic lantern, and perhaps with less of substance than in those earlier days, when her work among them was not yet done, and she was not, as it were, set aside from them. They were now little more than shadows reflected from the world whence she was passing. Yet her home was not sad. When Dr. Spencer came in the evening, the old Edinburgh stories were discussed. Dr. May talked with spirit, and laughed with the merry note that Mrs. Arnott so well remembered, and Meta Rivers chimed in with her gay, saucy repartees, nor, though Richard was always silent, and Ethel's brow seemed to bear weight of thought, did it seem as if their spirits were depressed, while there was certainly no restraint on the glee of Blanche, Aubrey, and Gertrude, who were running into Margaret's room, and making as much noise there as they chose. Mrs. Arnott was at home with the whole family from the first, and in everyone's confidence. But what she enjoyed above all was the sitting in Margaret's room in the morning, when there was no danger of interruption, the 3 children being all safe captives to their lessons, and Meta in Richard's workshop, illuminating texts on zinc scrolls for the church. Margaret came out more in these interviews. It had been a kind of shyness that made her talk so exclusively of the church at the first meeting. She had now felt her way, and knew again, and realized, the same kind aunt with whom she had parted in her childhood, and now far dearer, since she herself was better able to appreciate her, and with a certain resemblance to her mother that was unspeakably precious and soothing to one deprived, as Margaret had been, at the commencement of her illness and anxiety. She could hardly see her aunt come near her, without thanking her for having come home, and saying how every time she awoke it was with the sense that something was comfortable, Then, remembering it was Aunt Flora's being in the house, she seemed to have a feeling as if telling everything to her aunt were like rendering up her account to her mother, and at different times she related the whole, looking back on the various decisions she had had to make or to influence, and reviewing her own judgments, though often with self-blame, not with acuteness of distress, but rather with a humble trust in the infinite mercy that would atone for all shortcomings and infirmities, truly sorrowed for. On the whole, it was a peaceful and grateful retrospect, the brothers all doing so well in their several ways, and such a comfort to their father. Tom, concerning whom she had made the greatest mistake, might be looked upon as rescued by Norman. Aubrey, Margaret said, smiling, was Ethel's child, and had long been off her mind. Hector, to her, quite a brother, would miss her almost more than her own brothers, but good, honest fellow, he had a home here. And, whispered Margaret, smiling and glowing a little, don't tell anyone, for it is a secret of secrets. Hector told me one evening that, if he could be very steady, he hoped he might yet have Blanche at Maplewood. Poor little white Mayflower, it won't be for want of liking on her part, and she so blushes and watches when Hector comes near that I sometimes think that he might have said something like it to her. Mrs. Arnott gave no opinion on the plan for Norman and Meta, but Margaret, however, took all for granted, and expressed warm hopes for their sakes, that they would go out with Mrs. Arnott. Then, when the suggestion seemed to astonish her aunt, who thought they were waiting for his ordination, she said, "The fact is that he would like to be ordained where he is to work, but I believe they do not like to say anything about the wedding because of me. Now, of all persons, I must chiefly rejoice in what may help to teach in those islands. I cannot bear to be a hindrance. Whatever happens, Aunt Flora, will you take care that they know this?" As to her father, Margaret was at rest. He had much more calmness than when he was more new to grief, and could bear far more patiently and hopefully than at first. He lived more on his affections above, and much as he loved those below, he did not rest in them as once, and could better afford to have been removed. "Besides," said Margaret serenely, "it has been good for him to have been gradually weaned from depending on me, so that it is Ethel who is really necessary to him." For herself, Margaret was perfectly content and happy. She knew the temptation of her character had been to be the ruler and manager of everything, and she saw it had been well for her to have been thus assigned the part of Mary rather than of Martha. She remembered with thankful joy the engagement with Alan Earnscliff, and though she still wore tokens of mourning for him, it was with a kind of pleasure in them. There had been so little promise of happiness from the first, that there was far more peace in thinking of him as sinking into rest in Harry's arms than as returning to grieve over her decline. And that last gift of his, the church, had afforded her continual delight, and above all other earthly pursuits smoothed away the languor and weariness of disease, as she slowly sank to join him. Now that her aunt had come to bring back a sunbeam of her childhood, Margaret declared that she had no more grief or care except one, and that a very deep and sad one, namely poor Flora. Mrs. Arnott had at first been inclined to fear that her goddaughter was neglecting her own family, since she had not been at home this whole year, but the slightest betrayal of this suspicion roused Margaret to an eager defence. She had not a doubt that Flora would gladly have been with her, but she believed that she was not acting by her own choice, or, more truly, that her husband was so devoted to her that she felt the more bound to follow his slightest wishes, however contrary to her own. The season had been spent in the same whirl that had, last year, been almost beyond human power, even when stimulated by enjoyment and success. And now, when her spirits were lowered and her health weakened, Meta had watched and trembled for her, though never able to obtain an avowal that it was an overstrain, and while treated most affectionately, never admitted within her barrier of reserve. "If I could see poor Flora comforted, or if even she would only let me enter into her troubles," Margaret said, sighing, "I should be content." The consecration day came near, and the travellers began to return. Meta was in a state of restlessness, which in her was very pretty, under the disguise of a great desire to be useful. She fluttered about the house, visited Margaret, played with Gertrude, set the drawing-room ornaments to rights, a task which Ethel was very glad to depute to her, and made a great many expeditions into the garden to put together autumn nosegays for the vases, finally discovering that Ethel's potatomani vases on the staircase window must have some red and brown leaves. She did not come back quite so soon with them, and Mrs. Arnott, slyly looking out of the window, reported, "Ha, he is come then. At least I see the little thing has found something extremely unlike itself," said Dr. May, laughing. "Something I could easily set down as a student at Edinburgh 30 years ago. That's the very smile. I remember dear Maggie being more angry than I ever saw her before, because Mr. Fleet said that you smiled to show your white teeth." "That is the best shadow of Maggie I ever saw," said Dr. May. "She has taught the lad to smile. That is what I call a pretty sight." "Come, Richard, it is a shame for old folks like us to stand spying them." "They care very little for me," said Dr. May, "but I shall have them in. Cold winds blowing about that little head. Ah, here they are. Fine leaves you gather, miss, very red and brown." Meta rather liked than otherwise those pretty teasings of Dr. May, but they always made Norman colour extremely, and he parried them by announcing news. "No, not the Bucephalus, a marriage in high life, a relation." "Not poor Mary?" cried Ethel. "Mary? What could make you think of her?" "As a hen thinks of her ducklings when they go into waters beyond her ken," said Ethel. "Well, as long as it is not Mary, I don't care." "High life," repeated Meta. "Oh, it can only be Agatha Langdale." "There's only Lord Cosham further to guess," said Ethel. "Eh, why not young Ogilvy?" said Dr. May. "I am right, I see. Well, who is the lady?" "A Miss Dunbar, a nice girl that I met at Glenbracken. Her property fits in with theirs, and I believe his father has been wishing it for a long time." "It does not sound too romantic," said Meta. "He writes as if he had the sense of having been extremely dutiful," said Norman, "no doubt thinking it needful in addressing a namesake who has had an eye to the main chance," said the doctor. "Don't throw stones, young people." "Well," exclaimed Meta, "he did not look as if he would go and do such a stupid thing as that." "Probably it is anything but a stupid thing," said Dr. May. "You are using him very ill among you," said Norman eagerly. "I believe her to be excellent in every way. He has known her from childhood. He writes as if he were perfectly contented and saw every chance of happiness." "None the less for having followed his father's wishes. I'm glad he did," said Ethel, coming to her brother's side. "I dare say you are right," was Meta's answer. "But I am disappointed in him. He always promised to come and stay with you, and made such friends at Oxford, and he never came." "I fancy there was a good deal to hinder him," said Norman, and as Mrs. Arnott proceeded to inquiries after the Ogilvies in general, the master of Glenbracken was allowed to drop. Meta, however, renewed the subject when walking to the minster that evening with Norman. "You may defend Mr. Ogilvy, Norman, but it is not what I should have expected from him. Why did he make promises and then neglect his relations?" "I believe that conscientiously he did not dare to come," said Norman. "I know that he was greatly struck with Ethel at the time of the commemoration, and therefore I could never again press him to come here." "Oh, Norman, you hard-hearted monster! What a bad conductor!" "I do not wish to be a conductor," said Norman. "If you had seen Glenbracken and the old people, you would perceive that it would not have been suitable on our part to promote anything of the kind." "Would they have been so violent?" "Not violent, but it would have been a severe struggle. They are good, kind people, but with strong prejudices, and though I have no doubt they would have yielded to steady attachment on their son's part, and such conduct as Ethel's would have been, I could not lead in that direction." "Is that pride, Norman?" "I hope not." "It is doing by others as you were doing by yourself," half-whispered Meta. "But after all, if he had no constancy, Ethel had an escape." "I was afraid that she had been rather touched, but I am glad to find myself mistaken." "If you thought so, how could you make such a public announcement?" He laughed. "I had made myself so nervous as to the effect, that in desperation I took her own way, and came out at once with it as unconsciously as I could." "Very naturally you acted unconsciousness. It was better than insulting her by seeming to condole. Not that I do, though, for she deserves more steadiness than he has shown. If a man could appreciate her at all, I should have thought it would have been once and forever." Remember, he had barely known her for a fortnight, and probably had no reason to believe that he had made any impression on her. He knew how such an attachment would grieve his parents, and surely he was acting dutifully, and with self-denial and consideration, in not putting himself in the way of being further attracted. "Humph, you make a good defence, Norman, but I cannot forgive him for marrying somebody else, who cannot be Ethel's equal." "She's a good little girl. He will form her, and be very happy, perhaps more so than with a great soul and strong nature like Ethel's." "Only he is a canny Scot, and not Dr. Spencer." Too short acquaintance. Besides, there were the parents. Moreover, what would become of home without Ethel? The unanswerable argument to make one contented, said Meta, and certainly to be wife to a member of Parliament is not so very delightful that one would covet it for her, any more than she does for herself. Norman was right in his view of his friend's motives, as well as of Ethel's present feelings. If there had ever been any disappointment about Norman Ogilvy, it had long since faded away. She had never given away the depths of her heart, though the upper surface had been stirred. All had long subsided, and she could think freely of him as an agreeable cousin, in whose brilliant public career she could always be interested, without either a wish to partake it or a sense of injury or neglect. She had her vocation in her father, Margaret, the children, home, and Coxmore. Her mind and affections were occupied, and she never thought of wishing herself elsewhere. The new church and the expected return of her sisters engrossed many more of her thoughts than did anything relating to Glenbracken. She could not bear to talk of Flora, though almost as uneasy as was Margaret, and not able to lay aside misgivings, lest even her good simple Mary might have had her head turned by gaiety. Mr. and Mrs. Rivers arrived on the Saturday before the Tuesday fixed for the consecration, and stopped on their way that they might see Margaret, deposit Mary, and resume Meta. It was a short visit, and all that Ethel could discover was that Flora was looking very ill, no longer able to conceal the worn and fagged expression of her countenance, and evidently dreadfully shocked by the sight of the havoc made by disease on Margaret's frame. Yet she talked with composure of indifferent subjects, the yacht, the visits, the Bucephalus, the church, and the arrangements for St. Andrew's Day. She owned herself overworked and in need of rest, and as she was not well enough to venture on being present at the consecration, she undertook to spend the day with Margaret, thus setting the others at liberty. This settled, she took her leave, for the journey had fatigued her greatly. During the short visit, Mary had moved and spoken so quietly, and looked so well dressed and young ladylike, that in spite of her comfortable plump cheeks, Ethel felt quite afraid. But the instant the carriage had driven off, there was a skipping, a hugging, a screaming. "Oh, it is so nice to be at home again!" And Ethel knew she had her own Mary. It was only a much better-looking and more mannerly Mary, in the full bloom of 17, open and honest face, her profuse light hair prettily disposed, her hands and arms more civilized, and her powers of conversation and self-possession developed. Mary-like were her caresses of Gertrude, Mary-like were her inquiries for Coxmore, Mary-like her insisting on bringing her boxes into Margaret's room, her exulting exhibition of all the pretty things that Flora and George had given to her, and the still more joyous bestowal of presents upon everybody. Her tastes were not a whit altered, nor her simplicity diminished. If she was pleased by joining a large dinner party, her satisfaction was in the amusement of seeing well-dressed people and a grand table. Her knowledge of the world only reached to pronouncing everything unlike home. So funny, she had relished most freshly and innocently every pleasure that she could understand. She had learned every variety of fancy work to teach Blanche and Miss Bracy, had been the delight of every schoolroom and nursery, had struck up numberless eternal friendships and correspondences with girls younger and shyer than herself, and her chief vexations seemed to have been at first that Flora insisted on her being called Miss May, secondly, that all her delights could not be shared by everyone at home, and thirdly, that poor Flora could not bear to look at little children. Grievous complaints were preferred by the dwellers in the attics the next morning, that Mary and Blanche had talked to an unmentionable hour of the night, but on the whole, Blanche was rather doubtful whether Mary had made the most of her opportunities of observation. End of Part 2, Chapter 24. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com.
Part 2, Chapter 25 of The Daisy Chain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Daisy Chain by HannahMary YONGE. Part 2, Chapter 25. Behold, with pearls they glittering stand, thy peaceful gates to all expand, by grace and strength divinely shed, each mortal thither may be led, who, kindled by Christ's love, will dare all earthly sufferings now to bear. By many a salutary stroke, by many a weary blow, that broke or polished, with a workman's skill, the stones that form that glorious pile, they all are fitly framed to lie in their appointed place on high. Ancient hymn for the dedication of a church. The 30th of November dawned with the grave brightness of an autumn day, as the sun slowly mounted from the golden east, drinking up the mists that rose tardily, leaving the grass thickly bedewed. The bells of Stoneborough Minster were ringing gladsome peals, and the sunshine had newly touched the lime trees, whose last bright yellow leaves were gently floating down, as the carriage, from the Grange, drew up at Dr. May's door. Norman opened it, to claim Meta at once for the walk. Mrs. Arnott and Mary had gone on to assist Richard in his final arrangements, but even before Coxmore, with Ethel, was now the care of Margaret, and she had waited with her father to keep all bustle from her room, and to commit her into the charge of Flora and of nurse. Ethel seemed quite unwilling to go. There was that strange, oppressed feeling on her, as if the attainment of her wishes were joy too great to be real, as if she would fain hold off from it at the climax, and linger with the sister who had shared all with her, and to whom that church was even more than to herself. She came back and back again, with fresh injunctions, sometimes forgetting the very purpose of her return, as if it had been only an excuse for looking at Margaret's countenance, and drinking in her sympathy from her face. But she was to go in George's carriage, and he was not a man to allow of loitering. He became so impatient of Ethel's delays, that she perceived that he could bear them no longer, gave her final kiss, and whispered, "In spirit with us," then ran down and was seized on by George, who had already packed in the children and Miss Bracy, and was whirled away. "Flora, dear," said Margaret, "do you dislike having the window opened?" Flora threw it up, protesting, in reply to her sister's scruples, that she liked the air. "You always spoiled me," said Margaret fondly. "Come and lie down by me. It is very nice to have you here," she added, as Flora complied, and she took her hand and fondled it. "It is like the old times to have you here taking care of me." "Very unlike them in some ways," said Flora. "It has been a great renewal of still older times," said Margaret, "to have Aunt Flora here. I hope you will get to know her, Flora. It is so like having mamma here," and she looked in her sister's face as she spoke. Flora did not reply, but she lay quite still, as if there were a charm in the perfect rest of being alone with Margaret, making no effort, and being able to be silent. Time passed on. How long they knew not, but suddenly a thrill shot through Margaret's frame. She raised her hand and lifted her head with an eager "Hark!" Flora could hear nothing. "The bells! His bells!" said Margaret, all one radiant look of listening, as Flora opened the window further, and the breeze wafted in the chime, softened by distance. The carnation tinted those thin white cheeks, eyes and smile beamed with joy, and uplifted finger and parted lips seemed marking every note of the cadence. It ceased. "Alan, Alan," said she, "it is enough, I am ready." The somewhat alarmed look on Flora's face recalled her, and, smiling, she held out her hands for the consecration books, saying, "Let us follow the service. It will be best for us both." Slowly, softly, and rather monotonously, Flora read on, till she had come more than half through the first lesson. Her voice grew husky, and she sometimes paused as if she could not easily proceed. Margaret begged her to stop, but she would not cease, and went on reading, though almost whispering, till she came to, "If they return to thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their captivity, whither they have carried them captives, and pray toward their land, which thou gavest unto their fathers, and toward the city which thou hast chosen, and toward the house which I have built for thy name, then hearing from the heavens, even from thy dwelling place." Flora could go no further. She strove, but one of her tearless sobs cut her short. She turned her face aside, and, as Margaret began to say something tender, she exclaimed, with low, hasty utterance, "Margaret, Margaret, pray for me, for it is a hard captivity, and my heart is very, very sore. Oh, pray for me, that it may all be forgiven me, and that I may see my child again. My Flora, my own poor dear Flora, do I not pray? Oh, look up, look up! Think how he loves you. If I love you so much, how much more does not he? Come near me, Flora, be patient, and I know peace will come." The words had burst from Flora uncontrollably. She was aware the next instant that she had given way to harmful agitation, and, resuming her quiescence, partly by her own will, partly from the soothing effect of Margaret's words and tone, she allowed herself to be drawn close to her sister, and hid her face in the pillow, while Margaret's hands were folded over her, and words of blessing and prayer were whispered with a fervency that made them broken. Ethel, meanwhile, stood between Aubrey and Gertrude, hardly able to believe it was not a dream, as she beheld the procession enter the aisle, and heard the psalm that called on those doors to lift up their heads for him who should enter. There was an almost bewildered feeling. Could it indeed be true? As she followed the earlier part of the service, which set apart that building as a temple forever, separate from all common uses. She had imagined the scene so often that she could almost have supposed the present one of her many imaginations, but, by and by, the strangeness passed off, and she was able to enter into, not merely to follow, the prayers and to feel the deep thanksgiving that such had been the crown of her feeble efforts. Margaret was in her mind the whole time, woven, as it were, into every supplication and every note of praise, and when there came the intercession for those in sickness and suffering, flowing into the commemoration of those departed in faith and fear, Ethel's spirit sank for a moment at the conviction that soon Margaret, like him, whom all must bear in mind on that day, might be included in that thanksgiving. Yet, as the service proceeded, leaving more and more of earth behind, and the voices joined with angel and archangel, Ethel could lose the present grief, and only retain the certainty that, come what might, there was joy and union amid those who had sung that hymn of praise. Never had Ethel been so happy, not in the sense of the finished work, no, she had lost all that, but in being more carried out of herself than ever she had been before, the free spirit of praise so bearing up her heart that the cry of glory came from her with such an exultant gladness as might surely be reckoned as one of those foretastes of our everlasting life, not often vouchsafed even to the faithful, and usually sent to prepare strength for what may be in store. The blessing brought the sense of peace, which hung on her even while the sounds of movement began and the congregation were emerging. As she came out, greetings, sentences of admiration of the church, and of inquiry for her absent sisters, were crowded upon her, as people moved towards the school, where a luncheon was provided for them, to pass away the interval until evening service. The half-dozen oldest Coxmoreites were, meantime, to have a dinner in the former schoolroom, at the Elwoods' house, and Ethel was anxious to see that all was right there. So, while the rest of her party were doing civil things, she gave her arm to Cherry, whose limping walk showed her to be very tired. "Oh, Miss Ethel," said Cherry, "if Miss May could only have been here!" "Her heart is," said Ethel. "Well, ma'am, I believe it is. You would not think, ma'am, how all the children take heed to anything about her. If I only begin to say, 'Miss May told me,' they are all like mice." "She has done more for the real good of Coxmore than any one else," said Ethel. More might have been said, but they perceived that they were being overtaken by the body of clergy, who had been unrobing in the vestry. Ethel hastened to retreat within Mrs. Elwood's wicket gate, but she was arrested by Richard, and found herself being presented to the bishop, and the bishop shaking hands with her, and saying that he had much wished to be introduced to her. Of course, that was because she was her father's daughter, and by way of something to say. She mentioned what was going on at the cottage, whereupon the bishop wished to go in and see the old people, and entering, they found the very comfortable-looking party just sitting down to roast beef and goose. John Taylor, in a new black coat, on account of his clerkship, presiding at one end, and Mr. Elwood at the other, and Dame Hall finding conversation for the whole assembly, while Blanche, Aubrey, Gertrude, the little Larkinses, and the Abbotstoke Wilmots were ready to act as waiters with infinite delight. Not a bit daunted by the bishop, who was much entertained by her merry manner, old Granny told him she had never seen nothing like it since the Jubilee, when the squire roasted an ox whole, and there wasn't none of it fit to eat, and when her poor father got his head broken. Well, to be sure, who would have thought what would come of Sam's bringing in the young gentleman and lady to see her the day her back was so bad? The bishop said grace, and left Granny to the goose, while he gave Ethel his arm, which she would have thought an unaccountable proceeding if she had not recollected that Richard might be considered as host, and that she was his eldest sister forthcoming. No sooner, however, had they come beyond the wicket than she saw her father speaking to Will Adams, and there was that in the air of both which made it no surprise when Dr. May came up, saying, "Ethel, I must carry you away," and, in explanation to the bishop, "My poor girl at home is not so well." All was inquiry and sympathy. Ethel was frantic to be at home, and would have rushed off at once, if Richard had not held her fast, asking what good she would do by hurrying in, breathless and exhausted, so as to add to Flora's fright and distress, the anxiety which was most upon their minds, since she had never before witnessed one of the seizures, that were only two ordinary matters in the eyes of the home party. No one but Dr. May and Ethel should go. Richard undertook to tell the rest, and the gig making its appearance, Ethel felt that the peculiarly kind manner with which the bishop pressed her hand, and gave them all good wishes, was like a continuation of his blessing to aid her in her home scene of trial. Perhaps it was well for her that her part in the consecration festivities should end here. At least so thought Mr. Wilmot, who, though very sorry for the cause, could not wish her to have been present at the luncheon. She had not thought of self hitherto. The church was the gift of Alan and Margaret. The work of preparing the people belonged to all alike, and she did not guess that, in the sight of others, she was not the nobody that she believed herself. Her share in the work at Coxmore was pretty well known, and Dr. Hoxton could not allow public occasion to pass without speeches, such as must either have been very painful or very hurtful to her. The absence of herself and her father, however, permitted a more free utterance to the general feeling, and things were said that did indeed make the rest of the family extremely hot and uncomfortable, but which gave them extreme pleasure. Norman was obliged to spare Richard the answer, and said exactly what he ought, and so beautifully, that Meta could not find it in her heart to echo the fervent wish, which he whispered as he sat down, that speechifying could be abolished by Act of Parliament. Mrs. Arnott began to perceive that her nephew was something to be proud of, and to understand how much was sacrificed. While George Rivers expressed his opinion to her that Norman would be a crack speaker in the house, and he hoped she would say everything to hinder his going out, for it was a regular shame to waste him on the niggers. Owing to George having constituted himself her squire, Mrs. Arnott had not arrived at an understanding of the state of affairs at home, but, as soon as they rose up from luncheon, and she learned the truth from Richard and Mary, nothing would hinder her from walking home at once to see whether she could be useful. Mary was easily persuaded to remain, for she was accustomed to Margaret's having these attacks, and had always been kept out of her room the while, so she had little uneasiness to prevent her from being very happy in receiving in her own simple, good-humoured way all the attentions that lapsed upon her in the place of her elder sisters. "Coxmore really has a church," was note enough of joy for her, and no one could look at her round face without seeing perfect happiness. Moreover, when after evening service the November mist turned into decided rain, she was as happy as a queen in her foresight, which had provided what seemed an unlimited supply of cloaks and umbrellas. She appeared to have an original genius for making the right people give a lift in their carriages to the distressed, and, regarding the Abbotstoke Britska as her own, packed in Mrs. Anderson and Fanny, in addition to all their own little ones, Meta thrusting Miss Bracy into the demi-corner destined for herself at the last minute, and, remaining with Mary, the only ladies obliged to walk back to Stoneborough. So delighted were they at the fun, that it might have been thought the most charming of adventures, and they laughed all the more at the lack of umbrellas. They went to Mrs. Elwood's, divested themselves of all possible finery, and tucked up the rest. Meta was rolled up from head to foot in a great old plaid shawl of Mrs. Elwood's, and Mary had a cloak of Richard's. The one took Norman's arm, the other Dr. Spencer's, and they trudged home through the darkness and the mud in the highest glee, quite sorry when the carriage met them half-way. It was the last mirth that they enjoyed for many weeks. When they reached home, a sense of self-reproach for their glee thrilled over them when they found a sort of hush pervading the drawing-room, and saw the faces of awe and consternation worn by Blanche and George Rivers. It was a much worse attack than usual, and it did not go off, was all that Blanche knew, but her father had desired to be told when Dr. Spencer came home, and she went up with the tidings. This brought Flora down, looking dreadfully pale, and with her voice sunk away, as it had been when she lost her child. Her husband started up, exclaiming at her aspect. She let him support her to the sofa, and gave the few particulars. Margaret had been as placid and comfortable as usual, till nurse came to dress her, but the first move had brought on the faintness and loss of breath. It did not yield to remedies, and she had neither looked nor spoken since, only moaned. Flora thought her father much alarmed, and then, after an interval, she began to entreat that they might stay there, sending Miss Bracy and the children to the Grange to make room. Meantime, Dr. Spencer had come to the sick room, but he could only suggest remedies that were already in course of application to the insensible sufferer. Mrs. Arnott and Ethel were watching, and trying everything to relieve her, but with little effect. and Ethel presently stood by the fire with her father as Dr. Spencer turned towards him, and he said in a very low but calm voice, "It won't do. I believe it is the death stroke." "Not immediate," said Dr. Spencer. "No," said Dr. May, and he quietly spoke of what the disease had effected, and what yet remained for it to do ere the silver bowl should be broken. Dr. Spencer put in a word of agreement. "Will there be no rally?" said Ethel in the same tone. "Probably not," said Dr. May. "The brain is generally reached at this stage. I have seen it coming for a long time. The thing was done 7 years ago. There was a rally for a time when youth was strong, but suspense and sorrow accelerated what began from the injury to the spine." Dr. Spencer bowed his head and looked at him anxiously, saying, "I do not think there will be much acute suffering." "I fear it may be as trying," said Dr. May, sighing, and then turning to Ethel and throwing his arm round her, "May God make it easy to her, and grant us patient hearts. We will not grudge her to all that she loves best, my Ethel." Ethel clung to him as if to derive strength from him, but the strength that was in them then did not come from earth. Dr. Spencer wrung his hand and stepped back to the bed to try another resource. Vain again, they only seemed to be tormenting her, and the silent helplessness prevailed again. Then Dr. May went down to Flora, told her the true state of the case, and urged on her to give up her plan of remaining. George joined with him, and she yielded submissively, but would not be refused going up once again and kissing her sister, standing beside her, gazing at her, till her father came softly and drew her away. "I shall be here tomorrow," she said to Ethel, and went. The morrow, however, brought no Flora. The agitation and distress of that day had broken her down completely, and she was so ill as to be unable to move. Her aunt went at once to see her, and finding that her presence at the Grange relieved some of Dr. May's anxieties, chiefly devoted herself to her. Flora was grateful and gentle, but as silent and impenetrable as ever, while day after day she lay on her couch, uncomplaining and undemonstrative, visited by her father and watched over by her aunt and sister-in-law, who began to know each other much better, though Flora less than ever, in that deep, fixed grief. She only roused herself to return her husband's affection, or to listen to the daily reports of Margaret. Poor George! He was very forlorn, though Meta did her best to wait on him, and he rode over twice a day to inquire at Stoneborough. The doctors were right, and the consecration morning was her last of full consciousness. From the hour when she had heard the sound of Allen's bells, her ears were closed to earthly sounds. There was very little power of intercourse with her, as she lingered on the borders of the land very far away, where skill and tenderness could not either reach body or spirit. Often the watchers could not tell whether she was conscious, or only incapacitated from expression by the fearful weight on her breath, which caused a restlessness most piteous in the exhausted, helpless frame, wasted till the softest touch was anguish. Now and then came precious gleams when a familiar voice or some momentary alleviation would gain a smile or thanks, and they thought her less restless when Richard read prayers beside her, but words were very rare, only now and then a name, and when in most distress, "It will soon be over, it will soon be over," occurred so often that they began to think it once her solace, and now repeated habitually without a meaning. They could not follow her into the valley of the shadow of death, but could only watch the frail earthly prison house being broken down, as if the doom of sin must be borne, though faith could trust that it was but her full share in the cross. Calmly did those days pass, Ethel, Richard, and Mary divided between them the watching and the household cares, and their father bore up bravely in the fullness of his love and faith, resigning her daughter to the hands which were bearing her whither her joys had long since departed. Hector Earnscliff arrived when the holidays began, and his agony of sorrow when she failed to recognise him moved Dr. May to exert himself earnestly for his consolation. And, at the same time, Tom, in a gentle, almost humble manner, paid a sort of daughter-like attention to the smallest services for his father, as if already accepting him as his especial charge. It was midnight, on the longest night of the year. Ethel was lying on her bed and had fallen into a brief slumber when her father's low, clear voice summoned her. "Ethel, she is going." There was a change on the face, and the breath came in labouring gasps. Richard lifted her head, and her eyes once more opened. She smiled once more. "Papa," she said, "dear papa." He threw himself on his knees beside her, but she looked beyond him. "Mamma, Helen, oh, there they are, more." And, as though the unspeakable dawned on her, she gasped for utterance, then looked, with a consoling smile, on her father. "Over now," she said, and the last struggle was ended. That which Richard laid down was no longer Margaret May. Over now. The 25 years' life, the 7 years' captivity on her couch, the anxious headship of the motherless household, the hopeless betrothal, the long suspense, the efforts for resignation, the widowed affections, the slow decay, the tardy, painful death agony. All was over, nothing left, save what they had rendered the undying spirit, and the impress her example had left on those around her. The long continuance of the last suffering had softened the actual parting, and it was with thankfulness for the cessation of her pain that they turned away and bade each other good night. Ethel would not have believed that her first wakening to the knowledge that Margaret was gone could have been more fraught with relief than with misery. And, for her father, it seemed as if it were a home-like, comfortable thought to him, that her mother had one of her children with her. He called her the first link of his daisy chain drawn up out of sight, and, during the quiet days that ensued, he seemed as if it were to be lifted above grief, dwelling upon hope. His calmness impressed the same on his children as they moved about in the solemn stillness of the house. And when Harry, pale and shocked at the blow to him so sudden, came home, the grave silence soothed his violence of grief, and he sat beside his father or Mary, speaking in undertones of what Margaret had loved to hear from him, of Alan Earnscliff's last moments. Mary gave way to a burst of weeping when she sought in vain for daisies in the wintry garden. But Hector Earnscliff went down to the cloisters and brought back the lingering blossoms to be placed on Margaret's bosom. The dog Toby had followed him unseen to the cloister, and he was entering the garden when he was struck by seeing the animal bounding in irrepressible ecstasy round a lad whose tarpaulin hat, blue-bordered collar, and dark blue dress showed him to be a sailor, as well as the broad-shouldered, grizzled, elderly man who stood beside him. "I say, sir," said the latter, as Hector's hand was on the door, "do you belong to Dr. May?" Hector unhesitatingly answered that he did. "Then maybe, sir, you have heard of one Bill Jennings." Hector was all in one flush, almost choking, as he told that he was Mr. Earnscliff's brother, and gave his hand to the sailor. "What could he do for him?" Jennings had heard from one of the crew of the Bucephalus that Mr. May had been met, on his return to Portsmouth, by the news of his sister's death. The Mays had helped his boy, He had been with Mr. May in the island. He had laid Mr. Earnscliffe in his grave, and some notion had crossed the sailor that he must be at Miss Margaret's funeral. It might be they would let him lend a hand, and in this expedition he was spending his time on shore. How he was welcomed need not be told, nor how the tears came forth from full hearts, as Dr. May granted his wish and thanked him for doing what Margaret herself would indeed have chosen. And in his blue sailor garb was Jennings added to the bearers, their own men and 2 Coxmore labourers, who, early on Christmas Eve, carried her to the Minster. Last time she had been there, Alan Earnscliffe had supported her. Now, what was mortal of him lay beneath the palm tree, beneath the glowing summer sky, while the first snowflakes hung like pearls on her pall. But as they laid her by her mother's side, who could doubt that they were together? End of Part 2, Chapter 25.